Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Unleashed Double Gear. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luffy was running. He was running away from the Marines and the people who wanted to execute his brother. Execute Ace. Luffy wouldn't stop now when he was close to achieving his goal. Marines came after them in droves, and Luffy was fighting them off the best can, not caring if he knocked them out or not. The only thing he cared about was getting his brother, the person beside him fighting alongside him, out of Marineford. Away from everyone who wants to hurt him. Back to the sea, back to his crew. Luffy decided he liked Ace's crew. They were fighting with all they got trying to free Ace. Even now they were making a path for the brothers during the retreat. They fought tooth and nail, and Luffy gained respect for the Emperor's crew. They cared for Ace, and that was all Luffy needed to know. The mustache old man was strong, so strong that Luffy felt awed at the display of power. Never really of the man himself, but the pure power he used. But the most important part was that he loved Ace. He called himself Ace's father, Ace his son. And Luffy knew the thing Ace wanted the most, even though he didn't say it, was family. A father who wanted him. Luffy knew the way Ace hated himself, the way he held darkness in his eyes that never went away, only buried. Luffy still saw it when Ace left for his adventure but didn't mention it. Luffy doesn't mention a lot of things, because he knew that Ace wouldn't listen to him, not on those things. The way he looked in the mirror and flinched when he saw the beginning of facial hair that would transform into a mustache. The way he didn't sleep some nights when he thought Luffy was asleep, looking up at the sky and asking if he deserved to live. The way he didn't care for the hits he took, the stabbings, the gunshots, the burns because Ace thought he deserved it. Luffy hated it, but he tried everything he could, and the only thing he got as a reward was the disguised sadness. Luffy hated it. But when he met Ace in Alabasta, the darkness was almost non-existent. Ace was happy. He brightened when Luffy mentioned his crew, eyes laughing at the memories. The darkness was almost gone, a shadow of its former self. That made Luffy so happy, a warm feeling erupted in his chest, secretly relieved that the minor worry he had for Ace was unneeded. That Ace knew he belonged somewhere that wasn't with Luffy. Luffy parted ways with Ace having hope for the future. Having hope that Ace wouldn't disappear because it got too much. That all the words and taunts wouldn't get to him. Luffy knew Ace was strong, but Luffy knew that mental strength was a different battle. The battle Luffy saw Ace fight every day, hanging on and never going over the edge. Luffy remembered times when he saw the darkness in Ace's eyes grow darker. When he looked too hard at a cliff. When he looked too hard at a sturdy branch. When he looked too hard at a knife in the gray terminal. Luffy always managed to distract Ace, getting his mind off whatever he was battling. That happened often after Sabo's death, and especially often on the anniversary. Luffy did his best, trying to comfort Ace with all of his love and adoration. Luffy knew it helped, but the darkness never fully went away. His crew helped him. He had more people to depend on. More people to help Ace when he needed it. More people to love. Because Luffy knew, he knew all of Ace's aspirations and hopes only wanted his precious people to be happy. The more he helped, the more he was supported, the better he became. On Dawn, Ace only had Luffy and the bandits, Grandpa only coming a few times per year. It didn't help Ace. He didn't have the support he needed. Luffy was always worried but disguised it well. There was a reason he never left Ace's side. Luffy trusted Ace with his life and dream, but Luffy always knew that Ace didn't particularly care for his life. Luffy did his best, but his best wasn't always enough. So Luffy was so happy Ace was better, to be himself without fear. But in Marineford, looking at Ace's eyes, Luffy saw the darkness creep back in. The longer the war went on, the darker his eyes got. It made Luffy go faster, go stronger than he had ever done before. There was no way he would allow Ace to transform back to his childhood state. There was no way he would allow Ace to be killed in misery and depression. When Ace told Luffy to leave, to not interfere with his adventure, Luffy shouted his true feelings. Luffy was Ace's brother, and it didn't matter what they were. Marine, pirate, bandit, civilian, bounty hunter. It didn't matter. Luffy would always come to help his brother. There would be no end to Luffy's determination to help Ace, and he was a fool if he thought Luffy would give up just like that. He would go to the ends of the world to rescue his brother. His crew agreed with Luffy's statement, the roar even Luffy noticed in his adrenaline-boosted state. The Whitebeards and Luffy were in agreement, and that was the moment Luffy liked the crew. The old man was strong, and the crew he commanded was strong too. If Luffy didn't have their support, he would have never made it to the execution stand. Luffy knew he would have died today if it wasn't for them, close calls becoming too close. Luffy passed pirates and marines in their retreat, covering Ace's back and him covering Luffy's. Luffy was pushing himself to keep running. To work his shaky legs and arms, which were covered in blood, his or Marine's. He didn't care for the distinction. His head pounded, exhaustion trying to pull him down behind his eyes. Veins burning from the overuse of Gear Second. Bones shattering at the application of Gear Third. Blood pouring from the cuts that were caused by blades or the opening of his wounds from impel down. His body was a wreck, but he kept moving. He had to because the moment he stopped, he would collapse. The only thing keeping him going was Iva's adrenaline hormones. Luffy could feel the effects start to wear off, his limbs starting to fail. All Luffy could think was that he had to keep moving, get to safety. Get Ace out of here. Whitebeard is a coward. Someone who is past his prime and holds on even though he is a relic of an old age. Ace froze beside him, Luffy stopping after Ace stopped. Luffy looked back, seeing the magma guy start to talk bad about the old man. Ace's face gained righteous fury, fire starting to burn on his hand. Luffy's chest constricted, recognizing that face. The face that showed Ace was beyond angry and wouldn't stop until his opponent was on the ground, unconscious or dead. Ace. Luffy reached out to Ace, some of Ace's crew holding him back. Arms wrapped around his chest, keeping him in his spot. All he could do was watch Ace attack the Admiral, who was more than eager to fight back. The face on the man's face made a cold spot in Luffy's stomach. Luffy felt afraid, but he had no idea where the feeling was coming from, but he knew something was about to happen. And Luffy was correct when Ace screamed in pain, clutching his arm. Ace, you may be fire, but I am magma. Magma is hotter. Luffy didn't know when, but the arms holding him back were gone, Luffy staring to rush forward, going to his brother's aid. But when he got 2 steps in front of him, his legs gave out. They finally failed, leaving Luffy motionless. Luffy gasped, weakness pulling him down. The black edges on his vision were closing in, but Luffy saw something float down in front of him. Luffy focused on it, noticing it was Ace's Vivre card. It was small, nowhere near the size it was when he had got it. It showed how close Ace was to having died. Luffy reached out to it, unwilling to part with a piece of his brother, showing Luffy he was alive. His hands were shaking, and energy was sapped from his body. No! Luffy! Luffy looked up and saw the Admiral right in front of him, fist ready to strike at the rookie pirate. Luffy saw Ace rush to Luffy, eyes wide and frightened. He looked more afraid than Luffy had ever seen him. Horror in his eyes and desperation in his frame. Ace ran in front of Luffy, back to the Marine, ready to kill him. Luffy widened his eyes at the sight of his brother, ready to give his life for Luffy. No, no. The thought caused a sense of revulsion so strong it shocked himself. Then it got odd, the world slowing down to a crawl, no one moving. It was like time stopped. Luffy then saw it in his head, playing out for no one but himself. He saw his brother, standing before him, with a fist through his chest. Luffy saw his brother fall and saw him collapse into Luffy's arms. Saw him cough up blood, eyes filling up with tears. He saw the moving of his lips but no sound was heard. He saw a doctor trying to save Ace, but shaking his head, Ace too hurt to be healed. Luffy saw his brother take his final breath, saw him closing his eyes. Saw him fall to the ground, Luffy no longer holding him up, blood splattering onto the cold, unforgiving stone. Felt the all-consuming grief and heartbreak. The feeling of losing the last brother he had, the one who was beside him throughout his entire life, never doubting him. The feeling of loneliness. Luffy snapped back to himself, the world still and static. Luffy didn't know what happened, but he knew it to be true. The world came back to motion, the scene Luffy just saw playing out, but this time it was real. Luffy saw his brother, ready to give his life, did give his life, for Luffy. Luffy felt a rising power inside his chest, enough for one final burst of power. Luffy already knew what he was going to do. Luffy reached out, extending his arm to Ace. His legs were too weak, not able to move even if he wanted to. His arms were still functional, so that was what Luffy used. The 17-year-old yanked Ace forward, causing him to stumble and fall, making the fist that would have killed him pass right over him, missing him completely. But it didn't completely miss its target. When Akainu missed Ace, its trajectory didn't change. The fist of magma hit Luffy in the chest, burning away some of his shirt. Then the pain hit. His fist embedded itself into Luffy's chest, burning everything it touched. His organs were being cooked, hit scorching him from the inside. It burned and burned. It hurts. 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 Luffy screamed. His chest was burning, and agonizing pain racked his frame. His eyes threatened to close, black coming ever so closer. The fist retracted, leaving a wound that made his chest invert. Luffy knew pain, he was never without it, but this felt like hell. His body was locked up, with too many pain signals in his head. It was too hot, sweltering heat making Luffy sweat. Luffy couldn't think, the fiery pain making everything harder to notice. The burning sensation didn't get better, it got worse. The heat was so intense, that it burned through everything it touched. Luffy barely got a hold of himself when he started to lose feeling in his chest. Everything was starting to get numb, unfeeling. Luffy could feel himself losing the blood he managed to keep. Luffy could feel it on his chest, pouring out onto the ground. The pain was only decreasing because his nerve endings were being burned and damaged beyond all repair. Luffy felt hands prop him up, eyes blinking, slightly delirious from the pain. He focused his bleary vision on the face who seemed to be yelling at him. Luffy got his sight back, seeing Ace's horrified face above him. Luffy was hearing static, everything distant. Luffy smiled up at the face of his brother because Ace was the only one who could love him like this. And that made Luffy feel so satisfied. When Ace heard the blood-curdling scream of pain, something in him broke. He rushed to his brother, forgetting everything. Luffy! Ace held his brother's beaten and bloodied body in his arms, feeling the lifeblood of his brother slip beneath his fingers. Ace's arms were shaking, horror deep in his chest. He saw the wound on Luffy's chest, seeing he could see his ribs. Ace could see how his organs were moving, the way some of them were torn apart. He saw the edges of the wound burn and fester, still some of the magma on his skin. Ace frantically got that off of his brother, not caring he also burned from the heat. Luffy was dead weight in his arms, his body unmoving in plaint. Ace placed a gentle hand on Luffy's face, smearing the blood onto Luffy's pale face, cold sweat appearing on his skin. Luffy should never be so pale. Luffy was still breathing but did nothing to help Ace's mental state. Ace patted his cheek, trying to get Luffy to wake up. Come on, Luffy. Please, please, please. Open your eyes. Ace's voice was soft, but the emotions rising in them were not. Horror and devastation came in equal measure. Ace didn't care for anything around him, focused on his wounded brother. Ace saw Luffy flutter his eyes, looking up blearily up at him. Ace's face collapsed at the look, seeing the pain held inside them. Then Luffy smiled, eyes holding only love for Ace. Ace felt his chest shatter. I saved you. Ace nodded, eyes gathering tears, not yet falling. He gulped back the stone in his throat. Luffy's voice was soft, only heard by Ace through the noise of the battlefield. Hold on, Luffy. Ace yelled, not caring about the way his voice breaks, grief coloring his voice. Doctor. Doctor. Get your butt here, please. Someone came up beside him, one of the doctors of their allies from Ace's memories. The doctor paled at the wound, hands not moving. He shook his head, his face showing hopelessness. No. No. Ace went back to Luffy, eyes frantic. Luffy couldn't die, he couldn't. Ace cupped his brother's face, tears falling onto Luffy's face. Luffy, stay with me, okay? Stay with me. Luffy continued to smile, only growing larger. Ace never thought he would say this, but he hated that smile. Why did you do that? Ace wanted to know. He saw Luffy's face change the moment before he moved Ace out of the way of the attack. The recognizable expression of absolute determination. I saw you die. Akainu killed you. I didn't want that. I want you to live. Ace put his head to his chest, pulling Luffy in more to get closer to Ace. Ace heard the raspiness of Luffy's voice, getting weaker every second. Luffy started to cough, and Ace saw him start to cough up blood, bubbles of the liquid appearing at the corner of his mouth. It started to flow down his face, dropping onto Ace's chest. Ace was cradling Luffy to his body, oh so gentle. Ace wrapped his arms around his little brother, holding on for dear life. You idiot. Luffy chuckled, more blood coming up his throat. Luffy raised a shaky hand, placing it onto Ace's face, smearing more blood. It was a cradling gesture like what Ace was doing, but more of a pat than anything. I like your crew. They seem nice. Ace nodded, agreeing fully with what Luffy was saying, tears flowing freely. Ace could feel Luffy's body start to fail in his arms, his heart slowing, and his lungs struggling to take in a breath. Yeah. Ace's voice broke, but he continued on. Yeah, they're the best. Luffy smiled, eyes holding more wisdom than a kid his age should have. They love you. Ace, stay with them. They make you happy. Ace swallowed, sweeping away the tears before they blocked his sight. I will, Luffy. Luffy laughed, a tiny broken sound that made Ace break even more. His brother was dying, and Ace could do nothing. Ace didn't care, he was in the middle of a war, he sobbed. His tears soaked into Luffy's damaged shirt, emotions almost overwhelming. Ace. Ace looked at his brother, hand falling down, no longer at his cheek. You crew may be cool, but my crew is better. Ace chuckled weakly, grief trying to swallow him. You just had to try and one-up me. Luffy nodded, pain racking his frame at the motion. Luffy powered through it. Look after them for me, will you? Ace almost broke then and there. Ace knew how much Luffy treasured his crew, so this is saying something. He wasn't expecting to wake up. I will. I promise I will look after your crew. Zoro's your first mate, right? Luffy smiled softly at the mention, best friend. Ace bit his lip, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Luffy's eyes started to blink more, starting too close for longer. Panic erupted in Ace's chest, more frantic patting on Luffy's face to keep him awake. The blood was leaving Luffy faster, staining the ground around them. The blood was pooling all around Ace, but he kept his focus on his little brother, who was dying in his arms. Come on Luffy, keep talking, okay? It's going to be alright. Everything is going to be alright. Ace held Luffy tighter, trying to get Luffy in a more comfortable position. He was still coughing up blood, staining his face even further. Ace saw the clouding of Luffy's eyes, making him start to panic even more. Luffy smiled up at him, opening his mouth. Ace? I don't regret anything. Remember that. Got it, okay? So remind me when I forget. Stay with me. Luffy brought up the same shaking hand and put it on his face. His smile transformed into a softer one that he already had on his face. I'm tired. I'm gonna take a nap now. Ace started to shake Luffy gently, more horror coming on his face. No. Don't do that, keep talking, okay? Keep talking. Luffy started to close his eyes, Ace becoming more frantic. Tears were flowing down his face. Grief hung on his frame, holding his brother. Ace looked down, seeing Luffy completely closed his eyes. His body became still, no longer moving. His chest stopped raising, and Ace couldn't feel anything. Ace raised a shaking hand and put it on his chest, trying to feel his heartbeat. He couldn't feel it. He couldn't feel it. Ace spoke softly, but his voice was cracking. Luffy? Luffy, open your eyes. Please, open your eyes. Luffy stayed silent and didn't open his eyes. Ace's body became numb, everything becoming too much. His brother couldn't be dead, he couldn't. He was supposed to become the Pirate King, he couldn't die here. He was too still, Luffy was never still. He was supposed to be bursting with energy, excitable and smiling. He shouldn't be bleeding out here. Ace broke. He screamed out, openly sobbing. His chest felt like it was burned, he couldn't stop. He curled around his brother's body, too distraught to do anything else. Ace's body was shaking, cold sweat appearing on his skin, emotions array. He touched Luffy's face, desperate for it all to be a bad dream. Luffy, don't you dare leave me. Ace's body locked up, tears soaking Luffy's bloodied face. The face that was growing paler and paler the longer he stayed there. Luffy's still face was wet from Ace's tears. Luffy. Ace entered his own little bubble, never noticing the outside world when that bubble popped amid his grief. One devil spawn killed. Good riddance. Ace went still, grief being replaced by all-consuming rage. He recognized the heavy drawl of the admiral who hurt his brother. He felt the footsteps, and Ace gently set down Luffy's bloodied body. He walked to the straw hat that blew off of Luffy's back when he was hit. He grabbed it and went back to his brother's body and set it down on top of Luffy's. Heart should be. Ace was dead-faced, struggling to keep his straight face. He looked to the admiral, who was smiling, and he couldn't take it anymore. Ace felt the rage consume him, and he felt his flames react to his emotions. Ace turned to the man, tear tracks still on his face. His flames burned, and he saw them escape his body. You hurt him. You hurt my brother. His vision went red. Ace didn't notice it, but a blast of Conqueror's haki emanated from him, knocking out more Marines who were steadily coming closer. Ace couldn't even see the way his red flames transformed into blue ones, making the surrounding areas shimmer in the heat. Ace launched a full-powered fire fist at Akainu's face, seeing the way his face fell, and tried to dodge. The flames touched him, and Ace could see the start of burns on his arms. Akainu's face showed his disbelief at the situation. Fire is hotter, you a-hole. Ace went at Akainu in a blind rage, nothing able to stop him. Akainu killed his younger brother, the one who saved him, in more ways than one. The one who stayed by his side, never faltering in his care. The one who saved him after Sabo died, anchoring him from doing anything foolhardy. The one who cared for him. Ace was the son of the most heinous criminal in the world, and Luffy didn't care. Luffy loved him because he was Ace, and that was all Luffy needed. And now Luffy was gone. Sent off too soon by an a-hole who couldn't even know why Luffy was one of the best people in the world. Luffy was the goddamn sun and should always shine, but this BSTRD killed him. The hole in his chest had nothing to do with his injuries. Ace felt the loss of his brother in his soul. Ace saw a blast of blue and yellow flames, hitting Akainu and forcing him back. He recognized Marco's flames, but he was too enraged to even say hi. Ace steadily grew closer to the Admiral, anger fueling his every move. He wouldn't stop until Akainu was a burning crisp on the FING ground. An arm appeared around his chest, pulling him back. He snapped his head and saw Marco looking at him with sympathy in his eyes. "We have to go, Ace Ua." Ace struggled to get out of Marco's hold, but he was unmoving. Ace still struggled when Marco threw him over his shoulder, running away from the Admiral. "No, don't. He killed my baby brother. Let me go." Marco looked down and ran forward, not listening to Ace's demand. Ace reached out, looking at the distance he was away from his brother. He saw his body get further and further away, still and unmoving, blood around him. Ace had tears in his eyes and desperately reached out. He couldn't leave him. He couldn't leave his brother in the hands of the Marines. He needed to at least get his body. "Stop please. He's my brother." Ace struggled, trying to go back. He saw Gramps on the ground being held down by Sengoku, crying. He saw the Afro man look horrified, tears in his eyes and muttering about Straw Boy. He saw Jinbei have tears in his eyes, covering their retreat but visibly distraught. Crocodile looked at Luffy with empty eyes, and maybe some sadness in the depths. He saw his siblings look at Luffy with regret and tears, them having gotten attached to the young boy during the war. And finally saw Pops have a face of pure anger, slamming Akainu into the cold stone of Marineford, shaking and tearing the ground with his power. Ace didn't care though, tears filling his vision. He failed. He promised Sabo he would take care of Luffy, but now he was dead because he saved Ace. Luffy died for him, and all Ace could think about was that he was a horrible human being that couldn't even protect his little brother. "Sabo, I'm so sorry." Ace struggled, even more, eyes blurry from the tears. "Marco, please let me go." Ace was writhing in Marco's grasp, still over his shoulder. Marco looked back at him, and sadness hung off his frame. "I'm sorry, Ua." There was a hit to the back of his neck, and everything went dark, unconsciousness taking him. The last thought he had was that he didn't deserve to live if Luffy was dead instead of him. Newgate watched his son lose consciousness, Marco having knocked him out to get him away from here. He held deep sadness at the scene of the young rookie dead on the ground saving his son. The elder pirate saw the rookie get his son out of the way of an attack that would have killed him, sacrificing himself for his brother. He saw his son plead for the boy to stay alive, to stay with him. Newgate saw Ace break into a million pieces and the rage he held for Akainu, damaging the Admiral with blue flames. Newgate mourned for the boy he just met, but knew Ace would be destroyed by his death. The way he lit up at the mention of his brother showed the love Ace had for the boy. Ace held his brother in his arms while he died, crying for him. Newgate felt fury rise in his system, rage for his son who lost one of the most important people in his life, if not the most important. Straw Hat Luffy gave his life for Ace, and Newgate only thought it fitting he gave Akainu a damaging hit for the boy. Newgate would have given the boy a spot on his crew if they all survived the day, but now he didn't even have the chance to have the boy as a son. And that made Newgate furious. He covered his son's retreat, keeping away the Marines from his family, from the son who lost too much. He fought and fought, enemies trying to keep him down, but Newgate powered through it. He was the strongest man in the world, and he would not go down. "Pops! Let's go!" Marco yelled that, desperation in his voice. Newgate looked back, seeing his unconscious son on Marco's shoulders, tears flowing out of his even though he was asleep. Ace looked broken, face set in grief. Newgate looked at their enemies, seeing them come forward. Newgate knew that this was not his era, but he couldn't leave just yet. Newgate sked in a breath, giving his lungs power. He thought of the young boy with a straw hat and a man who was his rival. He needed to do one last thing. He needed to give his last words to the rookie who saved his son. The One Piece is real. He smiled at the chaos that was created, the Marines in pure shock. He gave a full power punch to the air, shattering everything in his way. He would give his life for his family, but he knew today was not the day for his death. His son needed him, and he would never leave his son in pain. He had a job to do as Ace's father, and he would do it. So that means he cannot die today. He retreated with his family, powering through the attacks of the Marines and former son. He didn't let anyone get a hit on him, knowing if he took more damage he might be killed. The red-haired brat showed up and ended the war, to Newgate's unnoticed relief. He saw Marco bring Ace to one of the mini-mobis, thankfully not that injured. Newgate looked back over the battlefield, noticing all of the sons he lost today. Grief hung off his frame, but one thing stood out to him. He couldn't find Straw Hat's body. Coby watched his friend fall. He saw his brother hold him while he bled out. He saw Fire Fist crack. Coby has never seen a man break so hard that Coby could probably see the cracks. Coby felt sadness, seeing his friend be so hurt. He saw Luffy take his last breaths and the fallout that consumed the battlefield. Fire Fist was rampaging, new blue flames incinerating any that got in his way. He made Admiral Akainu back up. The fight made all the eyes in Marineford turn away from anything else. And when Marco the Phoenix grabbed Fire Fist and ran, the eyes followed. And when Whitebeard took his final stand in the war, more eyes followed that. Coby took the chance to rush to his friend's body. He kneeled down, tears in his eyes. Luffy was the first person who took his dream seriously, promising each other that Coby would fight him when he got to the position of admiral. Luffy cheered him on when no one else would. Luffy was his friend. Luffy was bloodied. Coby could see the inside of his chest and more tears followed. Helmeppo followed, grimacing at Luffy. Helmeppo never really was Luffy's friend, but even he liked the pirate. Coby put a hand on Luffy's straw hat, knowing that it was his treasure now soaked in his own blood. Coby's eyes filled with tears. He bit his lip, and snot went down his face. He had a stone in his throat that won't go away. He let down his head and cried. Did his chest just move? Koi looked up and saw Helmeppo point at his body. Coby sat up straighter, not wanting to hope. He liked the back of his hand, uncaring for the dirt and blood on the back of his hand. He put the backside of his hand to Luffy's mouth. He waited about 30 seconds when he felt a minuscule breeze on the back of his hand. Coby brightened, eyes scrunched up in happiness. Luffy was alive. He was mortally wounded but alive, and Coby wanted to keep it that way. He knew if he said this, he may be executed himself, but he didn't care. He would save his friend if it was the last thing he did. Coby rushed up to a dead Marine, grabbing his white-stained Marine's coat, long enough to cover Luffy. Coby looked around, seeing no one was paying attention to them. Good. He wrapped Luffy in the coat and put him on his back. Coby carried Luffy away from the battlefield, Helmeppo following, looking scared. They both knew what they were doing was sacrilegious as a Marine, but Coby set his face and ran forward. Luffy was a pirate, but he was still one of the most important people in Coby's life. Coby was trying to get Luffy to the back of the war, to the medical stations. No one stopped them, everyone noticing the blood soaked through the coat. There was one thing the pirates and Marines agreed on: no one would attack a person trying to save an injured person. But that was all Coby had going for him. Because even if he got there safely, Luffy was immediately recognizable, and the Marines probably would capture or kill him anyway. Coby was trying to find a solution when a person appeared in front of him. He saw the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, appear right in front of him. She was serious and was looking intently at Luffy on his back. Coby backed up, fear taking hold. He couldn't fight the warlord, she was too powerful. And it would gain even more attention Luffy didn't need. The more Coby studied the woman in front of him, the more he blushed. Coby knew the situation he was in, but he couldn't ignore her beauty. He shook it off, focusing on more important matters. Boa Hancock tilted her head and put a hand on her face at the reaction. But Coby saw something that made him pause. Her face was still immaculate, but he saw faint tear tracks in her face. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot, and her hands were shaking. Give him to me. Coby backed up more, his hand going back to balance the body, a protective stance around Luffy. His face hardened and shielded his friend with his body. There was no way he would give his friend over to a warlord who would kill him. Why? Boa Hancock looked at him appraisingly, and her face softened a tad, but it might just be Coby overthinking things. She looked around, trying to see if anyone was paying attention to them, which they weren't, because Whitebeard was fighting Blackbeard a ways off. The fight was destructive. She looked back at him and seemed to be considering something. Her eyes grew determined. He's someone important to you, isn't he? Coby flinched, slightly panicked he was seen through. He lowered his head but nodded, knowing wherever this conversion goes, that would be apparent. He was the first one who believed in me. Boa Hancock smiled, and Coby's heart skipped a beat. That sounds like Luffy. Before we go further, is he alive? Boa Hancock sounded desperate at that, eyes showing her sincerity. That was when Coby knew he could trust her. No one would look like that for an enemy. If she did, well, she was a good actor. Her face showed earnest concern for Luffy, and her hands were still shaking. Coby looked up at her and nodded. Barely, but he's still breathing. Boa Hancock relaxed and put a hand over her heart. Thank goodness. She looked around for a moment, seeing the attention was still away from them. Give him to me. I can take him away from here and get some medical attention he needs. Coby hesitated, some part of him still not sure about the warlord, but decided this was the best option he had. Hancock would not be questioned, and she could leave without her ship being searched. Coby bit his lip but gently got Luffy off his back and had him in his arms. The coat still covered him, but it was getting redder every second. He handed him over to the warlord, who received him with grace and softness. Her face grew more gentle and pulled the coat down to see Luffy's face. Her face grew graver, seeing the blood-stained face of Coby's friend. His bottom face was solid red from blood, and some were smeared on his cheeks by Fire Fist. Boa Hancock covered his face again and nodded to Coby. She bundled him out more securely and put his body on the snake she was always with. I owe you a favor today for saving him. I won't forget it. With that, she ran off away from the battlefield and to her ship. She turned Marines and pirates to stone wherever they got in her way. Luffy was still bundled up, but he got further and further away. Coby relaxed, happy his friend was in capable hands. That was confusing. Helmeppo said that, and Coby agreed. Very confusing. The pirate empress was described as a woman who did not care for the other gender. She was stone cold and did not even glance at anyone. Ruthless and merciless, and in no way agreeable. So her caring for Luffy was a shock. Coby was just happy she cared enough for Luffy to save him. Coby looked around and saw the pirates retreat, and the Marines follow. His face grew grave. There was too much death, something had to change. His friend nearly died because of this war, it couldn't go on. And Coby knew what he had to do. He did this for Luffy, who was on death's door and still fighting. Coby couldn't stop here. Unbeknownst to the three, two golden eyes observed them from a distance. If you still want to fight, we're right here. Shanks flicked his sword and held it to his side. His crew was by his side and equally ready to fight if the war went on longer. His face was serious, with no happy-to-go-lucky atmosphere to be seen. He always hated war, but this took the cake. He glanced around the battlefield, seeing the dead and dying bodies of Marines and pirates on the ground. Both sides were battered and bruised, Shanks seeing Whitebeard with numerous wounds on his gigantic body. Still going strong but on his last legs. Shanks couldn't see Marco, but he sensed him, so he wasn't worried about him. He also sensed Ace, which made him relax a smidgen on the inside. Ace was a good kid, so Shanks was glad he wasn't killed. It also must be noted he was his captain's kid. Shanks was happy he wasn't executed. The Marines and the pirates took a ceasefire once Shanks got in between them, not wanting to fight an Emperor's crew that was not weakened. He kept an eye out for any that moved wrong, especially Akainu, who looked set off. He was covered in burn wounds and blood, something Shanks found curious. He knew Ace was the only one who could use fire, and that made Shanks smile a little inside. He never liked the red dog. It was good to see him be taken down a peg. Shanks kept the peace when the two sides got their dead. Both parties had sadness on their faces when collecting their comrades, both didn't want to fight anymore. They didn't want more losses. Shanks paid attention when Whitebeard started to frown heavily. He eyed a spot on the battlefield intently, gripping his Murakumajiri tightly. Shanks could feel the rage of the elder pirate, and he turned to the man. Shanks walked up to the man, wanting to talk to him. He stopped by his side, dwarfed by the size difference. Shanks put a hand on his sword, sensing the old man was seconds away from attacking. What's wrong? Whitebeard glanced at Shanks, eyes dark. He looked back at the spot, which Shanks followed his eyesight and spotted a puddle of blood a few feet in diameter. There was nobody there, so Shanks thought it was just a battle scar on Marineford's earth. The body is gone. Whitebeard grew angrier, and Shanks started to understand. Whitebeard treasured his crew, so if one of his sons died, he would want their body. If it was missing, it was normal for the old man would react that way. Who? Straw Hat Luffy. Shanks went still, the rest of his crew the same. Shanks' face went dead, and he stared at Whitebeard. Beckman got to Shanks' side, gray eyes shaking. Lucky Row broke the meat bone he had in his hand. Yasopp had a hand over his mouth, shock on his face. The rest of his crew had the same reactions, tears in their eyes. Luffy held a special place in all their hearts, Shanks most of all. Luffy was like a son to him, someone needed to be protected for the longest he could. Shanks clutched at his left arm, feeling the stump of an arm he grew accustomed to over the last 10 years. Shanks saw the 7-year-old Luffy in his mind's eyes, seeing the pure and innocent kid Luffy was all those years ago. The boy he gave his treasure to. Shanks started shaking, his body not accustomed to the flood of emotions he was feeling. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. You knew him. It wasn't a question. Whitebeard no longer was enraged, but Shanks could still feel it underneath the surface. Shanks nodded. I do. I met him years ago when Luffy was still a child. Shanks looked down, clutching harder onto his left arm. I gave my arm for him. Whitebeard's eyes held sympathy, something he hasn't seen since he first saw Shanks after his captain's death. They went silent for a moment. How? How did he go? Whitebeard looked off in the distance, face set in remembrance. Shanks looked at the pirate, turmoil in his veins. His entire crew was focused on the conversation, all of them adored Luffy too. Shanks wouldn't take this away from them. Akainu targeted the brothers. The boy fell, and Ace went to protect his brother with his body. Straw Hat must have known what was going to happen if my son took the hit, so he threw Ace out of the way. Straw Hat took a full power hit from Akainu protecting Ace. Shanks shook his head, grief biting at his heels. He put a hand to his eyes, not wanting anyone to see his tears. He pulled in a deep breath, exhaling shakily with the stone in his throat. His chest felt small, air hard to enter his lungs. He felt tears falling onto his cheeks, flowing over his scars. Sounds like him. Whitebeard nodded, not pushing Shanks to talk, seeing that he was in the process of grief. Shanks took a minute, trying to get himself under control. He was grasping Griffin with too much force, his right hand creaking at the power he held Griffin with. Rage and grief were whirling around his chest, threatening to come out. Shanks made himself let go of his sword, noticing that the pirates and marines were getting shifty at the waves of power coming off of Shanks. He didn't want to start another war, so he calmed himself forcefully. If I see Akainu after this, I'll kill him. The marines near him flinched and scuttled away, afraid of the dark notation in Shanks' voice. If red-haired Shanks was angry, they bet there but they would run away. There was a reason why the world government didn't want to anger him and his crew. They were too powerful to control but didn't try to curb them, knowing that Shanks liked to party more than kill. If Shanks was peaceful, they had nothing to fear. If Shanks was angered, there was nothing the marines could do to stop him. And Shanks was said. The son who wasn't his son was killed protecting his brother from a death blow. The boy who was sunshine incarnate and was innocent of the dark ways of the world. At least, that was him when he was 7. Shanks knew he still held on to that brightness, seeing it in his smile on his bounty poster. He was the one person Shanks immediately grew fond of, someone he never doubted would go far in life. And now he was gone. How's Ace taking this? Whitebeard shook his head, looking to one of the ships with concern in his eyes. He grimaced, something Shanks hadn't seen in decades. Whitebeard sighs. Marco had to knock him out to get him off the battlefield. Straw Hat died in his arms. Shanks rubbed his face roughly. Sheet. That's gonna F him up. Whitebeard nodded in agreement to Shanks's summarization of the events. Shanks knew Ace treasured Luffy, and to have him die in Ace's arms? That would destroy him. It would destroy anyone. Especially everyone who has ever been close to Luffy, i.e. anyone he met and didn't punch, maybe. Then Shanks' face darkened. If that BSTRD Moria has his body, no one will be able to stop me. I can agree to that. Shanks and Whitebeard came to an agreement, which got some marines shaking. While Shanks was observing the battlefield, keeping the peace. He saw Garp in the back, just staring. He had tear tracks on his face, and no one was going by him, everyone getting the atmosphere that if someone got on Garp's nerves whatsoever, they were getting punched. Shanks' heart went out to the old marine. No matter how much Garp denies it, he was soft for his family, Luffy most of all. Maybe it was the thing where the family dotes on the youngest member, but Garp took that to heart. Shanks was chased for months after he left Dawn by the enraged vice-admiral. He was yelling about corrupting his grandson into being a pirate. But now that grandson was killed by his organization. It must be hard for the old man. Their eyes met, but all Shanks could see was deep grief. Garp could see his state, probably noticing the red eyes and sad expression. He nodded to Shanks but went away soon enough. He retreated to the back of Marineford, away from the battlefield bathed in blood. The Emperor scoured the battlefield, searching for any sign of Luffy. Shanks made his way to the spot the old man said he was killed. He kneeled down and touched the ground. He saw the pool of blood at least 2 feet in diameter, still wet and not dried at all yet. He saw some differences in the blood pattern. He saw what might be movement marks like someone was picking the person up and away. He looked at the ground for another moment and then followed the trail of blood. There was a path of blood drops going away from the shore of Marineford and deeper into marine-controlled land. It was difficult tracking a blood trail where it wasn't uncommon to find bodies, so it was a no-brainer when Shanks found the trail go dry. It was like the body the blood came from just up and flew away. Shanks cursed in his mind, regretting not having at least an animal that could track scents. Even that might not have worked, concerning all the conflicting smells of blood and gore in the area. But Shanks still wished he had the option. He looked around, noticing he should go back since he couldn't find anything. The Whitebeards and his crew were waiting at the water, waiting for him to come back. Shanks finally saw Marco, noticing the blood on his chest and the dark look in his eyes. Shanks had no doubt that he had seen a lot today. Ace was nowhere to be seen, but from what Shanks heard, if he was, it would be very noticeable. He made his way back to the Red Force, Marines getting out of his way like he parted the sea. Shanks didn't know what face he was making, but it was scary to the Marines anyway. They departed once Shanks jumped onto the deck, no crew wanting to stay longer on the cursed rock that was Marineford. The crew was silent, a heavy atmosphere on the ship. Shanks grimaced and turned to his crew. His eyes held sympathy and mourning in equal measure, but he was still the captain. He had to take charge. Follow the Whitebeards. We have a funeral to plan. Hancock was frantic. Of course, she didn't show it to the dogs of the world government, but the second she was away from the Marines, she sprinted to her ship, ordering them to set sail in post-haste. She needed to be at Amazon Lily yesterday. Her beloved was bleeding and dying, he needed help. Luffy's face was pale white, and if not for the unpredictable breaths, she would have believed he had died. Hancock tried to find his heartbeat, but she couldn't find it. She very rightly freaked out, but calmed down, marginally, once she saw him breathe again. No wonder Fire Fist thought he was dead. In all measures of the words, Luffy seemed to have been sent to the other side. And Hancock wanted to keep her beloved alive. Her ship doctor did all she could, but all the doctor could do was hook up a blood transfusion and wrap his wounds. The most she could do was not make anything worse. Hancock held in the irrational emotions that made her almost yell at the poor woman when she said she could do nothing. Hancock didn't want to believe Luffy couldn't be saved, even after getting him away from Marineford and away from enemies that aimed to kill him immediately. Hancock uncovered her eyes and glanced at the man beside her. He was the first man to ever respect her as a person and not an object. To not look at her like she was a piece of meat ready for the taking. Being a SLV to the Celestial Dragons made her very familiar with the sensation, but Luffy never even looked at her that way. He looked at her like any other person you would meet on the streets, a passing glance then ignoring the person entirely. She craved that feeling. The only wish she had was to keep her island peaceful and to be normal. Hancock hears things, women, even her own citizens, saying that they were jealous of her looks. Men flaunt over to her to gain her favor. She walks by, and all the heads turn towards her. She trained herself to bask in the attention, out of convenience more than anything. But all she wanted to do was live her life. She wanted to have normal relationships, and a normal appearance, because all her beauty brought was pain. All her nightmares started with someone noticing her for her beauty and wanting to have it. The minute a woman turns heads, she was a commodity to be sold. A beautiful person no longer stays a person, only a face to admire and fawn over. And Boa Hancock is the most beautiful woman on the seas, the most sought-after merchandise. And Luffy made her feel normal. He saw her more as a person than he saw her as a woman. And Hancock, she couldn't let that go. It was like the strongest drag called kindness, something she doesn't feel often, only from her sister and subjects. She fell in love, something she never thought she could feel. She was too damaged to love, that was what she thought. Love made a person do dangerous things, irrational things. And Hancock couldn't afford to be irrational. She became a warlord to protect her people, to protect them from the horror that was the outside world. She became a dog to the same people who branded her just so her people wouldn't feel the same pain. And she risked it all for a pirate rookie that made her feel. Luffy made her realize there were kind people in this world, something she didn't dare to hope for. She never saw kindness from the Celestial Dragons. She didn't see it in the other slaves. She didn't see it when she started her pirate crew. She didn't see it in the men who looked at her back because they wouldn't dare meet her eyes. She saw kindness when she saw a man protect a woman he barely knew. Hancock saw kindness when she saw Luffy cover her sister's back because he knew her sister didn't want their people to see her back. She saw it in the way he said he punched a celestial dragon and didn't make excuses for himself. He punched the tormentors of her dreams because the dragon shot his friend. Willing to risk everything for a person he cares about. And Hancock? Hancock felt happy. She knew about what happens to people who harm celestial dragons, so to know a man, punched one and didn't shy away, was a shock. She wanted to harm a celestial dragon for years, so to know that small pirate did, made her happy. Hancock didn't mean to fall in love, but she did and became irrational. But she did so with freedom in her soul, no longer afraid of the concept as in the past. Luffy freed her of the chains she hadn't shaken off over the years. The last remnants of the mental ties that tied her to Marie-Joise were broken, and Hancock could never repay Luffy. So to see her beloved in such a state, where she couldn't know when his lungs would finally give out, was torture. She clasped her hands and put them to her nose. She wasn't a religious person, but she sent a prayer to whoever was listening, hoping for something. Anything. My lady. Hancock snapped her head to the door, and one of her subjects opened the door. She pointed to the side of the boat, from what Hancock sees. There is an unidentified submarine on the starboard side. Hancock stood up, only glancing back at the man who changed her life. He walked through the doorway, heard the click of the door closing. Her being revolted from being away from Luffy's side, but she had responsibilities. She walked past her crewmate, cloak caught in the wind. Where? The Amazon pointed to the waters, and Hancock looked over the side of her ship. They were out in the open sea, trying to make their way back to Amazon Lily in haste. Hancock spotted a bright yellow submarine, vaguely recognizing the Jolly Roger on the side. It fully rose from the water and breached the surface. She saw a deck and a door open. Out walked a man with a sword in a yellow and black hoodie. He smiled up at her, and Hancock raised an impeccable eyebrow. She recognized this man now, one of the fellow worst generation her beloved was a part of. Trafalgar Law, the Surgeon of Death. A bounty of 200 berries for his head. Why have you appeared in front of me, worm? Trafalgar just smirked and pointed to her ship with his sword. There's a patient that needs tending too, and I think you and your crew can't handle the case. Hancock's face hardened, no longer relaxed, even though she wasn't relaxed in the first place. At least on the outside. Hancock put on a poker face that made lesser men swoon. I have no idea what you're implying. Trafalgar paused for a split second but still had a growing smirk on his face. He placed his sword over his shoulder and spoke. Straw Hat Luffy. I saw you take him, and he was severely injured from what I saw. If he wasn't dead already. Hancock frowned, considering the man in front of him. Hancock decided to go from a different angle. And why does that concern you? Trafalgar shrugged, the picture of relaxed. I'm a doctor. Shouldn't I take care of the injured? Hancock stared at the man for a moment, seeing three beings hiding in the doorway of the submarine, watching the proceeding with apprehension. Trafalgar didn't flinch from her gaze, and she had to raise him a few bars in her head, nowhere near Luffy but higher than most men she met. Get Luffy. Said that to her subjects that were watching her with concern. They scrambled to get to Luffy from the medical ward. They came out a minute later, Luffy on a stretcher. Hancock broke the staring contents and held Luffy in a bridal carry, careful in her handling of his body. She jumped off the boat and onto the other vessel. She fell gently, and her heels made a soft click when they hit the wood. The three watchers came scrambling out, a stretcher in hand. Hancock huffed. At least they weren't completely incompetent. Trafalgar shouted orders, his crewmates rushing Luffy inside the submarine. When Trafalgar went to go back into his ship, Hancock grabbed his shoulder. Hard. If you do anything to harm him, I will make sure your last days are painful. Trafalgar brushed off her hand, not seemingly even considering her threat. I'll take it to heart. Hancock stared at the man, eyes narrowed. Before he entered the door and fully sealed it, she yelled to him. Follow my ship to Amazon Lily, it will be safe there. Trafalgar nodded just in time, the door closing when he nodded. The submarine started to sink, and she jumped back to her ship. Her crew stared at her, but one look got them back to their jobs. She walked to the back of her ship, noticing the Heart pirates were following them in the water, barely noticeable in the sea. She eyed it carefully, a war inside herself for allowing an essentially unknown have the life of her beloved in their hands. She knew logically that this was the best option because even though Trafalgar Law's reputation paints him as a devil, he was a good doctor, at least one that had a better chance of saving Luffy's life. Her irrational side was not liking the situation. But she could do nothing. She was a fighter, not a healer, and in this world, one of those jobs was significantly harder to perfect. All she can do now is wait and hope for the best. She twirled on her heels, going back to the helm. She needed to be patient. But she wasn't a patient woman. Law went to the operation room, Straw Hat already there on the table. Shachi, Penguin, and Bebo waiting off on the side for their orders. They couldn't help him in the actual surgery, so they waited for his orders. Law put on some rubber gloves and walked to the operations table. Follow Boa Hancock's ship. Don't allow them to get out of our sight. Sir, yes, sir. They all ran to the navigation room, knowing their captain didn't want them daddling. Law sensed them leave and looked at his patient. His crew hooked up the medical machines correctly, to Law's relief. He trusted his crew with his life, but there were real idiots on this crew. He heard the worryingly slow heartbeat of Straw Hat and saw the abysmally low oxygen levels. Law looked over his patient, noticing the blood-stained white clothes that made it seem the doctor was desperate when they wrapped them. Law took a scalpel and cut the badges away from the boy's body. When he got a clear view of the wound, he fought back a flinch. Law could see inside his body without his devil fruit. His ribs were pulverized and visibly burned. Law could see a rib that was clearly broken and entered a lung from the way it was embedded further in Straw Hat's chest. The edges of the wounds were at least third-degree burns, fourth at the worst. Law studied him more and shook his head in disbelief. If it wasn't for the machines showing Straw Hat Luffy was alive, he would say this would be clearly a dead body. But the body breathed and had a heartbeat. Law snapped the gloves on tighter, making sure they were not going to fall off his hands. He set his sword on the wall, knowing that tool won't help now. Law smiled, scientific curiosity brimming in his eyes. This will be interesting. Let's see if I can keep this guy alive. With a single word of room, the surgery started. The surgery of Straw Hat Luffy, and to see if he would once again join the realm of the living. Ace woke up with a gasp. His head was pounding, and his body creaked. He expected the feeling of shackles on his wrists, so when he didn't, Ace shot up. He was taking big heavy breaths, chest rising and falling quickly. The sudden movement caused a spike of pain to erupt in his head. Ace groaned and held his head in his hands, in pain. It was like a cold metal sword went through his ear and stabbed his brain. Ace has never had a migraine before, but he thinks this is what a migraine feels like. He opened his eyes to strong light, causing him to close his eyes again. He rubbed his temples, hoping for the pain to go away. Ace, you are? Ace opened his eyes a sliver, seeing Marco. He blinked, trying to get his eyes to adjust. Now that he looked around, Ace saw he was in a medical room, medical instruments scattered in the cabinets. He vaguely recognized it as one of the mini Moby's infirmaries. His head pounded again, and he closed his eyes. Marco? I feel like I have been hit by a train. What happened? Ace opened his eyes to squint at Marco, which didn't hurt as much as before. He watched Marco grow conflicted but sat on his bed. Marco looked at him with eyes that made Ace feel unsettled. Marco stayed silent for a moment, mulling over his words. What do you remember, you are? Ace was confused and squinted at Marco harder. Ace grunted and thought over his last memories. He remembered shackles and pain, a war. I'm your brother. Ace stiffened, everything coming back in full force. His hands started shaking. I have no sympathy for criminals. But I do for family. What should I do? Gramps' tear-stained face was branded in his memories. Ace started to breathe heavily, his chest rising rapidly. I made it. Luffy's accomplished grin shone in the darkness of the war. A bright light that rescued Ace from his fate. Ace. The voice cut through his head, making him grasp his head in a way that had nothing to do with his headache. His eyes shook uncontrollably, on the eve of a breakdown. Marco slowly got closer but didn't touch Ace. Marco knew not to touch Ace without permission in this state. All he could do was give him the comfort of his presence. I'm tired. I'm gonna take a nap now. The voice was weak but strong at the same time. Ace looked at Marco, desperation in his eyes. His body was shaking. His emotions warred inside him, making everything seem shifty and uncontrolled. Tell me it's not true. Marco looked away and shook his head. I think you know the answer to your question. Ace widened his eyes and looked at Marco. He was still looking away from Ace, but his hands were clenched, and his shoulders were tense. Marco still wasn't looking at him. Ace released his head, hands falling to his lap. He looked at his shaking hands, clean of any grime, but he still saw red under his fingernails. Ace saw his hands covered in blood, dripping from the substance onto the ground. The memory overlapped the present and flinched. Ace took a deep breath, clenching his hands. Ace, you are? Yeah? You're crying, you are? Ace gulped, feeling the tears go down his face. He stared down at the covers, making no gestures to wipe away his tears. His throat felt clogged, chest stuffed. His shaking was getting worse, crossing his arm over his chest, aching for any sort of comfort. His chest felt clammy, cold sweat covering his skin. His head pounded, and his body screamed. The memory of a boy in a straw hat was replaced with the image of a boy with half his chest destroyed. The image of a boy when he stops breathing. The image of a body growing further and further away, surrounded by enemies. Where is he? Ace's voice broke, but the desperation carried it to Marco. Marco looked to Ace, guilt on his face. And then said something that broke him. No one knows you are. What do you mean? Marco sighed a deeply exhausted sound that had an edge of regret. Straw Hat Luffy's body was confirmed missing by both pirates and marines. No one knows where his body is, you are. Ace broke. Ace had three main reactions to life. The first reaction is pure and unfiltered anger. He grew up angry, rage the only thing he knew. He grew up in a place where the reaction was encouraged for the sake of power. The Dayton family had morals, but they were bandits. They were violent and surly, horrible role models for a boy that had nothing else. He learned rage from Dayton when she was set off. He learned rage from the men who killed in the Gray Terminal. He learned rage from a Marine who talked with his fist and nothing else. He learned rage when he talked to drunk men in bars when he asked his questions. He learned rage from the nobles who threw everything away, even people. He learned the power rage brought when he killed his first animal. He learned rage to live. It was the only thing he knew, something he was good at. When the behavior was encouraged because it brought in more money, it changes a boy. It changed how he viewed the world and people. When nothing changed, pure anger powered the boy, and nothing would stop him. The second reaction was politeness. He learned manners to honor his brothers, finally realizing that not everything should be responded to with anger. To become someone Sabo was proud of, he had to change. He couldn't go about life with anger in his veins and rage in his head. He had to learn that not everyone was a bstrd, and not everyone deserved to die. Because Sabo and Luffy made him see the good in the world. He tempered his temper, still there but more managed, and learned to be conscientious of people and their plights. That he had no grudges against people he didn't know, only punched if they deserved to be punched by the things he learned, not based on other people's opinions. To apologize if he inconvenienced them and to fix what he did wrong. To not make problems on purpose, only when it is needed. Ace learned to be kind. Because he needed to be, because Luffy deserved nothing less. Ace had to be a better brother, for Sabo, who wasn't there anymore, because his rage only brought pain. He had to be kind because Luffy grew accustomed to Sabo's kindness, and Ace wanted to at least bring back those happy memories. And the third reaction was emptiness. It was rare for Ace to go silent. Either cracking a joke or laughing, he was never quiet. But when the first two reactions didn't happen, he went quiet. He retreated into a shell and didn't come out until he felt like it. It was rare for him to do this, only happening a few times in his life. Ace retreated into his head, everything becoming blurry and hard to focus on. Ace didn't care, though. When he gets like this, almost nothing made him care enough to care. He muted everything, his emotions, memories, and 5 senses. He muted it. Nothing was able to get through the haze of his mind. The only one able to get him out was Luffy. But he wasn't here. Everything got too much for Ace, making him retreat into his mind for anything to help this pain. He just wanted to go away. To get away from the hole in his soul his brother's death caused when he left his world. Luffy was his anchor in his life, something infallible and constant. So when Luffy was ripped away from him, Ace went drifting, unable to get himself back to safety. Luffy was always the one to get him out of his head. He somehow got Ace out. Every single time. The longest time Luffy took to get him out of this state was 3 hours, something Ace took for granted. Nothing was tethering to the world, so Ace escaped into his mind where everything was fine, and nothing could hurt him. He retreated to a world where his brothers were alive and there with him, making himself believe he wasn't the last one. That he wasn't alone. Ace never knew why Luffy hated being lonely, but now he knew. Living in a world where you had no one by your side was heartbreaking. To know his brothers weren't at his side made him want to rip out his hair and scratch, claw, anything he got his hands on. He wanted to burn. But everything was silent. His shell made everything feel so out of reach, emotions bothersome. He curled up on himself, not wanting anything. Ace existed, and that was all he could do. His brother was gone. And it was his fault. Ace knew that if he didn't turn around to fight Akainu, Luffy would be alive. He knew that if Ace didn't lose to Teach, Luffy would be alive. He knew if he wasn't caught, Luffy would be alive. It was his own mistakes that caused the death of his brother, and Luffy paid for it. He died, and Ace hated himself. If. Ace was in a never-ending spiral, and nothing got through to him. The spiral swirled and twirled, but was numbed by the emptiness, but Ace knew it was there in his twisted state. Ace had Luffy's blood on his hands, and he couldn't get it off. He was breaking down, but nothing got through the silence of his mind. And he didn't want anything to. How is he? Marco looked at Ace, who was staring blankly at his hand in a corner. He has been like that for a day now, and everyone was worried. Ever since Marco answered Ace's questions, he visibly started to retreat into himself until he didn't respond to Marco's calls anymore. Ace moved to the corner with a blanket before Ace completely blanked out, covering himself in it. He hid in the corner, the light quite not reaching the edge of his spot. He sat completely still, not moving for hours. Marco knew what was happening, he knew a dissociative episode when he saw one. Marco saw the way Ace grew overwhelmed. The way his mind shut down to save himself. Marco tried holding his hand and squeezing it, just to try to anchor Ace to find his way back. But nothing worked. Marco bared off the room from everyone that wasn't a commander, even though everyone wanted to see if Ace was okay or not. They went to war for their brother. It was obvious for them to make sure he was alright. But Marco knew more people would only make things worse in this case. Pops had concern in his eyes when he looked at his son, the only person in the room at the time. All the commanders poked their heads in, but the look Marco sent their way made it clear that they might make it worse. Marco allowed Pops because he needed to know. I tried everything you are. He won't come back. Pops nodded, bandages over his chest made ruffled in response. Marco eyes his father, but for once, wasn't on his case. Marco saw the wounds his father sustained in the war and thought this was the best case, considering he was able to stand. None of his wounds were immediately fatal, but Marco knew his health would tank in the coming years. God forbid, months. He was wounded but alive, so Marco had to take it. At least he wasn't dead. He grimaced at the reminder of all the death the past day held. It had been a day since they raided Marineford, and the infirmaries were still filled. They had their dead and were going to Sphinx now to honor their fallen comrades. The Red Force was following them, having negotiated with them to witness the last honor men of the sea like them deserved. Marco looked back at Ace, who hadn't moved. His eyes were empty and didn't even seem awake. Pops then stood up and went closer to Ace. Marco looked worriedly at him but didn't stop him. Pops kneeled next to his son, who still didn't move. Pop's face grew gentle and placed his large hand on his head. He patted Ace's head softly with all the parental love he held in his huge frame. "Come back to us, son." Marco turned away, tears in his eyes. "Come back." Ace felt something new after who knew how long. He felt warm. The thoughts were still there and chipping away at Ace until he was an empty husk, but they weren't as consuming as before. Ace was slowly pulled away from his head, reaching out to the sensation of comfort he sensed. It felt familiar, something he loved. It was like basking in the sun after a cold day. And then Ace moved. For the first time, he started to come back to himself, finding something to anchor himself. The blankness of his mind threatened to pull him back, tugging at his core, but he brushed it off, following the feeling. He was so broken down about his darker emotions, that a single good one reached him. One of the first things he thought about was how familiar the feeling was. It felt like Luffy. After an hour or so, the situation changed. Pops was by Ace's side the entire time, attempting to get through to Ace. Marco stood by, making sure everything would be fine. Marco sat on the bed, watching. It hurt not being able to help his brother, who was suffering. It goes against his nature, and he had to fight himself to stop rushing to Ace. He wouldn't want to be smothered, especially not the way Marco normally would. Marco saw the twitch before Pops did. Marco sat up straighter when he saw one of his fingers twitch. He observed Ace, seeing slightly more life than he had a few minutes ago. "I think he's coming to you." Pops nodded, still not moving from his position. They noticed the changes. His legs moved slightly, his eyes blinking. His limbs started twitching, not erratically, but the kind you see when someone is walking up from a nap. His eyes started to gain more light, and his arms wrapped around himself. "Luffy." Marco's face fell and bit his lip because of the lump in his throat. Pops only started to comfort Ace more, attempting to fully draw him out. Marco knew he succeeded when Ace blinked rapidly and slowly looked at Pops. His eyes registered who was in front of him, and then his face fell. Ace put his head on his knees, blanket over him completely, Marco only seeing his black hair when he pulled it around himself. He heard a choked-out sound, but audible all the same. "Thanks, Pops." Pops patted Ace's shoulder with care. Ace couldn't see his face, but Marco could. Pops only showed parental love and care for Ace. Marco shook his head but didn't speak. "Anytime, son." A wall in Baltigo broke. More accurately, it was punched and destroyed in the process. The cause was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. He breathed heavily, rage pouring off the man. His subordinates respected him, but even they didn't want to be near him at the moment. Dragon gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, grief threatening to overwhelm him. It was expected because he found out his son had been killed. Dragon didn't know if it was a blessing or not to find out by newspaper instead of the live broadcast. He knew the entire broadcast was recorded, but he didn't want to see his son die on screen. He was on a mission the majority of the time. The Marine vs. Whitebeard war transpired, knowing that the world government wasn't paying attention to other things, such as countries that had revolutions that needed their protection. Dragon knew the power of the world government was hyper-focused on the war, so he planned several operations during the timeframe, knowing it was the best time to strike. He did so with cold-hearted determination. The army made an impact that day. But when he came back, he received the news. His son, Luffy, appeared in the war, trying to and succeeding with the rescue of his brother, Portgas Dezace. Dragon had confirmed the report, easily confirmed by the live broadcast, that Luffy did rescue his brother, but died in the retreat. He was killed by Akainu. The cause of death was a magma fist to the chest. Supposedly, because no one can find his body. Dragon is the first one to disbelieve that statement. One just can't lose a high-profile rookie pirate dead body. But Dragon was more enraged that his son was killed. Dragon loves his son, something only he and Garp knew. His father knew Dragon wouldn't have given Luffy to him if Dragon had any other option. He didn't want Luffy to grow up in a war zone, where he could ask where his father was, and his subordinates had to break the news he wasn't coming back. Dragon knew the kind of life awaited him when he chose this path, but he didn't want to choose his son's path because of who his father was. People might call Dragon selfish, but that was what he was. Selfish. He wanted his son to not be like him, a paranoid and calculating man who could barely trust his people. Dragon promised himself that he would only look at Luffy from a distance, Luffy not needing a man who essentially abandoned him. He regretted that promise because his son was dead. Dead and gone, taken too soon, not having achieved his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Dragon had only seen his son a few times in his life, but he would always remember the sight of seeing his son all grown up, ready for an adventure in Logtown. Dragon was so proud of the man he became. He knew that Luffy could do anything he set his mind on, and Dragon took comfort in that. Luffy was a monkey, and the monkeys were stubborn. The family had a streak of determination that would make lesser men weep. Luffy would have become a force of nature, if not for his end a day ago. Dragon sat heavily in his chair and put his head in his hands. He looked down at the newspaper, seeing Fire Fist Ace cradling Luffy's body. He was distressed, panic on his face. He could see Luffy with a smile on his face, looking up at his brother. His chest was covered in blood, the newspaper having the foresight to blur out most of the wound. Dragon could imagine what kind of sight that would be. He wished he couldn't. Dragon had seen some of Akainu's victims, most of them burned and boiled in their bodies, too damaged to find the identity of the victim. Some were punched through and found with a noticeable hole in the body. Then some wounds showed Akainu using his magma fist to punch the offender of his ire. Killing them for the myriad of reasons one may have gotten hit by a magma fist. Burns, breaking of bones, damaged organs, etc. Dragon knew this happened to his son from the photo, knowing only the last option fit the bill. Dragon pinched his nose, trying to control his anger because all he would achieve was harming his subordinates. There was silence in the war room, all of the revolutionaries seeing the report of Monkey D. Luffy's passing and the information that he was Dragon's son. They would ask if that was true if they hadn't just seen him lose control, something no one had seen before. What's going on? Dragon spotted Sabo out of the corner of his eye, looking concerned at Dragon. Dragon didn't want to speak, just silently holding out the newspaper for Sabo to see, never once looking at him fully. He heard Sabo open the paper, reading the article. When Dragon didn't hear the movement of paper, he looked at Sabo. He noticed he was starting to sweat, and his eyes slightly panicked. Sabo? Koala came up to Sabo, concern on her face for her partner. Dragon watched his protege become even more panicked. Dragon got up, not knowing what was happening, which irritated him slightly. Sabo started wobbling, legs not seeming to support him. Dragon caught him in his arms, reminiscent of the way he saved the boy. Sabo held onto the newspaper in a vice grip, something that was saying something with Sabo. He was breathing heavily, on the verge of hyperventilating. FFY. Tears started to appear in his eyes, and cried out, holding his head like he was in pain. He writhed and kicked out, body jerking uncontrollably. Dragon didn't hold him down, knowing that would only make Sabo more likely to get hurt. Dragon didn't know what to do. Sabo? Law was FING tired. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead, careful not to get blood on his skin. His hands were covered in blood, not surprising considering the operation he had just done. Law realized fast that if he didn't want blood on his good clothes, he would need to change into the actual doctor clothes Law rarely puts on. The surgery was long, drawn out, difficult, and mind-meddling stressful. Law doesn't think he has ever had a case this difficult since his trainee days, and only because he just started and had no idea what he was supposed to do. This made all the operations he ever did easy in comparison. Straw Hat Luffy died 10 times on the table. His heart gave out that many times, making Law try to reactivate his heart every time by manually beating it with his hand. That was easy with his devil fruit, but if it was another doctor, Straw Hat would have permanently gone to the realm of the dead. Not even mention all the other issues Law had to fix in this lengthy operation. One such issue was not even Straw Hat's injuries. His sub shook and even rolled a few times during the time he was working. He was used to such events, but not in a FING surgery. Luckily Law had the foresight to strap his patient down, but he still wasn't happy about it. That event caused one of the times his heart gave out. He yelled to his crew to watch it, getting a few confirmations and a sorry from Bebo, even though Law knew that wasn't Bebo's fault. Law went back to his surgery, fixing said issues. There was a lot of a pierced lung. A collapsed lung. All of Straw Hat's ribs were either broken, pulverized, saying it nicely, or cracked. One of those broken ribs was the culprit of the pierced lung. 3rd and 4th degree burns he saw on his organs. The edges of his wounds were 3rd degree, and if Law was a betting man, he would bet all his money that if Straw Hat still had the majority of the skin on his chest, they would have been 4th degree burns. He hasn't practiced much on burns, especially not 4th degree was classified that way because they went to the bone. A ruptured stomach, an almost destroyed diaphragm, an incinerated kidney, the other kidney half burned. His spleen was almost unrecognizable. The pancreas did not receive much damage, but enough for him to consider it a threat to the younger pirate's life if left untreated. His esophagus was punctured and damaged. Law wasn't even going to go into the odds of brain damage. Straw Hat was without proper air support for a good while. He knew that would cause him trouble soon enough. Then his heart also received damage. Law made his priority to treat. Everything else was serious, but if his heart was faulty and didn't hold up, Straw Hat Luffy wouldn't live through the surgery. Law saw all the issues the minute he scanned his patient with his devil fruit. He knew then if he didn't know it before, this would take a while. After he treated Straw Hat's heart, the one thing he didn't want to mess with, Law opened his chest door with his devil fruit. He took out multiple organs that matched Straw Hat's body type. Some of his organs were too damaged to repair, so he did the next best option, a transplant. His devil fruit made this easy, cutting out his opponent's organs and keeping them for future surgeries. He didn't take organs willy-nilly, only from sons of beaches that deserved to die, but kept them alive somewhere, missing their organs and not knowing they were going to be used for someone else. Of course, they will probably know what he did with their organs when they drop dead from missing organs. Law held no guilt for his actions, using his skills to transplant multiple organs into the fellow pirate's body. There was a reason he was called the Surgeon of Death. This was one of the reasons why the name came to be. Also, the source of some nasty rumors about him that are completely true. Law finished the transplant, making sure the new organs didn't reject their new host. Once he was sure he could spot any problems missed for a later time, he focused on the skin that needed to be stitched together. Making sure Straw Hat didn't look like a living autonomy mannequin. Law discovered a neat technique when he looked at Straw Hat's skin. He knew it stretched when he saw Straw Hat in action at Sabo, but he wouldn't think how his devil fruit would help here. Law stretched his skin, the skin that is burned at the moment, something he needs to fix once he stitches up his chest, and then stitched together the skin so that it looked like he had an X on his chest. Law didn't even need to bring out the skin he took from a human trafficker. His stretchy skin helps him again. Something Law took immense pleasure in, just because it made his job easier. Law treated his burn wounds and stitched up the cuts on his body. Put more blood bags into the fore. Makes sure to look over his patient to see any complications, seeing none that would kill him, only seeing minor ones he expected after everything. Things he couldn't fix, something that would take months of recovery. Law took off his gloves and bloodied clothes, washed his hands and face, and then dressed in his normal attire. His eyes felt heavy, and exhaustion plagued his sight. He was wobbly, not sure it was the sleep deprivation or the movement of the sub, but didn't care. He opened the room to the navigation room, his crew looking back at him. He leaned on the door frame with his sword on his shoulder. Only wake me when we're about to die, or if any of Straw Hat's sensors go off. He walked back to his cabin, ignoring anything his crew said. He was too tired to care. Law collapsed onto his bed, sighing in relief to feel the soft material. He went to sleep instantly. That is what happens when you do a surgery that lasts longer than 30 hours. Hancock was in her cabin, resting, when there was a knock on her door, waking her from her distressed sleep. Her rest was not restful, the opposite actually, but she made do. Hancock slipped on her slippers and pulled her nightgown tighter around herself. She opened the door, not happy her slumber was interrupted. One of her subjects bowed to her and informed Hancock. The submarine has breached the surface of the sea, some of the crew members signally for us to talk. Hancock grew serious, gesturing to her subordinate. Show me. Yes, my queen. Hancock walked briskly to the back of the ship, seeing the sub just as her crewmate said. The deck was still wet, and Hancock saw the crewmates of Trafalgar Law waving to get their attention. Hancock stepped up, knowing she was noticed when they all blushed. She raised an eyebrow, not in the mood to ignore the looks. I don't think you woke me up for an insignificant reason. We didn't. Hancock's eyes followed the sound, it coming from Trafalgar leaning on the open doorway, yawning. He had black bags under his eyes, and his hair was visibly ruffled underneath his hat. The pirate seemed tired. He walked up to his railing and stood in front of her. Hancock's eyes twitched, feelings of anger welling up. She smiled, but the three men flinched. She was radiating bloodlust. Trafalgar yawned again. Then speak. Trafalgar eyed her but sighed. Hancock felt fear in her soul, but she pushed it down. He then said the two words she had been desperate to hear for the past 2 days, something that caused pure relief to appear in her chest. He'll live. Do you not know? Know what? Zoro glared at the greatest swordsman in the world, swirling a cup of red wine. He stared into it for a moment, Zoro not daring to turn away. Zoro knew the man could kill him in a second, but that wouldn't stop Zoro if Dracula Mihawk made any threatening movements. Mihawk set down the glass and looked at Zoro, face set in stone. Zoro scowled at the expression, something was off about it. He narrowed his eyes at the man. Straw Hat Luffy is dead. Zoro's world collapsed. It's not even a miracle Straw Hat you survived, it's a goddamned impossibility I never thought I would witness. That was what Trafalgar said when Hancock asked how Luffy was. She asked about his condition, and he told her, seeing that she held all the power for him at the moment and saw no reason not to. Hancock felt true horror at the list of injuries her beloved had, too long for her to be comfortable. If I saw even a fraction of these injuries on another person, I would think they were dead already. The two were sitting and talking next to Luffy, the whirring of machines in the background. The slightly erratic heartbeat soothed Hancock, giving her comfort hearing he was alive and getting better. Hopefully. Because he was bandaged head to toe, and multiple medical apparatuses hooked up to him. Luffy had an oxygen mask over his face, and from the red lights flashing from the machine, he was still not close to being healthy again. Hancock held his medical chart, seeing everything that her chosen bore. There was one thing she thought after looking over, calmed down by the sight he was still alive. He fought. Trafalgar looked at some readings on the machines but nodded all the same. He looked over at her over his shoulder. If he didn't want to live, he wouldn't be here. I have never seen a patient fight this hard to stay alive. Hancock mulled that over in her head and then agreed with the sentiment. Luffy was one of the most determined people she had ever met, it would be unsurprising for him to fight this much. Luffy would fight to his last breath, and thankfully that day wasn't today. The way he breathed in defiance of his injuries testified to that. Hancock kept her legs crossed and leaned back into the cheap chair the Heart Pirates brought for her. She took it gracefully, not full of herself to think they had any better. Of course, she would have demanded as such if they did. The curious thing is how he was alive without any medical attention. During the time in between Straw Hat Ya getting injured and coming into my care, I would take an educated guess that his heart stopped at least once. Hancock looked at Luffy. His heart didn't stop in my care, but I can't say anything before that. Trafalgar nodded, fixing up some badges on Luffy's arms. He used his devil fruit and a scalpel to make the procedure without pain. Hancock watched him curiously, no longer on edge around the man when he used his power. It was a useful ability, and fascinating to watch the man use it with expertise. Not many had that much control over their devil fruit, so it showed Trafalgar's thoughts on training himself. I would guess his heart gave out soon after he was hit by Akainu. It must have restarted soon after, only strong enough to keep Straw Hat Ya alive. Hancock put a hand on her face, thinking it over. It was the best theory they had, so she would take it. Another curious thing is the rhythm of his heart. Every time his heart restarted, it had an odd pattern to it. It was always the same heartbeat, so something is odd with Straw Hat Ya's heart. Hancock gained curiosity but shook her head. That wasn't that important to her, maybe to the doctor but not to her. She didn't have the knowledge to make that fact important, but she did know it was different. Or it could just be a coincidence. She didn't have that much hope for the latter. Nevertheless, Hancock was only happy Luffy was alive. Anything else was secondary. They stopped talking, the room gaining comfortable silence. The beeps and lights of the machines filled the room. Hancock leaned on her hand, coming a bit closer to the boy. Hancock put a hand on his shoulder, only a passing touch, too afraid to mess with one of his many wounds. Luffy's face was pale as death, skin clammy. Blood was still on his face, too troublesome to remove without a more thorough measure that would require him to have fewer bandages on his face. The blood was below his nose and some below his lips, where he coughed up the red liquid. Maybe there was still leftover blood on his arms and legs, but it would be more likely Trafalgar cleaned those areas to treat his wounds. His hair wasn't matted, but some hair strands were stuck together by blood. Hancock will need to fix that. She'll clean his hair later. Same with his treasured straw hat. It was covered in Luffy's dried blood. Hancock hurt knowing she couldn't do anything to help Luffy, but she did what she could, trying to be useful for her own sake. She hated feeling powerless, so helping Luffy even a little would alleviate the feeling. How long until we get to your island? Hancock hummed, crossing her arms and leaning back into her chair. A day at the latest. That's good. I don't want a high-risk patient in a chaotic situation. Hancock agreed. She felt the effects of the weather of the Grand Line in this tiny vessel, knowing it was sturdy, but not great for Luffy, who needed healing. He did not need the risk of getting thrown into a wall when the current changes. Hancock knew that her shores were calm, that was a given the location of Amazon Lily in the calm belt. A perfect place for a sub that needs calm waters. A frantic beeping made Hancock look up rapidly, too deep into her thoughts to notice Luffy's changes. Trafalgar cursed and grabbed a needle at his side. He put it into an IV line, Hancock seeing the liquid enter Luffy's body through the transparent tubes. Luffy then began to breathe easier, beeping and going back to normal. Hancock looked sharply at the other pirate. What was that? Hancock tried not to bring in her aggravation from her chest, but she didn't succeed by the slight glare from the man. His lungs trying to fail. I suggest going faster. We don't have a good baseline to get him completely in the clear. I'll tell my crew. Zoro ran through the castle. He needed to leave. He needed to find out for himself that it was true. That Luffy, his captain, was dead. Luffy, the person who didn't laugh at his dream. The person he swore with his life to protect. I am going to be the world's greatest swordsman. If you get in the way of that, I will cut you down myself. Ha 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 ha. I expect nothing less for the Pirate King's crew. Zoro couldn't believe his friend was dead. Luffy, the person who always stood back up, the person Zoro followed with no thoughts of regret. Zoro knew Luffy was a human, but he never thought Luffy would die before him. He always seemed larger than life. Zoro was willing, and had, to sacrifice himself for his captain. Zoro didn't want to believe he died because Zoro wasn't there. He wasn't by his captain's side while he fought through a war. He couldn't protect his back because he was not there. Luffy was alone, with no crew by his side while he fought for his life. There was a gap in his chest when Zoro thought about it. The man Zoro and his crewmates swore to follow, killed when they couldn't even do their jobs. To protect him. Zoro punched a tree, not knowing how he got outside. Zoro had blood on his knuckles, but he didn't care. He failed. He failed, and Zoro didn't know what to do. Nami read the newspaper, allowing it to fall to the ground. The picture seared into her eyes, the picture of Ace and Luffy, both of them bloody, but only one of them awake. The sight of Luffy on the ground and injured enough to be in Ace's arms caused tears to appear in her eyes. She read through the article, tears dropping onto the paper. She pulled the newspaper in front of her face, blocking the grief-stricken face from the old men of Weatherpia. The person who saved her village, saved her, shouldn't be on the ground bleeding out. He couldn't be dead. The idiotic boy she knew would do anything for his friends, didn't deserve this. Her captain couldn't be dead. Usopp froze and then immediately burst into tears. He grabbed the newspaper out of the beetle guy's hands. His hands shook, and he cried. Luffy was gone. His friend was gone. Sanji looked at the newspaper. He bit his lip, and his tears ruined his makeup, something he didn't have the mind to care about. Luffy, one of the only few people he truly cared about, was dead. Someone who deserved the best in life. The second person to ever look at Sanji and think he was someone to be saved. The boy that made Sanji forget his past and look forward to the future at his side. And he was dead. Chopper saw the newspaper, and tears gathered in his eyes. His friend was injured severely, and Chopper wasn't there to treat him. He probably couldn't have done anything, but that didn't matter because Chopper didn't have the option. He was on an island and not with the man who treated him like an equal, and not a monster. Cared for him like family and didn't hate him. Chopper wasn't there, so he cried. Vivi was informed, causing her to not leave her room for days, absolutely inconsolable that her former captain was killed. Robin read the newspaper with shackles on her wrists and chains around her heart. Robin didn't cry often, but when she did, she sobbed. The news of her captain's death hit her hard. The man who risked everything for her was killed doing the same thing he did for her. But this time he didn't have the same condition. Luffy left Enies Lobby alive, he left Marineford dead. Robin, no one is meant to live alone. You will find comrades that will be by your side. You'll find them one day. Robin did, she found them, but now the person who meant the most to her was dead, killed like Saul was all those years ago. Robin was powerless once again, and it hurt. It hurt that she once again could do nothing for the people she cared about. Frankie didn't know what he should do. When the news came in, he froze. Frankie's mind went blank. He didn't know what to do. Brook had tears drip from his eye sockets, not even having the mind to joke about it. His captain, the boy he respected, and the one who saved him, was killed. And all he could think about was that he once again failed another captain, allowing them to die on his watch. Why must I go through this again just when I became happy again? Why did my captain have to die? Jinbei failed his friend. Hey, Jinbei. Look after Luffy for me, okay? I don't protect ones I don't respect, Ace. I know, but look out for him. He'll surprise you. And then Straw Hat Luffy did. Jinbei slowly grew more impressed with the rookie the more time he was with him. The boundless determination to save Ace and how he fought with nothing held back. Jinbei gained respect for Luffy, not even thinking about how Ace spoke about him, only respecting him for his actions. Then they got to Marineford, and Jinbei looked after Luffy's back. But not close enough to change his fate when Akainu set sight on the brothers. Jinbei never felt more useless than hearing Ace talk to Luffy, and plead for his dying brother to live. Jinbei wanted Luffy to live too because Luffy grew on him, and Jinbei thought of Luffy as a friend. And when he died, Jinbei knew nothing would be the same. Yamato read the paper and cried. He cried for the brother Ace loved, who had the same dream as Roger. He cried for the loss Ace must be feeling and the crushed hope to one day speak to him. Because Luffy was dead, and could never reach the end of the Grand Line, to Laugh Tale. Dayton felt crushing regret when she read one of her boys was dead. Luffy was the youngest, the most innocent. The one she saw grow up with her 2 eyes. Luffy was like a son to her, something she would never say, but he was. The boy may not be hers, but he was hers. He died in Ace's arms, and Dayton sobbed. The world mourned the loss of the pirate. But was he truly gone? Law was on the beach of Amazon Lily in a beach chair. He was relaxing for a moment before he had to go back to his sub. He loved the polar tang, but even he needed fresh air every once in a while. The sectioned off area for the crew was fine, Hancock not being able to give them more because of the island's rules, but Law didn't care. As long as they didn't bother him and his crew, he didn't care about what size of the area they had. Shachi and Penguin were devastated about not meeting the mythical woman of Amazon Lily, Law not caring. It was surprising that Boa Hancock allowed them to anchor onto the island, Law knowing the reputation the warlord maintains. He knew the views she had on men, so Law took what was given and didn't complain. He had no doubts that she would try to snap his spine if he did anything. If she succeeded or not, it would be a tough fight. Law didn't want to take those odds. The only reason they were even allowed on the island was that they looked after Straw Hat and the best doctor Boa Hancock had at the moment. The best her doctors could do was wrap wounds, and minor surgeries, nowhere near the amount of expertise Straw Hat needed to stay alive. Speaking of Straw Hat, he was in a coma, which was not surprising. Law would be more surprised if he wasn't. The organs Law transplanted should be fine, but he wanted to keep an eye on his patient if everything goes to shit. So Straw Hat in a coma was the best option at the moment. Coma meant healing, and healing meant not dead. Well, the papers were saying the opposite. It was not surprising that everyone thought Straw Hat was dead, considering everything. It was concerning how fast it got out, though. Whatever, not his problem. Captain? He turned to Shachi, who was pointing at the sea with a shaky hand. That's not normal, is it? Law turned to the sea and saw a floating sea king on the surface of the water, blood staining the water red. He stood up, grabbing his sword. Something was coming towards them, and fast. That something walked up on the shore, wringing a shirt, water dripping from the cloth. Law observed the long silver hair, white goatee, the scar across his right eye, and the sword on his waist. Silver's Fing Rayleigh, the Dark King and the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Law's face grew dark, clutching at his sword. He knew if the old man wanted a fight, Law would be finished. Law watched the elder with hawk eyes, so when the man turned to him with a raised eyebrow, Law noticed. Now that's a familiar face. You're that surgeon of death fellow from Sabaody. Good to see you escaped the archipelago. Law nodded, mulling over his words, and you're Silver's Rayleigh. I and my crew only escaped because you stalled Kizaru. The Dark King chuckled good-naturally. I think you would have weaseled your way out on your own. You seem to have a good head on your shoulders. Law shrugged, not saying anything. Law knew he could have escaped without Rayleigh's interference, but it would have been harder, and some of his crew might not have survived the fight. Law didn't want to think about that possibility. Law looked at the retired pirate, seeing he was looking around curiously. Where's that young lady? That brat better be around. Law raised an eyebrow, not thinking about how nervous he was talking to a living legend. Are you talking about Boya? Rayleigh snapped his fingers and nodded. That's the one. I knew her when she was a child, and I know the elder of this island. I want to speak with them. Law shrugged again. I don't have that kind of say, and she should be here soon. Okay then. Rayleigh plopped down on a chair Shachi was using a minute ago, him now hiding behind a tree with Penguin and Bebo. They were visibly scared of the man. Rayleigh knew they were there but only smiled at their reactions. Law rubbed his face and sat back on his chair. He stood when he saw the Sea King. Rayleigh opened his flask and drank from the metal container. He sighed happily at the alcohol. Law created a room, Rayleigh only looking at him with curiosity at his action. Shambles. A bottle of alcohol appeared in front of Rayleigh, replacing a rock by Rayleigh's feet. He leaned down and grabbed it, rubbing his beard, appraising the liquor. Good brand. Isn't this brandy from the North Blue? Law leaned back and affirmed the other pirate. Law didn't feel much danger from the man. If he wanted to kill them, they would be dead. It is. I keep a stock filled for situations like this. Thanks for the drink. Rayleigh popped open the bottle with his thumb and drank it from the bottle. He stopped after a few gulps, wiping his mouth. That's good stuff. Strong too. Law stayed silent, silently confirming the information. His crew watched the interaction, slowly coming to the same realization as Law did. They had stars in their eyes, looking at the legendary pirate in awe. Law ignored them. What are you doing here? After an hour or so, Boa stood up, looking slightly angry at the relaxing old pirate. He raised the bottle in response. Drinking. Boa's eyebrows twitched, and Law sipped his drink. He was not getting involved. That was one way to die early. You're not the type of man to show up without reason, Rayleigh. Law looked at Hancock and then to her side, seeing an old short lady with a snake cane. She was gazing at Rayleigh with knowing eyes, obviously knowing who he was. Rayleigh smiled, eyes crinkling. Nyan. It's been so long. Nyan, the elder, sighed. It's good to see you too, Rayleigh, but please answer my question. Rayleigh hummed around the bottle. He drank a gulp and then put the bottle on the side table. He stood up and fully turned to the woman. He looked at Boa. I came here for one reason, but that changed to another when I saw the news coup. Girlie, you're a warlord and they're at Marineford. So I ask, is Monkey D. Luffy dead? The air got tense, crackling with energy. Law put down his glass calmly, interested in how this played out. Rayleigh wasn't glaring at the woman, but he certainly wasn't in a pleasant mood. Hancock scowled, her staying silent, and the crackling got worse. The stare-off ended when the elder hit Boa in the leg with her cane. Nyan glared at Boa, Boa rubbing her leg in pain. I thought I taught you better than this. Nyan closed her eyes and sighed. She looked back up at Boa, who met her eyes with a slight reluctance. You can trust him. Boa didn't seem happy about that. Fine. She glared at Rayleigh, then shook her head, expression changing into one of expectance. She turned to Law, who raised an eyebrow. Do you allow more people onto your ship? Law stood up, knowing what was happening. He stretched and turned around, gesturing for the old pirate to follow him. He did. He opened the sealed door and walked in, hearing the 3 footsteps behind him. He went into his operation room, which doubled as a medical room. Straw Hat was there, bandaged and beat to hell. He gestured to Rayleigh, showing him the pirate. One Straw Hat Luffy, alive. I would say well, but he could be better. Rayleigh stayed silent, only walking closer to the boy. He kneeled at Straw Hat's bedside, looking at the damage that occurred. How is he? Rayleigh broke the silence, and Law answered, going into doctor mode. Law walked up to Rayleigh's side, going over everything he would do in a couple of minutes if Rayleigh did not appear. Alive. Rayleigh chuckled, but it sounded weak for some reason. Law looked down at Rayleigh, seeing the concern and sad smile on his face. His eyes spoke of the fear he must have felt when he read the newspapers. I guess that's all I can ask for. Rayleigh stood up and brushed off his knees. He was thinking of something, Law could feel it. And he was correct by Rayleigh's next sentence. Can you wake him up? Law would have gaped at the man if he had less control over his emotions. Law rubbed his head instead. He creased his eyebrows and closed his eyes. I can write a 20-page paper on how bad of an idea that is. Rayleigh seemed serious, staying silent while Law warred himself. Law groaned and then looked at Rayleigh. I can, but only for 5 minutes at most, none at worst. I don't want to because that may extend his recovery PRD. Rayleigh nodded, and Law sensed the curiosity from Boa and the conflict in Nyan. Why? Law asked, staring at the pirate. Why do you want to wake him? Rayleigh looked back at Law and smiled sadly. Everyone thinks he's dead. I am pretty sure the only people in the world that knows the kid is alive are within 100 feet of us. But think of his crew. They must think their captain was dead when they weren't there. What would your crew think if that happened to you? Law frowned, seeing what he was saying but not what his point was. If his crew thought he was dead, unquestionably dead, they would be destroyed. He knew Bebo would be inconsolable. Law looked down at the pirate in front of him, thinking of the crew he saw at the auction house in Grove. They were all loyal and didn't question his decision while Straw Hat punched a celestial dragon, only backing him up afterward. That trust didn't come from nothing, and he could only think of a small measure of the grief they must feel thinking their captain was dead. And? Rayleigh sighed and looked at the young man again. I need his opinion on something, and I can't go about it without his go-ahead. I'm not that selfish. Law rubbed his upper nose again, a headache forming. He knew he was going to regret this. Wait a day or so, then I can go about it if I think it is not something that would risk his life. I expect nothing less. Law turned around and went back outside. He gritted his teeth and felt like banging his head on a tree. He was a doctor, for FS sake. Why was he doing this? He was going against every training he got in his 24 years of life. Everything in his body screamed at him not to do it. Law asked himself if the reason was worth it if they risked a life in the process. The logic and emotional side of his brain were having a war, something that didn't happen often. Law thought of himself as a logical man, so he didn't decide important decisions with emotions. Emotions caused foolhardy mistakes that got people killed. Law may be a pirate, but he doesn't want death if it wasn't helpful for him. He didn't get anything out of Straw Hat waking up before he was supposed to. It was an illogical decision, but it tugged at Law's cold dead heart. Law groaned, mind already made up. He hated empathy sometimes. Up and at M. We're going on an adventure, you are. Marco knocked on Ace's door and when he didn't answer, kicked open the door. He got to Ace's bed and grabbed the blanket, and pulled. Ace fought to keep the blanket, but it was a losing battle. Marco pulled with strength, and the blanket escaped Ace's grip. Ace glared at Marco. Said man was putting the blanket on the desk in Ace's cabin, out of the reach of the 20-year-old. Marco raised an eyebrow at the younger pirate, silently observing Ace. He was pale and had dark bags under his eyes. Marco knew he hasn't been eating much and was saying a lot when he ate the most on the ship. Ace didn't come out of his room, and if he did, it was only to go to the communal bathrooms for a couple of minutes every day. He was shutting himself off, and there was no way Marco, or anyone on this ship, would let him do that to himself. Ace hissed at Marco, visibly tensing at his entrance. Marco smirked. What are you doing? I told you. An adventure you are. Ace's face told him exactly what he felt about that, not wanting to leave the comfort of his room. Something that made Marco frown inside. Ace was an adventurous person who never missed his chance to see new places. Ace not leaving his cabin told everything Marco needed to know. Ace frowned at Marco, not even attempting to leave his bed. Marco knew if Ace had the chance, he would fall asleep again. Nope, not happening. Marco reached over and physically dragged Ace out of his room. This was not his standard intervention method, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Ace twisted his arm, trying to get out of Marco's grip. He failed. He was screeching curse words, gaining the attention of all that passed them. Marco dragged Ace to the deck, the boy trying to fight him at every chance. He dug in his heels and grabbed doors with his free hand. Marco was undeterred. They passed Pops, who only looked at Marco and nodded his permission. Marco nodded back, Ace only seeing the interaction, and his face fell, knowing Pops was in on this. Marco transformed and grabbed Ace by his talons, carrying him into the sky. Ace screeched some more, the mini-Moby growing smaller the further they got from the ship. Marco saw his destination, a small summer island deserted because of the environment. Marco dropped Ace when they got low to the ground, him scrabbling for footing in the sand. Marco sat down gently, blue flames disappearing. Ace twisted to him, face set in a scowl. Oi, what the hell, Marco? Marco watched Ace for a second, seeing his set-off expression. That's the most emotion I have seen from you in days, you are. Ace flinched. Ace bit his lip and avoided Marco's eyes. Yeah, and? Marco sighed, coming closer to Ace. Marco looked at his brother, a brother that was struggling, and he would be dead if he didn't do anything. They stayed silent for a moment, Ace waiting for Marco to answer his question. Ace, do you think that this was the first war we participated in, you are? Ace was confused but slowly shook his head. Marco sat on the sand, not caring for the sand that would get on his clothes. Ace took a second but joined him after a few moments. Marco looked at him out of the corner of his eye. It was a few decades ago, soon after Odin left the crew. We were off kilter for a while, like one does when a crewmate leaves you are. We took our eyes off our enemies for a second, and they struck. An alliance of pirates that had grudges against our crew appeared, attacking the territories we had at the time. When we got the distress signals, we went into action. But unlike today, we weren't as big back then. Lots of good men died then, my friends. We won the war, but both sides still mourned. That's the secret of war civilians don't know. No one wins in the end, you are. Marok paused, getting his breath back. But Ace, what I mean is, we know the cost of war. We didn't come into Marineford thinking we all would sail back home. I know you blame yourself for everything, but that's not true. We only blame the Marines, you are. Ace's eyes shook, but Marco knew he didn't get through to him. He still had the guilt in his eyes. Marco ruffled Ace's black hair, Ace jerking back at the gesture. You feel like you're responsible for everything. That all the death and destruction was your fault. That Straw Hat died because he took a hit for you, you are. Ace looked down, face dark. Marco pushed his head down, shaking him out of his thoughts. Ace grunted, and then glared at him for the second time today. He pushed his fingers through his hair, putting his hair back into the normal style. Marco smiled slightly at the sight but grew serious again. No one blames you. You are our family, and we don't leave anyone behind, you are. Ace scoffed, still not believing what Marco was saying. Marco inwardly sighed, knowing that whatever he said wouldn't have made a big impact. Mental battles took longer than the actual war. War caused wounds for all participants, and if those wounds healed that fast, no one would be sad. They stayed silent for a moment, and then Marco opened his mouth again. Ace, stop bottling everything up, you are. Ace looked at him, confusion in his eyes. Marco looked right back, not allowing Ace to turn away this time. Ace, it's not healthy to bottle up your emotions like you're doing. The only thing you would accomplish is holding off the inevitable explosion. When you bottle up your emotions for lengths of time, the larger the explosion would be. Think of it like this. An ammunition stock gets more and more dynamite over time. And when there is a spark, it all goes up in smoke. You would rather have the explosion when the store is smaller when the explosion is smaller than wait for a larger one. Marco patted Ace's shoulder. Ace, you need to let go. You need to examine your emotions to get better, so stop hiding them. Do you really think we would let you hang on the rope? Ace looked back at him, conflict on his face. His hands were shaking and fisted his hair. Marco stood up, knowing he said what he wanted to say. Marco brushed off the sand and turned to the ocean. You can take as long as you want, but I will be around you. Marco transformed his arms and legs, flapping his wings. He flew up a few feet and talked again. Dinner starts at 7, and Pops wants you there. And Ace, don't forget, we care and only want the best for you. Don't you want the same? Marco flew up, not looking back at the island. He stopped flying when he got high up in the sky, not going back to the ship. Marco wasn't comfortable leaving Ace by himself, but he knew Ace hated looking weak, even though no one thinks he was. They all thought he was tough as nails and one of the strongest people on the crew. No one would think he was weak, but Marco did this because he knew Ace would be more comfortable by himself while he sorts out everything. If Ace was truly a threat to himself, Marco wouldn't have let him leave the ship. Ace needs to understand they were there for him, no matter what. Marco watched the island for a few minutes when he saw the start of Ace's emotions. The island started burning blue. Ace sat in the same spot Marco left him in. He thought over what Marco said, how it wasn't his fault for everything. How no one blamed him and that they were there for him. And Ace knew he didn't deserve it. It was all his fault, and Ace didn't know why they didn't see that. That he was the only reason why people were dead, that his family was dead. Luffy would be alive if it wasn't for him. A burning sensation started in his chest when Ace started thinking. Thinking about how the dirty blood in his veins caused so much pain, so much death from people who didn't deserve to die. Ace grabbed his head harder, curling over his chest. Ace only brought pain and destruction wherever he went, and people didn't see it was his fault. He didn't deserve a family, people who cared. He didn't deserve the family who risked everything for him. He wasn't supposed to exist, and Ace thought of how much death his birth caused. He didn't deserve love. Ace had tears in his eyes, memories, and emotions he blocked from being thought about because he knew if they breached the surface of their cage, he would crack. He didn't want to feel weak, someone worth pitying and treated like glass. Ace didn't want to cause more pain. They love you. Ace, stay with them. They make you happy. Ace felt tears flow down his face when he thought of the dying face of his brother. The brother tells him that he likes his crew and that Ace should stay with them just because they loved him. Ace didn't deserve a brother like Luffy, who seemed so stupid but understanding at the same time. Luffy was the bright spot in his life, so with his death, his world went dark. His soul was crying out in pain, clamoring for the person who loved and cared for him like no other. There used to be two lights, all those years ago. The spot Sabo left empty when he died still ached, only getting more painful with Luffy's death. His brothers were his world, and now they were gone. Ace didn't want to be the last one. Ace felt his flames for the first time in days, clawing up his arms and bursting from his chest. Ace felt his tears evaporate, but Ace didn't care. He cried for what was and what is. He clutched at his heart and cried. Ace would say emotions were no longer pushed down, but it felt like sheet. The island burned. Marco touched down on the fire-scorched island, not seeing a speck of green anywhere in his eyesight. The island was decimated, trees black, and some of the sand turned to glass in the heat. He spots Ace where he left him, on his knees and head down. Marco stood by his side, not saying anything. Did you know there were 3 of us? Ace's voice was shaking, grief hanging off his frame. Marco shook his head, waiting for Ace to continue himself. Ace gulped and looked down at the sand, visibly crying. It was me, Luffy, and our brother Sabo. We were thick as thieves, literally, and we were dumb kids doing whatever we wanted. We called ourselves the ASL Brothers, a trio who caused mischief wherever we appeared. We were a bunch of little sheets. Ace chuckled wetly at that, tears still streaming down his face. Marco stayed silent. Ace sniffed and wiped his nose with his bare arm. The thing was that Sabo was a runaway noble. Luffy and I didn't care, he was our brother, and we didn't care where he was born. We both never knew our parents. I was raised in a forest, and Luffy was raised in a village where Gramps placed us to protect Luffy and me from our parents' enemies. I didn't even know Luffy existed till I was 10, he was 7 when Gramps introduced us. Sabo was different from us. Sabo ran away from his noble house when he was 7, and met me soon after. We all didn't become brothers until 3 years later when we were both 10. Ace took a shaky breath, visibly fighting to continue because it clearly pains him by talking about it. We thought everything would be okay. That if we just stayed together then nothing could stand in our way. We were wrong. Sabo's father came looking for him a couple of months after we became brothers, looking for his firstborn son that was a disgrace but needed the disgrace to look good. That bastard took him from us. Ace breathed in angrily, pausing for longer this time. Did you get him back, Yua? Ace swallowed and shook his head. He had tears in his eyes at the memory. I said there used to be 3 of us, didn't I? Marco mumbled, sheet. Ace nodded, using his thumb to wipe away some tears from his eyes. Marco bit his lip, even though he was happy that Ace was finally opening up, he didn't want Ace to feel worse than he already did. He ran away again after 3 days. But he chose the wrong time. The reason why Sabo's bastard of a father wanted him back was that a celestial dragon was visiting and wanted to make himself look good. Sabo sailed too close to the dragon's ship and blasted him out of the water. We didn't even find a body. Ace paused, voice getting too tight to talk. He sniffled and desperately wiped his eyes. He was frantic in his motions. Marco kneeled on the sand. You don't have to speak more if you don't want to, Yua. Ace waved Marco off and took a minute to compose himself to talk again. It's not fine, but I have to. I just don't like talking about Sabo that much. Marco could tell Ace was just speaking what he held in for so long, desperate for anyone to listen. Ace stared straight into the expansive island's burnt landscape. When me and Luffy found out, we didn't take it well. Luffy cried for days, and I was so angry I think I killed a third of the island's wildlife. Then we got a letter from Sabo he sent the night before he planned to leave. He said he wanted to be free. That was when I broke. Sabo was my first friend and brother. He was there for me when I didn't think I needed it and the voice of reason me and Luffy didn't have. Ace grasped his left arm, rubbing one of the letters of his tattoo. Marco saw the motion, seeing it was the crossed out S. Everything started to make more sense. With Sabo dead, I realized Luffy deserved better. I made myself do what Sabo would have done, what he would have wanted Luffy to have. I didn't want Luffy to feel his loss as heavily as me. I wanted Luffy to not feel like he wasn't loved. I could never replace Sabo, but I wanted Luffy to not miss anything Sabo would have done if he was still alive. Marco chewed over his next words carefully. Ace, you were a child. You didn't have to take that responsibility. Ace scoffed, we had no one else. Sure, we had people who looked out after us, but we never had a home we felt safe in if it wasn't made ourselves. Luffy looked up to me as the big brother, and I promised him I would keep him safe, for Sabo's sake at least. I failed. Ace stared down at his hands, Marco knowing he was seeing something else with the way his eyes slightly glazed over. Marco bit into the side of his mouth. He tasted the blood and felt the flames of regeneration heal before the pain hit him. Ace, I only knew Luffy for an hour or so, but I didn't peg him as a man who did things without wanting to do it. Ace, whatever you're feeling right now is something people couldn't even imagine, but Ace, not everything is your weight to bear. The entire world shouldn't be on your shoulders, and we don't want you to shoulder the weight you are. Ace looked at Marco, him seeing the bloodshot eyes of his brother. Marco gave him a sad smile and patted his shoulder. And the weight you're carrying, share it with us. That's what family does, understand you are. Ace widened his eyes and then looked away. His body was trembling, and Marco stayed silent. Marco knew some of his words registered in Ace's head, but Marco could still see the disbelief in his eyes. Marco knew this was the best he could do, but it still felt inadequate. His brother was hurting, and Marco could only give him comfort. Ace was hurt, and it would take years to, not get over it, because loss never goes away, but to accept it. And maybe? That was all Marco could ask for. I still don't think this is a good idea. Law grumbled that under his breath, aggravated that he was talked into this idiotic decision. He glared at Rayleigh and Boa, both in the room with him. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. He let go of his nose and walked to Straw Hat, looking over everything, making sure nothing was out of place. Straw Hat is stable, health has gotten better over the last couple of days. He didn't look a step away from death anymore, which was good. But he still didn't want to do this. Law grabbed a syringe filled with the medicine that would temporarily wake him up. If there was a way to permanently wake someone up from a coma, people would have found it by now. This was only possible because of his devil fruit, but it was not a cure-all solution. Granted, Rayleigh only needed to talk to him for a minute or so it was acceptable. That was what Law was telling himself. Law spits out words softly but very seriously. God damn it. He put the needle in the connected 4 and pushed down on the end. Law saw the liquid flow into the connected tubes and then into Straw Hat. He watched it all go into his body and took a step back. If this worked, it would be noticeable. Boa was watching Straw Hat with unreadable eyes, and Rayleigh had a poker face. Law crossed his arms and leaned up against the metal wall. Straw Hat twitched his hands, and Law narrowed his eyes. His eyelids moved but didn't open. This went on for a few minutes until Straw Hat opened his eyes a sliver. He blinked his eyes, but Law could tell they didn't register much. Luffy. Boa went to Starwatt's side, desperation in her voice. Straw Hat squinted at her. Hancock? Boa nodded with tears in her eyes. Straw Hat blinked some more. Is Ace? Boa nodded, a sad smile on her face. You saved him. He is safe with his crew right now. Straw Hat gave a soft happy smile, face gaining more brightness to it. That's good. Straw Hat started coughing, great heaving coughs. Law got to his side, giving him some water he roomed to his hand. It had a straw, so he put it in Straw Hat's mouth. Drink. Straw Hat took a moment to get the words through his head, and then sucked the water through the straw. He took a few seconds to drink the water, and then Law went back to the wall. He didn't need to talk to the pirate, so he kept his previous silence. It's good to see you're awake, Luffy. Straw Hat's eyes moved to Rayleigh's body, who walked up to the bed. Rayleigh sat on the bed, making sure not to sit on the injured pirate. Rayleigh? What? Rayleigh gave a small smile to the boy. You gave me more white hair than I already have. But that isn't the reason I came here. He looked down at Strawwatt, who was looking at Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh sighed. There's a lot I have to talk about, but we don't have the time. I'll get to the point. Luffy, everyone thinks you're dead. The injuries you sustained were serious, and the newspaper told everyone you were killed in Marineford. Straw Hat widened his eyes, seemingly getting what Rayleigh was talking about. Ace? My crew. Rayleigh nodded sadly, patting the pirate on his arm. Exactly, I want to send out a message only your crew would understand. What do you think about a 2-year pause in your journey so this doesn't happen again? I can train you for that time. Of course, you need some of that 2 years to get back into fighting shape. Law stayed silent, mulling over Straw Hat's offer. Honestly, this deal to be trained by Silvers was one people would kill for. Law agreed with the back in fighting shape part. It would take months of physical therapy for Straw Hat to get back to what he was. It was a smart decision. 3 days. That is, what I promised my crew. I know, but those 3 days have already passed. Do you agree to this plan? Straw Hat went silent but then tried to nod. He grimaced at the movement, deciding to speak his thoughts. If it helps my crew, then yes. Rayleigh smiled, good. Now, does your crew have something that only they would know? Something I should have no way to know without a Straw Hat telling me. Straw Hat paused, thinking hard. Law could practically see the gears turning and overheating. Straw Hat stopped and then nodded, even though he didn't seem to be in pain. A black X, on the left arm, right here. He reached out his shaky arm, touched Rayleigh's arm, and did a cross gesture. Straw Hat dropped his arm, visibly in pain at the movement. My crew knows this, as something only a crew member would understand. Rayleigh nodded, understanding what Straw Hat said. He stood up and grabbed the pirate's hat. He showed it to Straw Hat. Can I borrow this? Straw Hat frowned, but then nodded. Just, don't damage it. Rayleigh smiled, something in the expression that Law didn't recognize. I won't. Straw Hat was visibly fighting off the sleep, eyes fluttering and face falling. Rayleigh patted the boy again. You can sleep. Don't worry, I will get the message to your crew. Okay. Straw Hat fell asleep, in a coma once more. Rayleigh stood up and went to the door, straw hat in hand. I can't disappoint the boy now. I'll leave in a few minutes, I have a message to send. Law watched him walk out the door and sighed. At least Straw Hat didn't react badly. Boa looked at his back and frowned, not liking Rayleigh's attitude for some reason. She looked back at Straw Hat, who was now once again in deep slumber. Straw Hat actually seemed to be more relaxed. Law looked at his patient and shook his head. Hey, what is Rayleigh doing? Ace looked up, in the mess hall after Marco forced him out of his room again. Aizu was looking at the morning paper, frowning. Ace was eating some of his food, picking through his food, and not eating much. He didn't have much of an appetite these days. Ace didn't sleep that well either, only seeing the blood and smile of his brother whenever he closed his eyes. Exhaustion plagued him every step, and nothing helped. Ace could see the nurses getting more and more concerned, which gave him the strong feeling they would drag him to go to sleep one of these days. Ace hummed, waiting for Aizu to explain. Aizu looked at Ace, looking conflicted for a second, and then read the article. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, stole a marine warship and circled Marineford 3 times, experienced Marines saying this is a funeral rite. He then stepped onto Marineford when the reconstruction of the island was underway. The pirate got past the Marines, who attempted to apprehend the living legend. The Dark King then dropped flowers into a chasm and put a hat over his heart, seemingly respecting the dead killed in the war. More information on page 4. Ace didn't know how to feel about that. Aizu then slid over the paper, and Ace grabbed it, freezing when he saw the picture. He saw the old man, who Ace recognized as his biological father's right-hand man, bowing his head in respect. But the thing that made him freeze was the hat in his hand. Luffy's straw hat. Ace held the papers in a vice grip, hands stuck in that position. The last time he saw that hat was when he was being carried out of Marineford, seeing it on his brother's dead body. The hat was still covered in blood, dried blood splattered on the straw. It was the same hat. Ace couldn't not remember how the hat looked. He saw the hat on his brother's head for the past decade. Ace would never forget what it looked like. How does he have Luffy's hat? Ace's voice was strangled but was clearly heard. Aizu shrugged, still looking conflicted. I don't know, but we can get Haruta on it. He would take it as a challenge. Ace gazed at the photo, only seeing the hat and nothing else. If Rayleigh had his hat, he might know where Luffy's body was. If he did, Ace would do anything to get him back. Ace might have failed Luffy in life, but he would not let that happen in death, as well. He would give Luffy a funeral if that was the last thing he did. The Straw Hats understood, knowing their captain was alive. They swore to get stronger, to make sure this never happened again. That they would be strong enough to be by his side no matter the stakes. Sabo opened his eyes, memories bombarding his brain. Memories he never thought he would have again played throughout his mind like a sped-up Den Mushi tape. Sabo knew what his childhood was like, he knew why he hated Noble so much. He knew the feeling of love and comfort from his brothers. He knew the joy he felt when he was with them. Sabo knew the feeling when that was torn away from him. Sabo felt the burning pain on his face while fire tried to consume him. He felt the water in his lungs and the helplessness in his chest. The gentle hands pulled him out of the water, and everything went black. Sabo then remembered why he got his memories back in the first place. The event jarred his memories into place, getting everything back to where it was supposed to be. Sabo felt tears flow from his eyes, remembering the photo of Ace crying and Luffy dead. His brothers. Ace hated crying, so when he does, it was bad. Luffy, his precious little brother, is dead. The last time he saw Luffy was being held back by hired pirates his father used to threaten his brothers, yelling for Sabo to come back. He was crying, eyes pleading for him to turn around. Luffy was the boy who smiled brightest, joy filled with every step. He was happy-go-lucky and would never hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. Sabo remembered when he and Ace rescued their brother from Porchemy, covered in blood and cuts, beat to hell. He was tortured just because he wouldn't say where their treasure was because if he did, they wouldn't like him. He was an idiot, but he was their lovable idiot. And Sabo didn't remember his brothers when they were both in danger. Ace and Luffy were in a war, something Sabo participates in every other week, and fought for their lives, for each other. Ace was threatened to be executed for the blood he carries, the thing Ace was afraid of the most, and Sabo didn't remember. Luffy came for his brother, nothing holding him back when Sabo was not paying attention to the war. Only caring the world government had eyes off the army. Sabo ignored his brother. The door cracked open, Koala poked her head through the crack. Sabo didn't realize he had his head in his hands, crying his eyes out until Koala sat on his bed. You worried everyone. You passed out 3 days ago. Sabo looked up, eyes red. His voice cracked. 3 days? Koala nodded, worry in her eyes. Sabo inwardly scoffed. Of course, she would act like this, she had no idea what happened. Sabo swallowed past the stone in his throat. I got my memories back. Koala brightened for a moment and then frowned. Did you know Straw Hat Luffy? Sabo put his head in his hand, eyes threatening to tear up again. Yeah, I did. He was my little brother. Koala's face dropped. I need to go get Dragon. Sabo nodded. He saw in the newspaper that Luffy was Dragon's son. And by the way Dragon reacted, it was true. When Sabo was a kid, he had questions about Luffy's father, Garp's son. And now that he found out, he had an idea why Garp didn't mention anything to Luffy. Koala ran out of the room, leaving Sabo with his thoughts. He clenched his fists, biting into the skin on his fist. His memories bombarded his head, making his thoughts hard to concentrate on. Every time he tried to remember his brothers, more memories popped up. Sabo remembered the time they ate that alligator when they made their treehouse. When they ran from Garp and dined and dashed from restaurants. The laughs his brothers let out when they completed a prank on the bandits. The smiles Sabo treasured. The door opened again, breaking Sabo out of the cycle he fell into. Sabo looked up, seeing Dragon come in, Koala behind him. Sabo observed Dragon, hair more array than normal and skin paler than Sabo had ever seen him. Koala told me you knew Luffy. It wasn't a question. Sabo bit his lip and nodded. It's gonna be a long story. Dragon sat on a stool by his bed, his whole attention on his right-hand man. Sabo took a deep breath, holding it in for a moment, trying to get some of his composure back. I have time. Sabo glanced at his boss, his dark eyes reminiscent of Luffy's, and it hurt for Sabo to make that connection. Sabo looked back down at his bed, white sheets covering him. He unclenched his hands and moved his mouth. It all started one day in the gray terminal. Once Sabo was finished, Dragon listened the entire time. He went silent. No one talked in the room, the silence hanging over them like a guillotine. Dragon broke the silence. So that is what happened. Yeah. Sabo mumbled that, FSTNG, the tears from his eyes, remembering everything he forgot, but emotions too high-strung to remember without all-consuming grief taking over him. Sabo sniffed, the picture he saw that shocked his memory branded into his brain. The good memories were overshadowed by the present, making the happy day Sabo got his memories back with a horrible one. I'm glad he had people by his side. Sabo looked up, seeing Dragon give a sad smile. His eyes held deep sadness, but there was some relief there also. Sabo stayed silent, knowing how rare it was for Dragon to show this many emotions at once. Dragon's nickname in the army was the Stoic Boss, only showing small emotions at all times. He was a logical person, so it was a day to be remembered when he reacted with emotion. Sabo didn't mention that thought. Dragon was a grieving father mourning his son's death. Anyone would show emotions in the same situation. Dragon glanced back to the door, hearing everyone doing their jobs. He then looked back at Sabo and deliberated on something. We're going. Dragon stood up and tossed Sabo's coat to Sabo, along with his hat. Sabo fumbled with the clothing articles, disbelief on his face. Sabo got up and put them on, not questioning the leader he grew to respect. Sabo didn't like following orders, but from Dragon, he would sacrifice his life. Dragon was the only man, the one he saw as a pseudo-father figure, which was an entirely different feeling with his memories returned, he would ever look up to. Sabo corrected his clothes, the motions coming from muscle memory. He was confused at the change of atmosphere. He had no idea what Dragon was doing. Where are we going? Dragon looked back at Sabo, face set in his usual frown. There is one person who is mourning just as you are. Sabo's face fell, remembering Ace. He would be beating himself up right now, and probably feeling alone. Sabo put on his boots with renewed purpose. He tied his shoes and stood up. Sabo was still crying on the inside, and everything seemed numb, but now he knew what he needed to do. He needed to see his brother for the first time in over 10 years. Rayleigh sat at Luffy's bedside, hearing the heart monitor beep constantly. He got back from Marineford a day ago, sending out the message for the boys' crew. The retired pirate sat with a glass of alcohol in his hands, thinking of how he got to this position. Rayleigh would probably be drinking in Shacky's bar, procrastinating on finding coding jobs for pirates that wouldn't last 3 days in the New World. Rayleigh doesn't want to take money from dead men, too hopped up on aspirations and dreams to care for the risks they were taking to go to the New World. Some of the crews thrived in the New World, but the odds were about 5% of the crews that crossed the red line. Rayleigh sipped his drink, glancing at the rookie who he knew would take the world by storm, as taken the world by storm, Monkey D, Straw Hat, Luffy. He fought and won against a warlord when he first entered the Grand Line, then stomped up to Eni's lobby and left without a single casualty while the Judicial Island was in shambles. Luffy and his crew won against the entirety of CP9 and rescued their captured crewmate while at it. CP9 may not be the strongest world government secret task force, but they were strong, at least in paradise. For a rookie crew to beat them was a failure in the eyes of the world government. It made Rayleigh laugh. It's been a while for a rookie crew to make him this excited. Rayleigh watched the crews coming into Sabaody, categorizing them into separate categories. Crews that would die before they even realized they were dead. Crews that had an inflated sense of pride, causing them to be killed by the tougher crews in New World by pissing them off. Crews that would barely get by, were constantly on guard because if they didn't, they would be killed by the New World threats. Crews that would struggle, then rise even more powerful, strengthened by the trials of the New World, these guys tended to be recruited by the 4 emperors. Those guys always want more people in their back pocket. Nothing against Shanks, it's just what happens in the New World. Crews that would take the challenges in stride and rise to the top. The worst generation brats were in the category of number 4. They certainly were strong for paradise, but even they would struggle at the beginning of the New World, at least until they got the handle on hockey. Rayleigh found it surprising that such a group of rookies happened to appear at this moment in history when one of the rulers would appear. Rayleigh looked at Luffy. Maybe not that surprising. Rayleigh always looked forward to meeting the boy Shanks gave his hat and arm to. When Shanks said that Luffy said the exact thing Roger said, Rayleigh remembered. With his captains and friends passing, Rayleigh drifted, never really caring about the world. Rayleigh had his adventure, and all he had to do was wait for the foretold time. Rayleigh coded ships and drank, his life becoming one of repetitiveness, nothing able to surprise him or catch his attention for more than 3 days. When Luffy appeared in the news of the world, Rayleigh became excited again. The world became boring after a while, and he didn't notice it until the boy appeared in the papers. Rayleigh became more energetic and started to look forward to the future again. And when Rayleigh met the boy, he realized, even though he didn't think Shanks was not telling the truth, that Luffy did remind Rayleigh of Roger. The way he went about life, the way he cared for his crew and their dreams. Luffy reminds him so much of Roger it hurt. Maybe that was why Rayleigh decided to help him out when Luffy wasn't able to help himself. It could also be said that Rayleigh liked the boy with the way he was filled with excitement and joy to see everything in the world. The teenager was filled with curiosity and brightness that made it hard to dislike him. Just like Roger. Rayleigh smiled into his drink. He gazed over Luffy's still form, breathing machines attached to his face. He was in bad shape, but Rayleigh was happy he wasn't dead. When he saw the papers, he feared the worst. That the boy Roger wanted to meet was dead and unable to reach Laugh Tale. Rayleigh had never been happier to see a bandaged-covered boy. Rayleigh knew it would take a decent amount of time for Luffy to get back into fighting shape, but Rayleigh was willing to help. He had nothing better to do, and he would regret it for the rest of his life if Rayleigh wasn't able to help the boy when he needed it the most. The offer of training came from the idea Rayleigh got the minute he met the boy. Luffy was strong enough to take Paradise by storm, but he was still in category number 4. He needed time to become a powerhouse in the new world, and Rayleigh knew how to solve that problem. Rayleigh noticed that Luffy had potential. Potential to become the strongest in the Grand Line, but only needed more experience to realize it. He had the natural strength to dominate most combatants but was only held back by fighting techniques and experience. Rayleigh found that a little unfair, but what was he to talk about unfairness? Rayleigh knew he was one of the strongest in the world, so he heard a lot of smart comments about how he was blessed with talent, so he didn't need to work hard. Roger may have been set off by those statements and punched the sorry pirates. Rayleigh remembered what Roger said about that afterward when Rayleigh asked why he got so angry. He said, "Talent will only get you so far. The truly awe-inspiring individuals in this world had to work for their power." Saying that talent was why people succeed is only a crutch for people when cursing themselves for not being better than other people. Saying that if you don't have the talent, you can't do it well. It's only an excuse for people who don't want to work for it themselves. That stuck in Rayleigh's memories, something that he would never forget. An example of that was with Straw Hat Luffy himself. He may have been born with indomitable strength, but had to work for it to be usable. If a person suddenly gained the boy's strength, they wouldn't know what to do with it, or how to move their body to maximize damage and speed. Luffy trained himself on how to fight, and how to dominate his opponents in pure strength and technique. Luffy had talent, a lot of it in fact, but he made that talent work for him and tied it together with his hard work. It made Rayleigh like him even more. Luffy only needed a few years of learning hockey to be ready for the new world, and Rayleigh wants to be the one to teach him. Rayleigh knew Luffy for only a few weeks, but even he felt compelled to help him with everything he had. Rayleigh wanted to give Luffy the best training he could get in this world, and that could be given by Rayleigh himself. He was an expert in the craft, not to toot his own horn, but it was the truth. Luffy couldn't find a better teacher even if he wanted to. Luffy agreed to his offer when he woke up for those 2 minutes, something that he might have more thoughts on when he woke up fully, but Rayleigh was willing to talk it out. Even he knew that a recently woken person wasn't the most aware, especially a coma patient. Rayleigh would explain more when he woke up, but before that, he was willing to wait. Rayleigh sat back in his chair, book in hand. He would wait for Luffy to wake from his coma. He had nothing else to do anyway, might as well watch over the new age that was coming. Rayleigh chuckled into his drink. He knew that Roger would love to meet one of the rulers, meet Joy Boy, but he had to wait a little longer. It was not the time for Luffy to join him in the pearly gates. Rayleigh would make sure of it. Ace was frantic. The burst of motivation pulled him out of his slump but did not cure him of the sadness in his soul. The knowledge that the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh had Luffy's hat had invaded his entire thought process. Ace would not rest until he got answers. Rayleigh having Luffy's hat meant that he knew something about Luffy's missing body, and Ace needed that information. Luffy deserved to be buried in a named grave. It got to the point where Marco had to drag him out of the room that held all their reconnaissance information from their territories. Ace was desperate for anything to point him to Rayleigh's current location. Ace did not sleep, only searching for answers. The only thing Ace accomplished was finding out what Luffy did at Sabaody, something that made him feel so proud and wanted to make him bang his head against the wall. Punching a celestial dragon was such a Luffy thing to do, causing sadness to pull him down into the hole he just got out of. Ace pushed it off because he still needed more answers. Ace can go back to a morning mess when he had his brother's body. He would not let Luffy have the same fate as Sabo, an empty grave with only a tombstone to remember him by. Ace looked into the Sabaody incident, finding out that when Kizaru was on his rampage, Rayleigh saved Luffy and his crew, only then being separated by Kuma. Ace rubbed his temples, aggravation and worry taking hold of his brain. Then he remembered that Luffy was dead, so it hurt him all over again. Luffy and his crew seemed familiar with the man by the bystanders' statements, so Ace tried to find out how Luffy knew the Dark King. Ace bit his lip and continued, trying to find the man's reported sightings after that. Rayleigh had spotted sightings on Sabaody, then went cold after a week or so. The next sighting was in Marineford, so Ace found Jacksheet. Ace got Haruta on his hunt, him happy to help out, and said it was a challenge he was willing to undertake. Ace felt thankful for his siblings' assistance, something in his soul that was happy that he wasn't completely alone. That feeling went away quickly when he found Luffy's folder in the records room. When Marco kicked him out of the record and reconnaissance rooms of the mini-Moby, the records having been moved beforehand from the Moby D, Ace stealthily took Luffy's folder, desperate for anything he had missed when he was in Impel Down. When Ace got his final lead on Teach, he didn't have the time to pay attention to the news, concentrating on finally tracking Teach down and ending him. Ace missed news of Luffy invading Eni's lobby, Eni's FING lobby, to get Nico, Devilchild, Robin back, apparently a member of Luffy's crew. Luffy got her back efficiently, destroying Eni's lobby while he was at it. While the papers didn't report it, the Whitebeard's information network picked up that Luffy got a new boat and 2 new crew members before he got to Sabaody. He was also rumored to have fought Moria and won the engagement in the Florian Triangle. He then got to Sabaody, and then everything Ace found out happened. Ace knew everything after Luffy got sent off the island by Kuma. It was hard not to when Ace lived through it. But Luffy didn't. Ace read all the reports on his bed, body curled up in a blanket. He had the reports scattered on his bed, seeing his little brother's face on the front page of everyone, smiling and no worries to be seen. Ace may have started out to find out where Rayleigh was, but then it turned out to know what happened when Ace wasn't there, helpless in Impel Down. Ace remembered the feeling of helplessness when Boa Hancock told him that Luffy was in the prison, trying to get down to level 6 to break him out. It was so stupid, but it was something Luffy would have done, had done, without a second thought. It turned out that Luffy did get to level 6, by the stance the papers reported after Marineford. Ace figured because Jinbei would not have been there if Luffy didn't break him out. Ace didn't realize until that moment that he didn't have anything else to read. The folder was empty, with nothing else in its contents. He shook it, trying to see if anything else was in the folder. He looked down at the scattered reports, face scrunching in thought. There should be more. There should be more things that have not been reported. Ace knew that this was not all of Luffy's adventures. It felt wrong for there only to be this little of reports. There were holes where there was nothing to be found, and Ace knew that was very wrong in the discussion of Luffy. He was a storm of chaos, and stuff always happened around him. There had to be something. Ace shakily picked up Luffy's bounty posters, all of them. There were 3 of them, all having the same picture. The first bounty with 30 million, the second with 100 million, and the third with 300 million. Respectful bounties for a rookie, making Ace smile proudly, but the same smile fell. Alive or dead. The bounties only applied when the person was alive and at large. Ace clutched the papers to his chest, making a shitty substitute for his brother's hugs. He missed his brother, and Ace fell asleep with tears in his eyes, and arms around pictures of Luffy. Ace woke up blearily by loud shouts and clamoring. Frantic footsteps sounded above him, and he groaned. The erratic heartbeat in his chest showed just how much sleep he missed, uncomfortable and noticeable to Ace in his sleep-deprived state. Ace got up, legs shaking and tired with exhaustion. His body was not liking him nowadays. He swept his legs over his bed and groaned, head killing him. Another round of loud noises sounded above him, and Ace glared up at the ceiling. The one time he actually slept for longer than 3 hours, he just had to be woken up like this. The annoyance got him up and out of his room, not even thinking about staying in and going back to sleep. Or try to. He stomped his way to the deck. Ace burst onto the deck, hearing more noises of surprise Ace did not have the mind space to care about. He closed his eyes at the light, opened them after a second, and then spoke. What the hell is going on? Ace's eyes landed on a man with a robe in the middle of the deck, swords and guns pointed at him. Pops was gripping his weapon tightly, but not actively fighting. He seemed oddly serious. Marco was frowning and eyed the intruder with calculating eyes. The rest of the commanders were the same. Marco turned to Ace and widened his eyes at Ace's appearance. Oh no. Ace didn't care about Marco at the moment, concentrating on the green-robed man. Monkey D. Fing Dragon. He was standing there, calm as a sunny day. He was not even intimidated by the show of force from the Emperor's crew. Dragon met Ace's eyes, and Ace got set off. How dare he turn up now? Marco must have seen the change in Ace's expression and practically teleported to his side, holding him back from doing anything foolish. Marco was behind him, literally holding him back. Ace was radiating fury, enraged at the sight of Dragon calmly standing there. Portgastit Ace, we finally meet. Dragon came in front of him, his crew looking at Pops for direction, but he only shook his head not to stop Dragon. He was observing Ace with calculating eyes. Ace felt that look was odd with eyes similar to Luffy's, but he ignored the thought. Ace snarled. Yeah, and? Dragon kept the same expression, never changing. Ace saw the man's cloak move in the sea breeze, hood almost falling off his head. He removed it, allowing his long hair to move in the wind. Father told me about you when I gave Luffy to him. I was curious about the child he decided to adopt, but now I know. Ace flinched at that, face shifting with everything he said. The subtle wording of why Gramps adopted a kid for no reason, now knowing why because he was Gold Roger's son. And then the actual topic Ace wanted to talk with Dragon about for years. Why did he give up Luffy? Ace frowned. What about now? Still curious? Dragon shook his head, not for the same reasons as I did before, but yes, I am. I am curious about my son's brother, who for all rights and reasons was Luffy's childhood best friend. Ace glared at Dragon, aggravation in his eyes. If you were so curious, why didn't you find out when Luffy was still a kid? Ace shot that back, watching Dragon frown, face getting more closed off. There was silence on the deck, all the attention on Ace's and Dragon's conversation, interrogation. Marco let go of Ace, sure that Ace wasn't going to attempt a fight with someone who could probably kill him where he stood. It's complicated. Ace took a sharp step forward, making Marco grab him again to pull him back. Complicated, he says. Complicated? Ace tried to pull his arm back hurriedly from Marco, who held his arm in a vice-like grip. Ace felt the strongest emotion he had in days, and it was anger. Anger towards his brother's father, who was never there. Why was it FING? Complicated? Luffy was your FING son? Visiting your son shouldn't be FING complicated. There was visible shock on the pirates' faces hearing Ace swearing. Ace rarely swore, even when he tried to kill Pops. He had only been heard swearing when something truly shocked him, and the response was only a holy shit. Pops watched the conversation with rapt eyes, sensing it was not his time to interfere. Dragon sighed, hands clenching and unclenching. If my enemies found him, they would have slaughtered him. Ace gritted his teeth, veins bursting from his neck, just waiting for Marco to let go. So FING what? Luffy wasn't a kid to be coddled. He deserved better than what he got, and that's on you. Dragon flinched slightly, Ace only paying attention because he was staring straight at him. Ace smiled darkly. Did you know what Luffy feared the most? Dragon shook his head. Ace scoffed, still trying to get Marco to let go. Marco didn't. He hated being alone. He was a dumb little kid whose first friend was a pirate over 20 years older than him. He grew up in a village where he never belonged, and the villagers loved him but were unable to give him the childhood he deserved because they had their own families, own jobs, and own troubles to take care of an energetic brat who was too adventurous for his own FING good. The only person who gave him any parental affection was a barkeep who barely could give him the time of day. For the first years of his life, he was FING alone. Ace took a deep breath, tears in his eyes when most of his anger flew away after his rant. He was alone. Luffy grew up lonely, so that was why he brings people to his side so that he would never feel that way again. Ace sniffed, Marco finally letting go of his arm. Ace didn't want to see Dragon, so he kept his tear-stained hand on his face. You didn't have to hear him beg a boy he only knew for 4 months to stay with him so he wouldn't be lonely again. Ace then glared at Dragon, so don't give me it's complicated. You never made an attempt to see Luffy. You have no say in what was best for Luffy. The best role model Luffy had in his entire life was a perpetually drunk pirate who gave Luffy everything he could have asked for. Except allowing him to join his crew because even Shanks knew that a child didn't belong on a pirate ship. Pops raised his eyebrow at the information, along with Marco's grimacing expression. Ace rubbed his arm, shaking from the rush of emotions. The loss of Luffy was felt more vividly after remembering everything. Shanks was a better father to Luffy than you will ever hope to be. So take your complicated somewhere else. I don't give a shit. Just know that you have no say in a discussion you had no participation in. You weren't there for Luffy when he struggled, so I don't want to hear more of your bullshit. Ace spit that out, finality in his voice. There was a PRGNNT pause on the ship, Ace turning away from the man. Ace was shaking, racked from everything he unearthed by his word vomit Ace never allowed himself to say. He had pressure building up inside him for so long, just waiting to be released. He finally did, and everything felt empty. Ace walked away, not wanting to see Luffy's SPRM donor any longer. Looking at his face made everything seem real, and Ace didn't want to deal with that. Ace started walking to the steps, wanting to go back to his room and push out the world for a couple of hours. With any more of this, Ace thinks he may have another mental breakdown. Ace doesn't want to burn down the mini-mobi. You're correct. Ace stopped, turning his head to look at Dragon over his shoulder. Ace saw Dragon's eyes shine in a different light than he did a minute ago. Ace frowned, still not turning back around. I lost any right to be in Luffy's life years ago. I knew that when I remembered Luffy's birthday 3 days after the actual day. He would have turned 5 then. I knew that when I stopped thinking about my son every day. Ace started to turn back to Dragon, him getting more passionate in his speech, but his passion was barely anything more than his normal baritone. Ace started frowning harder. Ace, I knew that I had no say in my son's life when I found out about my son's dream when he was 17. I knew I had no say when I didn't even know what he looked like since he was a baby. I knew I had no say when I had no idea what he liked, what he does in his free time, and how he talked. Dragon stared at Ace's eyes with barely concealed sadness. I knew my son would not know his father when I gave him to father, and that was when I knew I had no say. All I could do was support him from the shadows, only watching from afar. Ace studied Dragon, sensing his sincerity. That didn't mean Ace would forgive him just with that. Dragon knew what he was doing when he gave Luffy to Gramps, which made Ace unforgiving. Dragon is a grown-up man and could think for himself. His decisions have consequences, and Ace would not forgive him for making them. But Luffy was still my son, and I loved him. You may not believe me, but giving up Luffy was the hardest thing I ever did. Ace looked at Dragon, who seemed truthful, but Ace scoffed again. You're right, I don't. If you really loved Luffy, you would have stayed for him. There was silence, no one speaking. The pirates watched the conversation like a tennis match, heads following the conversation with rapt attention. Pops was drinking, still not getting in between the two. Pops probably knew that if Ace was truly in danger, Dragon would not be acting so cordial even though Ace was practically spitting in his face. If that's all, I have better things to do with my time than spend it with you. Ace was going to start turning around again when Dragon spoke. That's not all. Ace glared at Dragon. Then please, enlighten me. You haven't changed a bit, Ace. The voice came from behind Dragon, the pirates not noticing the man who talked. Dragon stepped out of the way, allowing the man to walk to where Dragon was standing. More weapons were waving, and noises of shock. The pirates do not want to believe they let another intruder onto the ship. Ace blinked. What? The man chuckled wetly, tilting up his blue top hat. Ace looked at the man, something glitching in his brain. It was like his brain was trying to work, but something was stopping it. The man looked at Ace, eyes filled with tears. He used the pipe in his hand like a cane and smiled sadly. The way you have no respect for authority and would kick the shit out of them when they tried to tell you what to do. That hasn't changed, right Ace? Ace gasped, eyes wandering over the stranger's form. The blue noble clothes and the FING goggles. Ace looked directly into the man's eyes and saw the same eyes he wished he could have seen alive once more. That? Ace rubbed his eyes, confident his eyes were playing tricks on him like they had done years before when Sabo first died, and he saw Sabo everywhere he went. His face was in pain from the rubbing, and when he opened his eyes again, he was still there. He was still there. Ace had tears in his eyes, but this time it wasn't sad, but happy, relieved, tears that had nothing to do with anything that happened in the past week. Is that you, Sabo? Sabo smiled widely, tears still in his eyes. Who else? You goddamn blonde BSTRD. Ace rushed to Sabo, passing Dragon completely, not even turning to look at the man. Sabo tensed up, his body ready to get hit. When Ace got within arm's reach of Sabo, Ace almost tackled Sabo onto the ground in a hug. He hugged the blonde tight, masking his tears into his coat. Sabo was tense but slowly put his arms around Ace, hugging him back. Ace sobbed. Sabo, his brother, was alive. Not sleeping with the fishes, unable to reach his dreams and gain the freedom he so desired. Ace felt pure relief with all the evidence he had literally right in his arms that one of his brothers was alive. Ace felt so empty at the thought of not being in the same world his brothers no longer resided in. Luffy was the only thing that kept him going after Sabo died, and now his brother was with him after Luffy, just felt like the world didn't completely hate him. Ace was so happy he wasn't the last one. Ace continued to hug Sabo tighter, making Sabo try to tap out. Ace, let me breathe, you idiot. Ace, in response, hugged tighter for a moment, then let go after. Ace stopped hugging Sabo, taking a step back while wiping away some remnant tears. Sabo also had tears in his eyes. You're the idiot, idiot. Sabo smirked. Not from where I am standing. Ace glared at Sabo, who was still smirking. Ace frowned. Ace turned his back to Sabo and cracked his knuckles. That reminds me. Sabo made a questioning sound behind him, audibly wondering what Ace was doing. Ace twirled around on the ball of his feet and cold-clocked the BSTRD. Sabo flew back a couple of feet and landed on his back. Ace stood straight up and then glared at Sabo, who was holding his jaw in pain. What in the ever-loving F-, Sabo? How are you here? Sabo sat up, still holding his jaw. He let go of his jaw and spat out a wad of blood from his mouth. He rubbed his jaw again, Ace seeing a bruise from there already. Sabo was a little cross-eyed. He blinked rapidly and then looked up at Ace. That was a good right hook you have there. Ace scowled, answer the DMN question, Sabo. Sabo looked down and then sighed. Sabo held up a hand, and Ace took it. Ace pulled Sabo up, and then Sabo straightened up and corrected his hat. He wasn't meeting Ace's eyes. Ace crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, not having the patience or state of mind to wait for long. A bazooka to the face tends to do some damage. Sabo pointed at the very noticeable scar over his left eye. Ace could see it was a burned scar, but one that has been healed, at least the most a scar could be healed, for at least 5 years. Sabo kept his head down and still didn't look at Ace. And? Ace knew there was more to the story there. Sabo wouldn't have been acting like this if that was the case. Sabo wildly gestured with his hands, then stilled and put them at his sides. Any head injury causes some brain damage. Mine just happened to be in the prefrontal cortex. Ace just looked at Sabo. Sabo, I did not go to school. I do not know what the F that means. Sabo finally met his eyes, his face clearly stating how done he was with Ace at the moment. Sabo took off his hat and put a hand through his hair. The prefrontal cortex is where memories are stored. The hit took my memories with it. I only started to remember everything about 4 days ago. Ace froze, face set in stone. His body was still, and shock swept through his body. Sabo shuffled, face set in guilt. I only remembered when I saw the paper, that Luffy was dead. It broke me out of whatever was holding back my memories. It knocked me out for 3 days. Sabo continually grew quieter, growing more and more ashamed the longer he talked. Sabo's face was the picture of self-blame. Ace took a step forward, then another one. He got to Sabo's side, face shifting from 1 second to the next. Ace took a deep breath, wondering what he should say. He was never the one for pep talks or good advice. Normally, he was asking for that advice himself, willing or not. But he scked it up, for his brother, who Ace never thought he would talk with again. It sounds like you didn't know. Sabo looked at Ace with aggravation in his voice. I thought you would say more than just that. Ace shrugged, tilting his head as he did so. What did you want me to say? Sabo, and Ace was saying this with no harsh feelings, blew up. Oh, I don't know, like not showing up in a literal war to help my brothers? Sabo's face set in guilt, eyes showing everything he felt without saying it. Ace frowned, and opened his mouth when Sabo interrupted him. Ace, do you know how easy it would have been for me to call up some people for the favors they owed me, cash them in, get an impel down pass for the day, get in, then out, with you and or Luffy within hours. And if that didn't work out, I could have been in Marineford before anyone knew better. Maybe even got you out when you were transferred into the Marines' hands. It would have been so easy. Sabo was heaving deep breaths, Ace letting Sabo get everything off his chest. Sounds like you got stronger. Sabo stared flatly at Ace, who was still crossing his arms. Is that all you got out of that? Ace shook his head, I also got the impression that you didn't have the option. Sabo scowled and kicked his feet, don't give me that sheet, Ace. I stood by and did nothing. Now Luffy is dead, and you have the same look when the Porchimi incident happened. Self-hatred and guilt. Ace scowled at Sabo, both of them annoyed with the other. Don't say that BSTRD's name. He's dead, and don't change the subject. I know what you look like when you feel like everything is your fault when it isn't. Ace flinched, and he glowered at Sabo's words. Sabo's face fell and then sighed. He rubbed his face, a tired expression showing through. This is getting nowhere. Sorry I brought up that son of a beach. Ace lightened up but was still tense. Doesn't matter. He's burning in hell anyway. Sabo gazed at Ace with more apologies in his eyes. Ace could still see the guilt. Still doesn't make the fact I brought him up go away. Ace shrugged, face uncomfortable with all the apologies going around. He was not used to being this honest with another person, since with Sabo. Sabo was the first to listen to him, and Ace never got over that fact. That he could never trust a person as much as he did with Sabo. Maybe Luffy, but Ace would never burden Luffy with his problems. Luffy was the little brother. It wasn't his job to look after Ace. Ace rubbed his arm where the S in his tattoo was, unconsciously, at first, until Ace saw Sabo follow the movement, eyes widening in realization. Ace spoke before Sabo would bring it up. I take comfort in hearing his dying screams in my head whenever I feel down. Sabo shook his head, a wry smile that didn't really reach his eyes. Yeah, the BSTRD got what was coming for him for what he did to Luffy. That motherfucker son of a beach. Ace put a hand over his mouth to stop the laugh coming from his mouth. He failed. Ace burst out laughing at Sabo's insult. Sabo gave a proud smile, and Ace held his hand up high. Sabo smiled feral, and they high-fived. They both were smiling, Sabo smiling proudly, and Ace trying to get his laughter under control. Ace's laughter died down, realizing what they were talking about, quickly draining his amusement. Ace didn't realize that this was the first time he laughed since Luffy was killed. Sabo's smile died down too, silence in between them. It's not your fault. Ace said that to Sabo, being earnest. Sabo raised an eyebrow at Ace. Then it's not your fault either. Let's agree to disagree. You know what? I think that's a load of shit. Deal with it. Ace held out his arm. Sabo looked at it and then gave a small smile. He reached out and went in for the handshake. Ace pulled him in and gave him the bro hug. He breathes in a shaky sigh, body relaxing for some odd reason. I missed you, bro. Sabo went silent for a moment, then answered him just as shaky. I missed you too, even though you're a moron. All I ask for is one bonding moment, and you then go and ruin it. Course. Ace hissed. I hate you so f***ing much. Love you too. That made Ace go silent, allowing Sabo to let go without any problems. Well, this was not what I was expecting today. Ace recognized Haruda's voice. Ace and Sabo snapped their heads to the peanut gallery, looking at them with curious eyes. Ace completely forgot about his family, that he was even on the deck. Ace was focused entirely on Sabo, and everything else was secondary. Ace saw Marco in the background have an air of understanding, only him knowing who Sabo was, well, maybe not the only one now. Pops was concerned curious about the whole interaction. The commanders had differing reactions, averaging one being confused. Ace's other siblings were silent, trying to find out what was happening. Dragon was in the background, no one paying attention to him. Sabo's expression changed to realization, mouth forming an O. Sabo stepped up and bowed to Pops, who only raised an eyebrow at the movement. Sorry for my manners. My name is Sabo. He stood up, put his hat back on his head, and grinned at Pops. He pointed his thumb at Ace, who scowled at the movement. Ace is my brother, and thank you for taking care of him. Sabo bowed again, and Ace hit him in the head, hissing at him to shut up. Sabo only smirked at him. Ace grumbled and shifted his feet. Pops raised his sake bottle, uncaring of the bandages still on his chest. It's my pleasure. Ace has been a great addition to my family. Sabo scoffed at that and looked at Ace, giving him a look that made how much he questioned that. But in the good way. Ace was broken out of his thoughts when Dragon spoke again, instantly putting Ace in a bad mood again. Sabo, stay here for a while. Sabo gasped when he turned to Dragon, Ace taking a double take. Dragon was looking at Ace, face set in stone. He was dead serious when he spoke to Sabo. What? Dragon ignored Sabo and talked to Pops. Is it okay for my chief of staff to stay on the ship for a PRD of time? Ace turned to Sabo at the title. Sabo shrugged, but Ace could see some pride in his eyes. Pops looked at Dragon, then glanced at Sabo for a moment. Any brother of my son is welcome on my ship. Dragon nodded and turned to Sabo. Sabo, stay with your brother. Sabo was surprised, disbelief visible on his face. He took a few steps forward, mouth opening and closing, too stunned to speak. Wha? Dragon, what are you talking about? Dragon stared at Sabo for a moment until he spoke again. Sabo, I order you to take time off. You have not taken a single break from the revolution in years. Spend time with your brother, get back up to speed. The army will still be there when you come back. Don't feel rushed. Dragon turned his back to Sabo, walked to the railing, and jumped on top of it. Sabo tried to rush forward, but Ace pulled him back. Sabo glared at Ace, but he only shook his head. He didn't know what was going on in Dragon's head, but Ace knew he wasn't going to change his order. Sabo looked back to Dragon. Then what are you going to do? You haven't taken any time off since I joined? Dragon glanced back at Sabo and then turned to the sea, wind gathering around Dragon. I have to go talk with Iva. He should have some light on the situation. Before Sabo even had time to yell back, Dragon was already gone in a gust of wind. Ace looked at the space where Dragon disappeared from. Sabo was in shock, not believing his leader had just up and left him on a ship filled with mostly strangers. You know, I do not get where Dragon gets his personality from. Sabo blinked at Ace's statement. He chuckled weakly. Sabo was still off, but Ace could see Sabo get used to the idea of taking some time off, apparently. Yeah, me neither. Dragon definitely didn't get it from the old geezer. The brothers went silent when the silence was broken by Marco's clap for attention. Breakfast should be ready now. We can save whatever conversation you're about to start later. Ace and Sabo shared a look, their silent communication working again after 10 years. They bolted to the mess hall. Marco watched the brothers eat, happily eating a piece of toast on the other side of the table. Marco saw Ace eat more than he had in the past week, but not as much as before. Sabo saw this but didn't push it, only miming reaching for Ace's food, so to trick him into eating more food. Ace's pride was stronger than his loss of appetite, and Marco cursed himself for not figuring that out sooner. Well, Marco didn't see it as foolproof when whenever Sabo reaches for the food, Ace comes down with a knife, silently threatening Sabo to not touch his food. Sabo only pulled back his hands with a smile on his face. Ace narrowed his eyes at Sabo but went back to eating. Marco saw more improvement in Ace in the past hour than in a week, but Marco still saw the way Ace had grief in his eyes and the way Sabo suddenly went distant. They both were in mourning, both reuniting not making everything better. They lost their third, and that was a hard hit for both of them. Marco couldn't even imagine forgetting his family. When he finally got his memory back because one of his siblings was killed in one of the worst ways possible. Ace and Sabo were leaning on each other, and if one of them stumbles, they both fall. Marco sipped his coffee and made a promise to himself to support them from the back. Marco wouldn't let Ace have more heartbreak if he could help it. And the semi-happy bubble the brothers created popped when one of their siblings asked what everyone wanted to ask but didn't think it was the right time. "Yo Ace, who's Porchamy?" Ace stopped eating, fork freezing in the air, a scowl on his face. Sabo went steely, a dangerous look in his eyes. The very sudden change in demeanor caught the attention of everyone who was paying attention to the brothers. The pirate who asked looked very scared as the two glared at them. They did so until they caught the other's eyes, a silent conversation between them. Sabo sighed and looked around, seeing the poorly disguised looks of interest from the pirates around them. Ace looked hard at the table, fork warping in his hand. A low-level pirate captain that didn't know when to quit. Sabo scoffed and put his elbow on the table and put his hand to his face, leaning on it. "You can say that again." The brothers shared another look, and this time was Ace who sighed. He looked around him and pinched the bridge of his nose. "You owe me for this, Sabo." "Sure." Sabo shrugged, eating a slice of fruit from Ace's plate. Ace narrowed his eyes at Sabo, but decided to ignore it for the first time today. "Okay, to start this out, me and Sabo had a treasure stash." The pirates were paying attention now, knowing Ace rarely shared anything about his past, intentional or otherwise. Marco was paying attention, and Pops was too. "We lived by a dump where the nobles of our home island would dump their trash. But sometimes, these nobles would throw away useful stuff, even some gold, and jewels every other day. Me and Sabo collected this treasure to put in our treasure stash, to pay for our pirate ship when we got old enough to set sail." Marco caught on to the last sentence, that Sabo wanted to be a pirate. Sabo's small sad smile was all the evidence Marco needed. Ace continued, not really noticing the faces of their siblings. "Luffy, he was a dumb little kid, found our stash when he followed me one day. Long story short, shit happened, and this douchebag Porchamy found out about our treasure. At the time, our stash was only about 20 million berries, a big score in the East Blue, but not big in the overall scheme of things." Ace messaged his head, a face of anger at the memories. Porchamy only heard about the treasure, but he didn't know where it was. So that was where Luffy came in. The guy grabbed Luffy, strung him up, and used him as a punching bag for hours. With spiked gloves. Luffy was 7. Marco gasped, also seeing the look of rage on Pop's face. The rest of the pirates had the same reaction. Ace and Sabo nodded at the reactions. The thing was that Luffy never talked. Luffy kept his mouth shut for hours until Sabo and I got him out of that place. We burned that shack with that guy in it, busting open his head while we were at it. Ace shook his head, grimacing at the memory. Sabo was the same, with hatred and dark intentions in his eyes. Luffy always could take a punch, so Luffy only cared about following Sabo and me around and not the injuries he had. The idiot. Sabo nodded, "Yeah, I had to fight him to actually care for his wounds. It was so troublesome." Marco tilted his head at the information, inwardly enraged, but the man was already killed by the brothers' hands, and it was a long time ago. The Whitebeards detested child abusers. Marco pointed his fork at Ace. "How old were you guys during this?" Ace was eating again, so Sabo answered. "We were both 10. Sabo 8, not seeing the reason Marco asked for that answer. Marco sighed, not trying to explain to the brothers that kids shouldn't have to do all of that with no adult supervision. Every time he learned more about Ace's childhood, he gets more concerned. It sounds like a lot of trauma that Ace, and maybe even Sabo, ignores. and the death of their younger brother was only bringing it all to the surface. Marco shares a look with Pops, him being concerned also. He was watching Ace with loving, but soft eyes. He didn't bring it up for the same reason Marco didn't bring it up. The brothers would probably react badly, and Ace does not need that now. He was hanging on a thread, and Marco didn't want to be the reason the string snapped. Sabo's surprise appearance made that thread become a sturdier rope, but it was still easily cut through with the right knife. Marco didn't want to bring the knife to the rope. Law sat at Straw Hat's side, reading a book. He turned the page and continued to read. It was a medical book he got a few islands before Sabaody and hadn't got the chance to read it. Now with time on his hands, it was the best time to do so. Straw Hat was still in a deep coma and probably wouldn't exit it for a long time. Law was slightly annoyed at postponing his arrival to the new world, but he knew it didn't matter much in the end. The world government wouldn't ignore a warlord candidate such as him when Law executes his plan. A few months behind won't make a difference. He could find pirates a stone's throw away anywhere in the Grand Line, so finding 100 to take their hearts would be a simple affair. Originally, he was going to make a name in the new world before taking the warlord spot, which will not change. It was just that it would take a back burner until Straw was healed enough to not die. Without medical assistance. If Straw Hat was disconnected from any of the machines Law had hooked up to him, he would suffer a slow and probably painful death. Law wouldn't let that happen though, so it was a useless thought. If you told Law a few months ago he was helping Straw Hat Luffy, Law would have cut the offender up into small pieces and scattered them throughout the sea. But now, he was doing just that. Even Law himself didn't know why he was helping Straw Hat to the extent he was. Law in the history of his medical career, it wasn't even a career, he didn't have a license, never felt this compelled to treat a person. Seeing Straw Hat lay still on the operation table, bleeding out and in death's hands, because Straw Hat being on death's door was not even equal to the damage Straw Hat sustained, Law felt a sense of wrong. Law watched Straw Hat with a single-minded purpose in that auction house, wanting to watch the first person with the name D he had met since his parents. Law could see why DS were called God's natural enemies when Straw Hat punched one of the self-proclaimed gods. Law wondered what Korra would have said if he saw that. Law frowned and snapped his book shut, not being able to focus his mind on his book. He set it on the bedside table, crossing his legs, and putting them on the table. He crossed his arms, silently staring at Straw Hat, who breathed, his chest going up and down. Law saw a day ago that Straw Hat's esophagus was healed enough to put a breathing tube down his throat. Law didn't want to put it in when he would only damage his esophagus again. Law wanted to do it sooner because Law did not have that much faith in the strength of Straw Hat's lungs to breathe reliably. With the breathing tube, one worry was taken off Law's plate. Law didn't have that much faith in any of Straw Hat's newly transplanted organs. They didn't reject their host, but Law wanted to keep a closer eye on them. It has been only 2 weeks or so since Law transplanted them. Law heard the beeping of the heart monitor, slightly too slow for Law's liking, but acceptable. Law stayed silent, watching over his vitals and double-checking them. Law didn't know why he felt so strongly about saving the boy when he passed people who were almost dead and didn't even blink. Maybe it was the way he saw Straw Hat saves his sibling, no hesitation in his rubber body. Law saw Straw Hat fully expect not to survive the hit but had a smile on his face anyway. A proud little smile showed how much he wanted his sibling to live. And Law could understand. Law remembered Lami, his little sister, smiling brightly in his memories from so long ago. He remembered her soft brown hair in pigtails and innocent black eyes staring at him, smiling with no worries in her small body. Law could remember how she loved her favorite skirt and that her favorite ice cream flavor was vanilla. Lami was an innocent child that had a bright future in front of her, and Law hurt thinking about her. Law could still see the burning building of that building up in flames, Law knowing his sister was there and helpless. And Law felt so guilty because he was the reason she was there in the first place, thinking she was safe there. Law could still smell the overbearing stench of burning bodies and gunpowder. The way the smell of blood was stuck at the back of his throat, never going away. The smoke blocked his eyesight from the view of the total destruction of his home island. Law could still feel himself choking on the smoke. Law, to this day, saw flashes of fire and get sent back to that day when his life burned. The sound of machine guns going off in the distance, and the screams that followed, petering out just as fast as they came. The sight of his parents gunned down, covered in their own blood. The weight of the dead bodies he hid under, threatening to crush him. The way tears flowed down his face with the realization that everyone and everything he knew was gone. It may have been years ago, but Law remembered it like it was yesterday. The day Flevance was taken from the history books became common in his nightmares and deepest fears. Law may never forget about his past, but the way he became the only survivor of his home, became his guilt. Why was he the only one to survive? Why was he living in this world when his sister could have? His parents? Law may never know, and he doesn't want to. Law was fine with what he made of himself, but the guilt would never go away. And Law was used to that. It makes him human. Law stared blankly at Straw Hat. Maybe that is why he saved Straw Hat. He saved his brother from impossible odds against him and won. He saved the person destined to die that day and survived himself. He showed Law that nothing was truly impossible and certain miracles do exist in this horrid world they find themselves in. Straw Hat saved his family, and that was what Law had wished he could have done for years. He saw the young pirate achieve one of his greatest wishes with a smile on his face. Law saw the determination of AD for the first time in his life, and he wanted to save it. Law settled in his chair, leaning his head back. The drone of electronics and the air filtering system passed through his ears, very familiar with the sounds. Law closed his eyes and relaxed. He was asleep before he knew it. When Sabo appeared on the ship, the crew was in a small panic for a couple of days but calmed down soon enough when they all saw he was only at Ace's side. Sabo and Ace could be found whenever they left Ace's cabin, sharing stories of the old days, which made even more concerned looks sent their way. Ace ignored the looks, practically over the moon with how he was with Sabo again. Ace felt a hole in his heart slowly close and heal with the continued time with his brother. But Ace still felt the overwhelming loss of Luffy, and Sabo felt it too. They were struggling, coming close to snapping at each other before they realized what was going on. They didn't want to get angry at the other, knowing the after effects of such an argument would break them. They were the only two that could help each other, and if something happened to tear them apart again, Ace would lose it. He was holding on to Sabo like a lifeline, and if he let go, Ace would drown. When Ace and Sabo weren't talking about the past, they were researching. Ace got Sabo on their investigation, showing all their evidence. Sabo joined at the first chance he got. I couldn't help then, let me help now. Sabo cracked his knuckles, and Ace raised an eyebrow. Sabo smirked at Ace, eyes glittering. I am the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. I have experience in this field. Ace realized the truth of that statement when Sabo got more reports than the Whitebeards had combined. He only shrugged and said he called him some favors from co-workers, to Haruta's horror. Haruta was the hardest worker after Ace got the information, so to see his efforts pass just like that made his pride take a hit. Ace had to comfort him, saying that Sabo was good at his job. Ace was sitting in a random empty room, converting it into Ace and Sabo's information room. Papers were on the walls and tables, in a chaotic organized manner. It was a general 20 by 40 room meant to hold at least 20 pirates, so it had space for their purposes. There was a grand line map of where islands were supposed to be, but it was only a general reference for most sailors. There were pins of Rayleigh's last known whereabouts and why they thought he was there on a wall to the left. Ace and Sabo got a bit more information the last couple of days, but they still haven't gotten a new sighting since Marineford. It was causing Ace and Sabo to practically pull their hair out at the frustration they were feeling. Marco was in the room too, watching them from the corner. Marco kicked them out when he deems them too long without sleep or food. They would grumble and whine, but Marco would only drag them out. Ace was getting a feeling there was a pattern forming here. Some commanders came in every so often, looking over what they were doing. Pops came, saying he hadn't seen his son in a while. Ace smiled at Pops, but it was quickly gone the next second when he realized what he was doing. It didn't feel right to smile when Luffy was gone. The image of his smile appeared in his head wherever he did so. Ace banged his head on the table, finding their fifth dead end that day. It was only 2 in the afternoon. Sabo sat down and sighed, exhaustion on his face. Ace put his chin on the table and left it there, not even caring what he looked like. We have to be missing something. Rayleigh didn't fall off the end of the earth, so why can't we find him? Ace banged his fist on the table, frustration fueling his every move. Sabo nodded in agreement and put some papers down on the table. From every source I read, Dark King doesn't seem like the sort of person to run off in fear. He is the type of person to have a reason for everything they do. What do you say, Phoenix? Marco hummed, a hand at his chin. He looked at the brothers and answered. Rayleigh is strong enough for whatever the Marines throw his way, so he wouldn't disappear just like that. From what I heard, he had been living in retirement on Sabaody for the past couple of years, not really having a reason to change his way of life. Sabo agreed, waving his papers. Yeah, I got that. I read a Marine report that said they found him in a SLV auction and the Marines did nothing because the old geezer said it would just cause casualties if the Marines brought anyone to fight him. Ace narrowed his eyes at the papers. How did you get that? Sabo deadpanned at him. Favors, lots of favors. You think we don't have spies in the Marines? Ace gracefully let it go, realizing how dumb he sounded. Ace thumped his head against the table, not looking up. The lack of leads caused some hopelessness to rise within him, but he couldn't give up just like that. This was for Luffy's sake, so Ace had to keep going. More paper ruffled, and they stopped abruptly, causing Ace to raise his head and look at Sabo, who was frowning. Sabo looked at Ace, confused. Hey Ace, do you know how Luffy got into Impel Down? The Marines have no idea how he got in without setting off any alarms. Ace scoffed at that part, knowing Luffy and setting no alarms did not belong in the same sentence. Ace then tilted his head, considering what Sabo asked. Ace shook his head, mystified. I have no idea. Sabo looked back down at the reports. That's odd. Ace nodded, it was odd. The Marines may be idiots, but they treasured information on how to improve their facilities. How they still don't know how Luffy got in was a point to recognize. Was anything odd during that time? Sabo stared at Ace, trying to find something on his face. Ace started to shake his head no when a memory surfaced in his head. The stillness got the attention of Marco and Sabo. I was visited by the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. She apparently wanted to see the man who would start a war. Sabo motioned with his hands. And? Ace glared at Sabo. And Boa was the one to tell me Luffy was there to rescue me. Ace stopped talking, having nothing else to say. Sabo nodded to himself, then frowned. He dove back into reports, throwing things everywhere, trying to find something. Marco and Ace shared a look and then went back to Sabo, who was searching through the many papers. He stopped and held up a paper, carrying it over his head like a prize. He slammed it down on the table and pointed at Ace. You said Boa was the one to tell you Luffy was there to rescue you? Ace nodded slowly, sensing frantic energy from his brother. He looked a bit crazed by how his eyes were shining. Yeah, I just told you that. Sabo took off his top hat onto the table and looked at the table. That doesn't make sense. Ace titled his head in question. Why? Sabo looked at Ace, realization dawning on his face. The pirate empress met you at 9:30 a.m. Luffy's first sighting by Impel Down guards wasn't until 10 a.m. How did Boa Hancock know that Luffy was there, and coming to rescue you before the guards even knew he was in Impel Down? Marco widened his eyes, because she already knew because she was the one who got him in. Sabo pointed at Marco excitedly, exactly. Marco then frowned. Boa Hancock is famous for her dislike of men, why would she help Straw Hat? Ace and Sabo smiled at each other. Because he is great at making friends. Even the pirate empress would fall for his friend-making capabilities. All of them were silent for a moment, collecting their thoughts. Ace was digesting this information, not quite understanding what her motivation was, even if she was friends with Luffy. How did he even meet her? Sabo raised his pen to the map, gesturing at Sabaody. You guys might not know this, but Kuma was part of the Revolutionary Army. His pawpaw fruit can do a lot of things, but one of the abilities the army treasured was the one where he could send anyone to any island in the Grand Line if he knows the direction. I have experienced it a few times, and it was weird. Sabo paused, getting his breath under control. He went straight back into it. When a person just disappears, he sends them to a different part of the Grand Line. Sabo tapped onto the map where Sabaody was and drew a straight line to Amazon Lily. When Kuma sent off Luffy, bystanders said he motioned this way, making Luffy's trajectory to pass Amazon Lily. Ace put a hand on his chin, humming, so what you're saying is that Luffy met Boa when he landed on her island, befriended her, and convinced her to bring him to Impel Down. Sabo, this could all be us connecting dots where we didn't connect sheet. And does this even matter in the end? Sabo looked at Ace, sympathy in his eyes that would have made him bristle if it was anyone else. Ace didn't want pity, and especially not other people's apologies. Ace had a dark look on his face. Even if it was true, they were still in the same place where they started. Sabo put his hands on the table, leaning in closer to Ace. It does matter. Sabo grabbed a folder from another table a few feet away from where he was standing, throwing it onto the table. He tapped it and talked to Ace, who still didn't really believe this would help with anything. Luffy had a lot of friends, it was what he did, and that was shown with all the people he managed to talk into coming to Marineford with him. Ace couldn't see the reason to look closer at Boa. I wasn't going to say anything about this, because I didn't think it was necessary. Sabo flipped open the folder and held up a Marine report. Ace had gotten really familiar with the format the past couple of days. But did you know that the Pirate Empress was the first warlord to leave the battlefield, even before Hawkeyes did? Ace looked at Marco because he was unconscious at the time. Marco looked up, trying to remember. He raised an eyebrow and nodded. I did notice she wasn't around when we had the truce. I thought she left at the same time Mihawk did. Sabo agreed with that, looking back at Ace. It wasn't really talked about because the Marines had other things more important to worry about. Boa Hancock had the reputation of not caring about anyone, especially the Marines, so the disappearance of Boa was not out of character. Ace put his feet on the table, his face telling Sabo why would that matter. Sabo continued on, knowing Ace's feelings and ignoring them. There was one report from a low-ranking Marine, just barely having the rank to be in Marineford for the war. From all accounts, it was lucky this guy even survived the war. Anyway, this guy said before he was struck in the back of the head by an undetermined enemy, he saw Boa Hancock's snake carrying a Marine's body away from the battlefield. This report was thrown out with how ludicrous it was in the grand scheme of things, and no high-ranking official took notice. Marco frowned and asked Sabo, "That does seem out of character, but why are you bringing it up?" Sabo let out a frustrated noise. He pointed at both of them with maniac energy rolling off his lithe frame. In the report, the Marine said he got a glimpse of the person underneath the Marine coat. He said it was small, about 5 feet 4 inches to 6 in height. The person was an undetermined weight, but the Marine did say the body had black hair. Now, does that sound familiar to you? Ace sat up straighter, feet on the floor, and attention solely on Sabo. Marco got tenser and a dawning realization on his face. Ace gasped. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Sabo looked down at the report, "Because I didn't want to give you guys false hope. Who would think that Boa Hancock would take Luffy's body, and risk everything she's built for herself for a dead person? And do you know how nondescript that statement was? That description was so vague it gave nothing about the person. No features or a look at the face. It was practically useless without prior knowledge. This guy could have easily been seeing things that weren't there from the brain damage. I would have mentioned it if it seemed viable, and now it does." Ace was annoyed at Sabo for a moment, but realized he had bigger fish to fry. He took a calming breath and let it out. He motioned for Sabo to wait. Ace took a second to confirm his thoughts. "With all of this, with evidence and theories we barely cobbled together, you think Boa Hancock has Luffy's body?" Sabo nodded frantically. Ace grimaced. "Sure, it was the best lead they had, but it was out there. But it was the Grand Line, and everything was possible. Then how does Rayleigh bring himself into the situation?" Sabo nodded and brought out another folder. He went back to the map and tapped Sabaody. "You know that Rayleigh saved the Straw Hats from Kizaru, but something that wasn't talked about was that Rayleigh managed to break away from Kizaru and fought Kuma for a moment. From a person who talked to one of my informants, they said that Kuma and Rayleigh spoke for a moment, and then Rayleigh left without finishing the fight. I thought it odd to a degree, but it could also be the case where opponents talk in the middle of fights. I bet you have experienced that." Ace and Marco agreed, remembering both of their experiences like the example. Sabo started to talk faster, excitement coloring his voice. He was gesturing to the wall of strings Ace and Sabo set up on the left wall where they put up their Rayleigh sightings. That was Rayleigh's last spotting until he showed up in Marineford with Luffy's hat. So he must have gotten in touch with Boa Hancock, but now, how did he do that? Ace watched Sabo get more and more excited, eyes alight with manic energy. If he was a weaker man, he would inch away from Sabo, afraid for his life. Marco was looking at Sabo with concern, worrying about his sanity. Sabo turned to Ace, body trembling from inner energy. "I bet you guys, especially you Marco, that you have a lot of connections." Marco eyes him. "Yes, it comes with experience and time on these seas you are." Sabo smiled. "So you would agree that Rayleigh would have an equal amount of connections you have. He's been around a long time, and he was the vice-captain of one of the most powerful pirate groups of the era." Marco nodded slowly, not getting what Sabo was talking about. Ace was trying to get where Sabo was coming from. "A couple of years ago, Dragon gave me what was essentially homework to find out how many connections certain individuals have and if we can use any of them. Rayleigh was one of them. And before you ask Marco, you were on the list, as well, along with your captain. Sorry. And Ace. You didn't even set sail yet. Don't worry." Ace could see Marco subtly creeped out by Sabo's apology and Ace shrugged. He could see Sabo doing that. He always had the knack for figuring out people and their friends. Ace rolled with it, not caring about subtle apologies. Sabo would essentially spy on him in the future if he didn't get his memories back. "When I was researching Rayleigh, I had to crawl through the army's record room because Rayleigh was retired and essentially kept to himself on Sabaody. When I was organizing papers, I found a curious thing. Rayleigh was seen with a woman named Nyan about 30 to 20 years ago, but after the Roger Pirates were disbanded. The curious thing was that woman Nyan was traveling the world on her own. I found this weird, so I dug deeper." Sabo took a pause, gathering his breath. "When I dug deeper into the hell that was the army's record rooms, I found the Nyan from years ago. About 40 years ago in fact, before the army was even created, I found a paper. The record was from a stolen marine shipment the army raided about 20 years ago. The record mentioned Empress Nyan, and at that time, the current Empress of Amazon Lily. Nyan was the past Empress of the Kuja people, the Empress before Boa Hancock took her place as the current Empress." Sabo stopped. Get the picture? Ace used his hands in a seesaw motion, mind getting what Sabo was saying, but struggling to see what Sabo's conclusion was. Ace gets the idea that Rayleigh has connections and that he could possibly talk to Boa Hancock without getting chased out from Amazon Lily. Sabo was connecting dots that were barely visible and Ace doesn't even think the lines connect. It was all too circumstantial. It just might be Ace being pessimistic, but even Marco was not looking that convinced. Sabo looked between them and got the vibe that they weren't sure about his conclusion. Sabo crossed his arms. It doesn't hurt to check it out ourselves. If it's a dead end, it's a dead end, but we won't know until we find out ourselves. Marco rubbed his head, tired. I can ask Pops to pass by the comm belt in the area of Amazon Lily Ua. Sabo nodded happily. That is all I can ask. Ace frowned, then figured why not. It was like Sabo said, what did they have to lose? Ace already lost his brother, nothing can be worse than that. And Ace highly doubts even Boa Hancock would be able to kill them with her full effort. She may be a warlord, but Pops was an emperor. There was a power difference between them that was not easily overcome. Ace only hoped she wasn't to kill Happy when they enter her waters. Coby was still sore. Waking up and remembering his last memory, Akainu's fist hurtling toward him with full intent to kill him made him shiver. That last thing he realized was a sword meeting the fist and Coby blacking out. When he actually woke up and started to know things he shouldn't be able to, Garp explained what Haki was. Coby was surprised that such a power existed. When he explained Conqueror's Haki, he remembered Luffy knocking out thousands of Marines, and now realizes what he did. Coby was proud of his friend, being one of the rare users of the Haki. Of course, he was. Coby thought it was fitting. Luffy wanted to be the Pirate King, of course, he would have the Haki of Kings. Coby grimaced at the thought of his friend, all bloodied and ragged. Coby took comfort that Luffy was breathing when he gave him over to Boa, so he could only hope he was still alive. Boa seemed to want to save Luffy, so Coby gave him to her. Coby knew he could have done nothing, so Coby wanted to believe in the warlord. The papers announced him dead, but he knew they didn't have a body to prove it. Coby would only believe that his friend was dead if they show him his dead body. That was the only way for Coby to fully believe Luffy died. Another reason for Luffy to be alive was Silver's Rayleigh showing up in Marineford with his hat. Coby wants to believe that is a sign that Luffy was alive. People may call Coby naive, but he doesn't care. If having hope makes him naive, then call him that all the time. Coby doesn't care about the names that he is called. He had hope, and he would not back down. Coby stretched his body, getting ready for the first day of Haki training by Vice Admiral Garp. He hasn't seen Garp since he woke up in the medical tents. Garp seems to be bogged down by paperwork, and Coby wasn't able to meet him during that time. Coby could see the higher-ups scrambling after the war, and his direct superior did not have the option to get out of the way. Helmeppo was next to him, already finished stretching. He was here because he wanted to unlock Haki himself, and Garp agreed to train him too. Coby smiled at his friend, happy that they were together in this. Helmeppo saw this and scowled, not liking the look. Before Helmeppo opened his mouth, the door to the yard they were in opened, and Coby and Helmeppo saluted. Garp grumbled to them when he passed. At ease, brats. Coby and Helmeppo relaxed, looking at Garp with surprise and confusion. Garp didn't look like he should be working by the bags under his eyes, and the way his eyes had an emptiness. Coby stepped forward, concerned for the man who helped him so much. What happened? Garp glared at him, something that made Coby flinch and take a step back. Garp looked between Coby and Helmeppo. You brats do remember what happened 2 weeks ago. Coby and Helmeppo nodded, obviously remembering the war they were involved in. Coby couldn't get the images out of his head if he tried. The clamor of blades clashing and the smell of gunsmoke and blood. Coby has nightmares of the scene every time he sleeps. Of course, he wouldn't forget. I'll give you guys a hint. Coby, he was your friend. Coby was confused, and then he realized in shock that Garp must believe the newspapers. Everyone did announce him dead, and only he, Helmeppo, and Boa Hancock knew he was alive when he left the battlefield. Coby snapped his head to Helmeppo. You didn't tell Vice Admiral Garp? Helmeppo panicked. I thought you did. I was out cold, when could I have told him? I haven't seen him in weeks, I didn't have the clearance to meet him. Garp looked between the two, eyes darkening. He coughed loudly and looked at his subordinates with a glare. Told me what? The two teenagers looked at Garp, then back at each other. Coby raised his hand, Garp looking at him and told him to talk. Coby looked down, shifting. He gathered his courage and looked at Garp in the eyes, steel in his stare. Okay, so, I was sad when I saw Luffy die, and I went to his body. No one was paying attention to us, because everyone was more focused on Whitebeard. I was crying, and you know, when Helmeppo thought he saw Luffy's chest move. I checked, and it was. He was still breathing. At that time, I realized he was still alive, he was still injured. I wrapped them up in a marine coat to avoid suspicion and carried him away from the battle. Then Boa Hancock showed up, we talked, and it seemed like she was a friend of Luffy. I gave Luffy to her, knowing she had more leeway to save Luffy than I could. Coby opened his mouth but closed it when he realized he had nothing to say. Garp stared at them, with the words registering in his head. He started to tear up, and Coby and Helmeppo panicked. Luffy is alive? Marco watched over the brothers, seeing them sleep on the deck, leaning on the other. After getting a decent lead, they crashed and haven't woken up in the past 13 hours. Marco was thankful he didn't have to sneak sleeping drags into their food. If it did get to that point, Marco was pretty sure either brother would notice, especially Sabo. In the past days, he showed great skill in spying and information gathering. Marco could see why Dragon chose Sabo as his second in command. Sabo was intelligent, determined, and had one mind track when he had a job. He also showed ruthlessness for his enemies. Marco was sure he had some experience with assassination too, but he didn't bring that up. In the past week, Marco saw the brothers get more and more in sync, the trust coming back in droves. They completely trusted each other and seemed to know what the other was thinking at all times. Ace trusted Sabo with his back, which took the Whitebeards months to do, and Sabo turned his back to Ace. One may say that was the same thing, but Marco knew it wasn't so simple. From what Marco had found out about Sabo in the past week, he was raised in the Revolutionary Army, voluntarily, and was taught to not trust anyone. He was trained as a spy and combatant and did this well. Marco saw Sabo show Ace's skills with hockey once, and even some of the commanders wouldn't try to cross him. His Dragon Claw was a pure crushing attack that only powerful fighters in the New World would survive if it hit them. He was a person no one wanted on his bad side because he had the smarts to defeat them without even moving his feet. Sabo did not trust easily, but he trusted Ace with his whole being. That trust didn't come out of nothing, but it was curated and grown over a long period. Marco thought that was also the case with Ace. Marco saw this trust in action when a wannabe Marine Rear Admiral attacked them. All the pirates were mixed between feeling annoyance and amusement. The Whitebeards were weaker than normal, but they still were the strongest crew in the world. These Marines thought they were weak, and it kind of set them off. Ace and Sabo were on deck, getting some fresh air once Marco forced them out of that room since they were in that room for about a day. Ace was one of annoyance, and Sabo only scoffed at the sight. The pirates were making bets on how long the Marines would last, and who would go. Ace didn't even ask to go, he just launched himself onto the Marines' boat with a blast of flame. Sabo only sighed and jumped to the warship, following his brother. Marco watched the brothers decimate the ship, the Marines not even able to fight back. The brothers fought smoothly, using combos that were obviously practiced. Sabo used his pipe while fighting, showing it wasn't for show, which they all knew because a pipe was just an odd thing to carry around. He tossed it to Ace a couple of times, and he used it with familiarity, even though Ace wasn't able to use it as well as Sabo could. But one thing Marco noticed, is that they always had a spot open for a third. Sometimes while they fought, they would move in odd patterns that Marco recognized as Straw Hat's battle style. Ace or Sabo would look over their shoulder to see no one and then attack with more force. Marco frowned at that. The brothers were so used to fighting together, that without all of them, they were slightly out of sync. Of course, only if you knew what to look for. Marco started to remember Ace and Luffy fighting in Marineford, side by side and covering each other's backs like Sabo was doing now. Now Marco realized they had a spot open at their backs, an obvious opening the brothers wouldn't have ignored. They still had a spot for Sabo, after all these years. They didn't fix the opening their brother once occupied, out of muscle memory or not being able to change habits themselves. Maybe it was for the two to feel like Sabo was always covering their backs. It made Marco feel horrible. They still remembered their brother and clearly missed him, not knowing he was still alive. Straw Hat died thinking he was saving his last brother, but not knowing he was the first to leave. It was so tragic that it made Marco feel like there was a crack in his soul. He didn't even want to imagine how Ace would feel. When Ace told the story of his brothers, of how Sabo was dead and that Luffy was practically his anchor, Marco knew Ace treasured his brothers more than himself. Marco didn't like that mindset, but that was what Ace grew up with and tied it so tightly to himself, that if anyone unwinded it, he would fall apart. And Ace did once he fully realized Luffy was dead and that he didn't have of his brothers left. Ace survived Sabo's death by taking care of his brother instead of himself. It was not healthy, but that was what Ace did. Sabo coming as he did, alive and well, maybe not that well because Marco could see the damage in Sabo's soul when he appeared on the deck, saved Ace. Ace would have taken longer, months or years before he got back to a semi-safe mental state. The crew would do everything to help him get through that time, but in some battles, Ace would have fought himself. Marco hated that thought, but it was the truth. With Sabo, he got out of the shell he made himself and decided to live again. Ace was still depressed as hell, but Marco wasn't afraid of coming into his cabin and finding him dead by his own hands. Marco knew he wasn't to that point, but Ace was getting close to that tipping point before Sabo came. Marco didn't know Sabo that well, but he could see the guilt and tangible grief around the man. He was suffering like Ace, and that only made Marco want to bundle both of them up and comfort them until they were no longer sad. Marco knew he couldn't do that, but it was the thought that counts. If it wasn't for the goal of finding their brother's body, Marco had a feeling they would have less energy and be more outwardly depressed than they were now. They were putting off the grieving process to work, using that as a distraction from their loss. Marco couldn't blame them, but he wanted them to grieve and not let it pile up for a later time. They would pass out after working for hours, not wanting to quit before they found Straw Hat's body. Which they did, evidence to the sleeping young men in what Marco wanted to call a cuddle pile but knew he would be punched if he said it out loud. Sabo was draped over Ace's chest, making it look very uncomfortable. Ace didn't seem to mind by the way he was peacefully sleeping. It was good to see when Ace was very clearly exhausted. Marco looked off at the sea, seeing some storms that were far off, but that could change any second. Pops agreed to check out the Boa Hancock lead, happy to do anything for his son. And maybe a new son because he clearly wanted to invite Sabo into the family, but didn't mention anything yet. Marco was impressed with his father's restraint. He would normally immediately ask the person to join their family, and if they refused, well, Ace was evidence of what would happen. Pops was probably one waiting for the right time. They were only a day away from Amazon Lily, and Marco didn't know what to expect. Would they be chased off? Would they be welcomed? And most importantly, would they find Straw Hat Luffy? Marco didn't know, but he would have to deal with the fallout anyway. That was his job as the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace was watching the island of Amazon Lily slowly get closer. The lush green forest and gate were in eyesight, and he had anxious energy in his body. He was barely controlling himself from fidgeting and moving around the deck. Sabo was in the same state but hid it better. Ace could tell by his leg bouncing subtly and the twitch of his fingers. The mini Moby was using the built-in paddles to sail in the calm belt, because of the no current or wind. Pops kept the Sea Kings away with small bursts of Conqueror's Haki, making the journey less dangerous than it would have been if Ace went by himself. Ace was surprised with how fast Pops agreed to check with Boa Hancock, barely even thinking about it when he said yes. Ace was grateful all the same. Ace turned his head to Amazon Lily, hearing distant sounds of bells and alarms. The gate opened, and Ace saw the Kuja's pirates' ship come through. The ship sailed to meet the Whitebeards halfway, still a ways away from Amazon Lily. Ace saw the distant form of Boa Hancock on the front deck of the ship. She had a stone-cold face and glared at the ship. When the ships were near, she jumped from her ship to theirs, landing with a graceful step. Her snake was curled around her, and she swept her long hair behind her, making some of his crewmates swoon. She scanned the ship, noticing the majority of their strongest crewmates were on the ship, including Ace. She met his eyes, and her expression shifted somewhat, but Ace couldn't figure out what that meant. She also saw Sabo, but only frowned at his person, probably not knowing who he was. She turned to Whitebeard, raising an immaculate eyebrow, and put a hand on her hip. "Why are you in my waters, Whitebeard?" Pop smiled darkly and looked at Ace and Sabo to talk. "My son and his brother can explain." Boa Hancock frowned and turned to Ace and Sabo, mouthing a silent, "Brother." Sabo elbowed him in the stomach, and Ace got the message. He walked forward, Sabo following behind him. Ace stopped when he was 10 feet away from the woman. "How did you know Luffy was in Impel Down before everyone else?" Boa crossed her arms. "Was that all you came here for?" Ace matched her uncaring atmosphere. "No, but your answer will have an effect on the rest of this conversation." Boa went silent for a moment, considering Ace. She gained a neutral expression and pet her snake. "Let me ask you this. Will this information stays on this ship, or should I expect you to spread what I say?" Ace shared a look at Sabo, him frowning at her wording. Sabo nodded, determined. Ace turned back to Boa. "No, whatever you say will stay between us." Boa glanced at the pirates on the deck and sighed. The pirate empress met his gaze strongly. "I thought as much." Boa walked forward, and her snake moved in a way so that she could sit comfortably. She crossed her legs and spoke. "I was the one that let him in. The only reason I went to Impel Down was because he asked me to bring him there. I smuggled him in when I entered the prison." There were quiet mutterings from around the deck, surprised that Sabo got it right, that Luffy did know Boa and got into Impel Down because of it. Ace was happy that they connected something. Sabo was the one to talk next, seeing that she wasn't as confrontational as they would have expected. "How did you meet Luffy? Was it because of Kuma?" Boa raised an eyebrow at Sabo. I don't know who you are, so why should I answer? Sabo shrugged and answered, I am Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Ace and Luffy's brother. Boa widened her eyes and looked between Ace and Sabo. She must have seen the way Ace was silently agreeing with Sabo's statement. She leaned back, frowning. Luffy never mentioned a second brother. He was only talking about Fire Fist. Maybe that was because he just found out about your execution at the time. Boa went silent again, while Ace digested the information that Luffy talked about Ace to the Lady Pirate. Boa made it sound like she was there when Luffy got the news. Maybe he was. And for your question, it was because of Kuma. Luffy landed on Amazon Lily after the tyrant sent him this way. Luffy didn't know how long he was in the sky, but he said it was about a week or two. Sabo and Ace looked at each other, seeing their theories coming together more smoothly than they thought they would. Boa stood up, gaining Ace's and Sabo's attention. Is that all? I have a country to run, and I don't have the time for this. She turned her back, and Ace felt his chance slip away. He yelled to Boa Hancock. Why did you leave Marineford so fast? Boa froze and looked over her shoulder at Ace. Ace had desperation on his face, and grief hung off his frame. She looked him over, face conflicted. She set her feet but almost continued walking when a voice came. Over the ship from the Kuja's flagship. Just tell them, girlie. Boa flinched and glared over the side, who when Ace looked, was a man with white hair and glasses on his face. He also had a scar over his right eye. He was smiling, and Boa was scowling. Why were you on my ship, Rayleigh? Rayleigh shrugged and smirked, seemed fun, and it had been a while since I talked to Newgate. Rayleigh turned to Pops and waved happily, a smile on his face. It's been a while, Newgate. How's the family treatin' ya? Pops grinned at Rayleigh, who was standing like he didn't just invite himself onto the ship with pirates wondering what was going on. Sabo was shaking Ace's arm like he couldn't believe Rayleigh was here and on the ship. Ace was also in a state of shock, gapping at the man they only half believed at best would be here. It's been good, my family could be better, but we're getting there. Raleigh raised a metal flask, I can drink to that. Rayleigh took a sip from his flask and closed it after. He put the flask back into his coat and smiled at Ace and Sabo. So you're that kid's brothers. I looked forward to meeting you, Ace. Didn't know about you, Sabo, but it's nice to meet you too. Rayleigh laughed happily, ignoring all the looks he was getting. Rayleigh then stopped and focused his gaze on the brothers. I got to know, why did you come all the way to Amazon Lily? You boys must have had a reason. Rayleigh was dead serious, eyes glittering in an unknown light. There was a beat of silence until Sabo broke it. Sabo spoke up, we realized Boa Hancock here told Ace that Luffy was in Impel Down before the guards knew. We then connected the facts that Boa disappeared from Marineford before anyone, with a nameless Marine reporting he saw a Marine being carted off by Boa Hancock, who matched the general description of Luffy. We wondered why she would do that, and how you got Luffy's hat. We needed to ask. Boa scared, I thought I killed anyone who saw. Damn it. Ace's vision narrowed to one Boa Hancock, who was scowling at the information. She was clearly annoyed at what Sabo said. Ace's heart started beating faster. Rayleigh looked at Sabo, considering something, why did you think I was involved? Ace answered this time, because I would not forget what Luffy's hat looked like. And Sabo found you had connections with the previous Empress of Amazon Lily, so you could probably get Luffy's hat from the Amazons without a big fuss. Rayleigh grinned good naturally, good detective work you boys did there, but you missed some key details. Rayleigh looked around and saw the brothers having their entire attention on him. His smile became softer while he put a hand in his pocket and grabbed something that turned out to be a den mushi. Boa was scowling but sat down again, and started to accept something from the look on her face. Gotcha. Why are calling, Rayleigh? You woke me from my nap, and I need my sleep. A man's voice came from the den mushi Rayleigh was using. The mushi was scowling, the epitome of annoyance. Rayleigh smiled, look outside and to your right. The voice came again, the noise of the other side of the call. Ace heard some voices in the distance asking where the man was going, and he yelled back something about dealing with an old man. A clink of metal and the sound of a heavy door opening were heard from the mushi, and then it went silent. You could have told me the Whitebeards are here. Rayleigh smirked, come on over. I can't get out of this, can I? No. I'll be there in a second. The call hung up, Rayleigh pocketing the snail. He looked around seeing all the pirates beyond confused. Boa only looked at him, not saying anything. Ace was not sure what was going on, but he had a feeling some things would be revealed. Sabo must have felt that as well with the way his eyes shined. Rayleigh walked up to a pirate and grabbed their sword. The pirate panicked, but Rayleigh only apologized. I need this for a second. Sorry, you'll get it back. Probably. Rayleigh then threw it up in the air abruptly, and the pirate scrambled out of the way of the sword's trajectory. Then a blue film covered the entire ship, along with most of the sea between then and the island. Shambles. The sword disappeared, and a person was where the sword was. The man touched down, hand on his hat. He looked up and observed the pirates with a cold gaze. Ace vaguely recognized him as one of the super rookies Luffy was included in. Ace didn't know his name, but Sabo did. That's Trafalgar Law, the Surgeon of Death. Bounty of 200 million berries. Trafalgar looked at Sabo, gaze uncaring at Sabo. He then looked at Rayleigh, very annoyed. Why am I here? I just went to sleep 2 hours ago. I do not appreciate this. That is an emperor. Points at Pops, who only seemed entertained by the scene. Rayleigh grinned, while Boa raised an eyebrow, but didn't speak. Ace didn't know what was going on. He did not expect this. This was a very odd group. And I do not want to be killed today. Rayleigh waved Trafalgar off, to his annoyance. His left eye twitched. Newgate wouldn't do that, especially what you did essentially for free. Ace narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off here. Rayleigh pointed at Sabo and Ace. I am guessing you tracked me, and the girl over here to find your brother's body. Ace nodded. Yeah, you were our best shot since no one else knew where his body was, and you had his hat. Trafalgar looked at Ace with consideration, also eyeing Sabo next to him. Rayleigh noticed Trafalgar looking at Sabo. That is also Luffy's brother, Sabo. Trafalgar looked aghast and looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. There's another one. Rayleigh nodded with eyes sparkling. Trafalgar rubbed his head, grimacing, and seemed to get a headache. He glared at Rayleigh. And why did you call me over? You know why. Trafalgar glared harder. I will not. Do you know how many protocols I broke already? Trafalgar crossed his arms, sword over his shoulder, something Ace just noticed. He was standing tall when surrounded by essentially enemies at all sides and was still seemingly unconcerned. Ace and Sabo looked in between Rayleigh and the rookie, no idea what was happening and why he was here. Not enough of them. Trafalgar seemed to almost burst a blood vessel. He rubbed his head harder at Rayleigh's words. Rayleigh sat on the railing of the mini-mobi and put his chin on his hands. Look at them and decide for yourself. Trafalgar glared at Rayleigh, but then looked to Ace and Sabo. He studied them. For a good moment, his face shifting into another expression every other second. Trafalgar's face fell and sighed. He uncrossed his arms, and put a hand in his pocket, pulling out a single berry coin. He flicked it and let it fall to the ground. Trafalgar then held out his left hand. Room. A blue sphere appeared in his hand, and it expanded. The pirates tensed and readied for anything, knowing a devil fruit when they saw it. Trafalgar noticed but didn't do anything but turn his hand with 2 tattooed fingers around. Shambles. The coin was gone but was replaced by a bed covered in medical machines, beeping and working with electricity and clearly in use. There was so much machinery that Ace could barely see the bed. But Ace definitely recognized the hat on the body. It was Luffy's hat. Ace blinked, chest confused and breaking at the same time. Ace took a step forward, tears in his eyes. Sabo was in the same state. Trafalgar looked at them. I can only leave him here for a couple of minutes, then he has to be hooked back up to my ship's medical room. Ace didn't care, making his way to the bed. When Ace got closer, he saw more details. He saw the heart monitor beeping, the mechanical breathing tube. He saw the bandages on the body, covered and clean. Ace got to the bedside and tears fell from his eyes. It was Luffy. His chest rose and fell with the machine, eyes closed, but Ace could see the barest hint of color in his skin. His face was calm with a breathing tube down his throat, hair clean and pure black like before. Every inch of his body was covered in white linen but was not red. Ace shakily took his hand and touched Luffy's hand, clasping it and feeling the warmth it held. Ace felt more tears fall from his eyes, and collapsed onto his knees. He put Luffy's hand to his forehead, shaking. Luffy was alive. He was breathing and not dead. He was covered in bandages but not cold. Ace sobbed, relief filling him. He was alive and not dead because of him. Luffy was alive to live another day to achieve his dream, and Ace was so happy. The overwhelming feeling of helplessness slowly retreated, and the memory of death was being barred off. Ace looked up at Sabo, eyes blurry, but he could see the tears in Sabo's eyes, hand over his mouth. Sabo had a clear expression of relief, and Ace grinned fully for the first time in weeks. How is he alive, you are? Ace could hear the disbelief in Marco's voice, but Ace was on cloud 9 and did not care for his question. Ace was too happy with being by his brother's side. Ace did keep an ear out, even though he was ecstatic at the discovery, he still wanted to know how this happened. Ace was sure Luffy died in his arms back at Marineford, so to find him alive was a pure shock. Trafalgar scoffed, to be honest, no idea. I kept him alive long enough to transplant needed organs, but it was an hour or so before I got him in my care. Let's just say, Straw Hat Ya here is a fighter. Ace nodded, in full support of that statement. Ace was not going to move from this spot. He spent the last 2 weeks thinking his brother was dead, so to find out he was alive, injured but alive, was something he didn't dare to wish for. Ace looked at Trafalgar, who was shifting his eyes from the reunion. He was looking down and looked conflicted. Thank you. Thank you. Trafalgar looked at Ace, then just as quickly looked away. He angled his hat down further, blocking his eyes. I'm a doctor, that's what I do. I did so because I wanted to. Nothing more, nothing less. Marco came to Ace's side, looking at Luffy. He had a soft smile on his face and turned to Trafalgar. Still, you saved my brother's brother. We won't forget this, you are. Trafalgar looked at Marco for a second. Do what you want. Rayleigh clapped, getting back the attention from before. Ace and Sabo didn't care about him, more concerned about looking after their younger brother, who was in front of their eyes. Ace would not be taken from his side again, mark his words. Sabo was sitting on the bed, making sure he wasn't seeing things. The love in Sabo's eyes when he gazed at Luffy, relief tangible, only made Ace smile harder. He was still tearing up, but his mind started to believe it the longer he held onto Luffy's hands. Luffy's hand was covered in bandages, thinner than what they were a couple of weeks ago. Ace knew it was normal for these circumstances, but he was still concerned. Do you want the story or not? Rayleigh said that, Ace and Sabo sharing a look. They looked at Rayleigh, who was smiling at their interactions. Pops rumbled a laugh, overjoyed at seeing his son so happy. Tell us what you can, Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled and turned to Boa Hancock, who only scoffed and flipped her hair, but didn't say no. Ace paid attention to the woman, still holding on to his younger brother desperately, fearing if he let go, he would disappear from his grasp again. I watched Luffy fall. Unlike the majority of the combatants in the war, I paid attention to Luffy after everything. So I noticed when 2 Marines came to Luffy's body, seemingly trying to figure out if he was alive or not. A pink-haired Marine figured out he was alive and then ran to get a killed Marine's coat. The Marine wrapped Luffy in that coat, disguising him as a Marine. That Marine and his partner carried him off the battlefield. I saw this and confronted them. We talked, and I quickly found that the pink-haired Marine knew Luffy, and seemed to care about him. I convinced the Marine to give Luffy to me, so I left quickly after that, noticing Luffy was on death's door, barely breathing, and couldn't find his heartbeat. Boa paused, getting her words in order. My doctor could barely do anything. He was alive, but if nothing was done, he would have died. As much as I hate to admit it, if it wasn't for Trafalgar, he would have died from his injuries. After an hour or so, Trafalgar appeared, also watching from the sea, and saw everything. He offered to help Luffy, and since I could do nothing, I agreed. Boa looked at Trafalgar, aiming to pass off the story to him. He was annoyed, his face showing how much he didn't want to talk. He sighed, resignation in the gesture. Why is this my life? Ace had a feeling they weren't supposed to hear that. Trafalgar groaned and grabbed his sword to put against his shoulder. I immediately started surgery on Straw Hatya. I won't give all the details, but if you want my initial diagnosis, you're welcome to them. It took 30 hours and restarting his heart 10 times because it would give out in the most problematic situations, but I stabilized him, barely, with all that. He had been in a coma ever since, only a single time did he wake. That was because Rayleigh asked me to wake him up to get his opinion on something that apparently couldn't wait. Trafalgar grumbled more opinions on that occurrence, not all of them were nice to the old pirate. Ace paid attention to the restarting Luffy's heart 10 times part. His face paled at that, realizing how close Luffy was to actual death. He held on tighter to Luffy's hand, anchoring himself. Sabo went and got a chair and set it by Luffy's bed. He sat on it, right by Ace's side. Ace bit his lip, trying to stop the tears that just kept coming. He felt a hand on his shoulder, glancing to notice it was Sabo. He was holding his shoulder in a vice grip that was only tight, not painful. Guess Sabo needs an anchor too. I knew where the kid would end up from Kuma. He told me Luffy here would land on Amazon Lily. When I was getting here, I got the news of the Paramount War. I decided to keep going, to ask Hancock what happened. I got here and soon found Luffy here. When he woke up, I gave him an offer. Ace looked up at Rayleigh, who was sipping from his flask. He was grinning at the scene with softness in his eyes. What offer you want? Ace heard Marco's curious voice off to his left, asking the question Ace wanted to know. Rayleigh smirked. I was originally coming to find Luffy to offer him to not set sail for the New World, at least not right away. He is a strong kid, but he would struggle a lot in the New World for some time. I would offer him to wait 2 years to train in hockey and then meet back up with his crew. Of course, I would be the one to train him in hockey. Sabo gripped harder on Ace's shoulder, and did he agree? Rayleigh nodded. Yes, he did. I also asked what his crew would know. If you look closely at that newspaper with me on it, you can see it. I used his hat to hammer in the idea he was alive to his crew. Ace finally gained an understanding of the information, what he wanted to know since he saw Rayleigh with his hat. But then he put it out of his mind, more willing to focus on the very alive brother in front of him. When do you think he will wake up? Sabo aimed that question at Trafalgar, who was silent after his part of the story was done. Trafalgar looked at Luffy, then to Sabo. Comas are unpredictable at best. With my devil fruit, I can tell he is healing up but not when he would wake. In my educated opinion, between a week or month. I can't give you any more than that. Sabo nodded, hard acceptance in his eyes. Ace wasn't surprised by that. He saw the damage Luffy took that day, how his chest was practically torn and burned apart. If he bounced back from that in only 2 weeks, Ace would be happy, but exasperated. And knowing Luffy, he would try to walk and run around with an open wound on his chest with no care for his personal health. Ace thought maybe Luffy was better in a coma, just for him to not mess with his own wounds. Ace focused on Luffy's hand, warm and real. That was all Ace needed. The all-consuming emotions from before faded, and the light came back in. Ace was still traumatized and saw blood on his hands, but the grief was fading away. Ace felt like everything would be okay for the first time since he was captured. With his brothers, both of them, by his side, he felt like nothing would bring him down again. It was a great feeling. Ace, and Sabo, even after Trafalgar moved Luffy back to his submarine, didn't leave Luffy's side. They didn't want to leave, sleeping and eating by his bedside. The Whitebeards didn't bother to move them, knowing it was beyond acceptable for the brothers to be like this. Ace was doing some of the reports he wasn't able to do in his depressed state, and Sabo was doing the same. Even when Sabo was taking time off, paperwork followed him. Ace thought it was a given with his job. The chief of staff was supposed to handle the people of the organization, so Sabo was in charge of where people were supposed to go and when. What they needed to be paid for and when they had time off. He was the backbone of the Revolutionary Army, and Ace watched on with pride. He may not like Dragon, but he had nothing against the army. He quite liked seeing the news when another country was freed from the world government. It was good entertainment, at the least. Ace was organizing his division, something he should have done weeks ago. He was very behind, but not that much. Marco was helping him out without Ace's knowing, doing some work for Ace when he couldn't. It only made Ace more thankful to the man. Marco was one of the people who did his best during the time Ace felt like he had nothing. He helped Ace when he needed it the most. Ace may never pay him back for what he did, but he had the time to do so. Nico Robin joined the army a few weeks ago. Sabo said that after looking through some papers. He was looking consideringly at it, curious. Ace looked up, isn't she on Luffy's crew? Sabo nodded, she is. Nico Robin joined after Alabasta. There was also something curious. She said she would only join for 2 years, and then leave. She only asked for a free trip to Sabaody when she left. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, happy to have evidence that Luffy's crew truly knew that Luffy was alive and what the plan was. Ace was going to keep the promise Luffy asked of him that day in Marineford. He may not have to look after them in the place of Luffy, but he still wanted to do the best for them when Luffy wasn't able to. They were one of Luffy's treasures, and Ace would be dead if anything happened to them. Any word on the other members? Sabo shook his head, nothing. They are keeping their heads down, probably. With the word still out that Luffy is dead, they would only be seen as remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. The only one I think that might be actively searched for is Roronoa Zoro, Luffy's right hand. Him, being a member of the worst generation, doesn't help his case. Ace hummed at that, remembering the green-haired swordsman Ace met in Alabasta. Ace could tell he was strong for a newbie pirate, and that he would go far. Ace also remembered the loyalty Ace could see in his eyes when he gazed at Luffy. Zoro called Luffy an idiot, but not meant to be harmful. And everyone who ever met Luffy knew he was an idiot. Ace remembered Luffy calling him his best friend while bleeding out, and Ace shook his head not to remember it. He may have his brother back, but that doesn't mean he magically got okay after it. He still woke up screaming, hands feeling wet from the blood. He heard the scream that chilled his bones and could feel everything from that day. Ace was still hurting, but it was numbed. He still felt guilt that his brother was injured enough to be believed dead. And then Ace felt guilty because he thought Luffy was dead, essentially unknowingly leaving Luffy to his fate on that cold ground. If it wasn't for Marines, Luffy could have died for sure. Ace abandoned Luffy when he needed it the most, and Ace almost crumbled at the thought. The only thing that kept him from crumbling was the heart monitor beeping to remind Ace that he was still alive. Ace went back to his reports. Zoro will be fine. He seems like the kind of person to survive anything. Ace went silent, chewing over his next words. Ace tapped his pen to his paper, needing an outlet. Ace opened his mouth, needing to talk about it with someone who understood. When Luffy was bleeding out, he said some things. Sabo glanced at Ace, gently putting away his papers on the bedside table, getting the feeling Ace was going to unload on him. Ace tapped his pen harder on the paper. He said Zoro was his best friend when I mentioned him. Luffy was happy when he said that, bleeding out and essentially dying, and he was smiling. He told me to not leave the Whitebeards because they cared about me. Ace took in a shaky breath. He said that I died. That if Luffy didn't, I would die instead. He made it sound like he saw it. Then right after only said that he saved me. I didn't think it through until recently, but what if he did? What if he actually looked into the future and saw me die, and that was why he did the things he did? Ace was breathing heavily, heart stuttering in his chest. He was clenching his pen hard, almost to the point of destruction. Sabo gently took the pen out of his hand, Ace allowing him. Sabo had an unknown emotion in his eyes. Hockey tends to develop in stressful situations, and I think a fatal attack was stressful, alright. I don't know if Luffy saw the future, but he might have used observation hockey at that moment. Sabo went silent, then talked again after seeing Ace with guilt in his eyes. If he did use future sight, Luffy knew what he was doing. Ace looked down, gritting his teeth. He felt like such a failure. Ace, neither of us blames you. Just, remember Luffy is alive. Ace nodded, biting the inside of his cheek. Sabo went to his seat, knowing whatever he said wouldn't stop Ace from feeling guilty. Ace continued to see the moment Luffy sacrificed himself for him, seeing it play out in slow motion, never changing. Ace would always regret that Luffy got hurt because of him, his actions. That might never go away, but the steady breathing of Luffy brought him back. He could mope and think about it when Luffy could talk, and he could wait until Luffy woke up. And Ace would be right there when he did. Ace woke up groggily, seeing Sabo pace the room frantically, almost pulling out his blonde hair. Sabo's top hat was with his papers, on the bedside table. Ace felt the loss of his hat even more at that image. His hat was a gift from Luffy for his 15th birthday, and Ace treasured it. His head felt bare without the orange accessory. Wah! Sabo turned to him, noticing Ace with his drool-covered mouth. Ace used the back of his hand to wipe away the drool, confused at Sabo's actions. Sabo went back to frantic pacing. Luffy is alive. Ace nodded slowly, wondering what Sabo took to get this frenzied. Yeah, he's right there. Ace pointed at Luffy's still form, feeling wrong with the description. Luffy was never still. Sabo glared a bit but then explained. And only we know. I need to tell Dragon, but he's ignoring my calls. I think he is trying to get me to stop working, but that only works when we're mourning, and not trying to tell your brother's father he's alive. Ace understood, putting his fist in his hand at the revelation. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Shanks also thinks Luffy is still dead, maybe even Gramps. From what I heard from Marco, Shanks is planning a funeral soon. Ace and Sabo shared a look of resignation that they would have to figure out how to tell essential news to some of the most influential powers in the Grand Line. Ace rubbed his head, too tired to start thinking up a plan. Sabo sat on his chair heavily, a hand in his hair. I think we should bring this up with your crew. Ace nodded, I think so too. Marco knew the day would be different when he woke to knocking on his door. When he opened it, he saw Ace and Sabo with twin expressions of, "Can I ask something that will probably give you a headache?" Marco was very familiar with the expression with Ace on the crew. Marco looked between both of them, "Come in. I know you two didn't come here for nothing you are." Ace smiled, thankful. Sabo tilted his head in thanks. Marco moved out of the way, allowing them to entire his cabin that doubled as his office. He had his bed in the corner of his 15 by 15 foot room with his desk at the wall, covered in papers with the lamp off. Marco rubbed his eyes, sleep calling him. He set up the chairs at the small table in his room, taking them out from his closet. Ace and Sabo sat while Marco took a drink from his water bottle, throat parched from waking up. He leaned on the wall directly in front of the brothers, water bottle in hand. What do you guys want to talk about, you are? Ace timidly rose his hand, face sheepishly. Sabo and I realized that people who should know Luffy is alive do not know. Shanks, for one. Marco's eyebrows twitched, realizing the validity of that statement. If Shanks found out they knew his pseudo-son, boy was that weird to think that Drunkard considered anyone a son of his, was alive and didn't tell them, there would be hell to pay. Shanks may like them well enough, but that wouldn't discount them not telling him Luffy was alive. Marco saw the devastation on Shanks' face after the war. Yeah, it would probably be best to inform him. Marco did remember Shanks talking about a funeral when they split up about a week and a half ago. It looked like the crew needed some time to mourn Luffy, then the two crews would meet up and have the funeral at the same time, the Whitebeards volunteering one of their territories for the graves. They still needed to get together to talk logistics, so it wouldn't be too odd for them to meet up with the crew. Marco rubbed his head, Pops needed to call Shanks anyway you are. Ace's face lit up, and he beamed, thanks, Marco. Marco waved off the thanks. Ace and Sabo high-fived, happy about gaining Marco's permission. Marco looked at Ace through the corner of his eyes, seeing him smile and grin without a worry in the world. It was a shift from his previous state. Marco was glad to see it, to see Ace without grief and misery hanging from his body. Ace felt the same before everything happened, even a bit happier than before. Marco inwardly smiled. Ace, having both of his brothers, alive and, maybe not well, but in sight, did wonders for his mental state. Marco allowed his thoughts to wander. If Thatch magically came back. Marco shook his head at the thought. He and his family buried Thatch themselves, there was no way he was alive. But if he did, Marco would thank whatever deity may be out there with all of his heart. The idea of family was important to Marco, to all the Whitebeards, so to find one of their siblings alive when they thought the worst, would be the cause of celebration. Dragon is also ignoring my calls. Sabo interrupted his thoughts with that. Marco turned to Sabo, who had a slight grin on his face. I think he doesn't want me to work while he thinks I am grieving, but since that isn't the case anymore, it is only making my job as the informer harder. Marco tapped his arm and thought. When do you think he wants you back to the army? Sabo put a hand on his chin, probably once all my vacation days are used up. Marco raised an eyebrow, and that would be? Sabo scratched the back of his neck with his hand, sheepish. About 3 months. Ace stared at his brother, the deadpan stare drilling into Sabo's face, who was avoiding his gaze. Sabo continued to do so when Marco spoke up again. Why do you have that much time off? Sabo met Marco's eyes, smiling nervously while the stare of his brother drilled into him. Ace stood with a hand on his hip, not at all impressed by Sabo at the moment. Dragon wasn't kidding when he said I haven't taken time off since I joined. Ace put his hands to his face in a praying motion, exasperated. Sabo, you mean to tell me, you have not taken any time off since you were 10? The no-nonsense tone in Ace's voice made Sabo flinch. Sabo slowly met Ace's gaze, smiling sheepishly. Marco slowly put the chairs away, since the brothers stood up a minute ago. He knew this conversation was derailed and wouldn't move back on track anytime soon. Sabo raises his hands in surrender, I never really had a reason to. Ace crossed his arms, small flames appearing on his arms. Marco also got any and all flammables away from Ace. Sabo's smile was getting thinner the more time Ace stayed silent. Marco had to intervene at this point. If you two are going to fight, don't do it in my cabin. Ace took one look at Marco and grabbed Sabo's arm, dragging him out of the room. The door closed with a bang, Marco hearing Sabo's protests getting smaller. Hey, Ace? What are you doing? Just wait for a second, please? Oi, Ace, answer me. Are you sure you want to do this? Why is your fist on fire? Marco heard a crash and some bangs, some of his siblings shouting about putting out a fire. Marco only looked at the door and put his papers in order. Marco may be the responsible one, but he doesn't have to do that every day. Marco would go crazy otherwise. Law looked at the two men in front of him. Fire Fist and Sabo were looking at him with expectation, innocence practically radiating from them. What do you guys want? Sabo stepped forward, smiling a little even though Law saw a blooming black eye forming on his face. Fire Fist was ignoring it, so Law thought it better to not bring it up. How likely would it be for you to agree with the Whitebeards taking care of Luffy for a while? Law looked between the two men, who were meeting his eyes with expectation in their eyes. They were sparkling. Law turned his back to them, reaching for the diagnosis he finished that morning. He looked through it, trying to spot anything that stuck out. He nodded to himself, inwardly, and set it down on the bed where Straw Hat's feet should be. Law looked back at the brothers, who silently watched his actions. Law sighed. With Straw Hat's current health, it may be best for me and everyone involved to have Straw Hat stay with Fire Fist's crew until he wakes up. Fire Fist looked surprised, and Sabo beamed. Law sighed again and waved them out of the room. They started to leave, looking excited, and Law heard Fire Fist mumble about asking his pops for permission. Fire Fist stopped at the door, Sabo waiting for him on the other side of the metal door. Hey, Trafalgar. Law looked up from his medical papers, making sure everything was in line. Fire Fist was smiling softly at Straw Hat. He gazed back at Law, something unreadable in his eyes. Fire Fist looked grateful, aimed at Law. I said this before, but thank you for saving my little brother. I owe you one and feel free to cash it in whenever you feel like it. I am the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, I have a lot of pull. Sabo poked his head in, nodding. Same. The Revolutionary Army owes you one too. Dragon would feel exceptionally grateful when he realizes you saved his son. We will do our best if you call for anything. Law looked at the earnest faces of the two men, who happened to be telling Law he just got 2 favors from some of the most influential forces in the world. Law might not have done any of this to get more power, but he did get some now. Any of those favors were something people would kill for, and they were given to Law so easily. Sabo exited the room, and Fire Fist turned his back to Law, making him see the Whitebeard mark on his back. And Trafalgar? Law moved his gaze to Fire Fist, looking over his shoulder back at Law. He smiled fully, stretching his cheeks to fit the biggest smile Law had seen in years. Call me Ace. With that, the brothers left, leaving Law with his thoughts. He never thought this was how his pirate life would go, but Law didn't regret his actions. He may have lost about 2.5 weeks, but that would not be big in the grand scheme of things. Straw Hat was as stable as he could be, and since the Whitebeard showed the willingness to take care of his patient for as long as needed, Law found his presence more unnecessary the more time went on. Sure, the Whitebeards wouldn't do anything about it if Law chose to stay, but Law himself felt that he overstayed his welcome. The brothers didn't feel that way, with how they just offered him 2 favors. That could shake the world if found out about it. Law gazed at the sleeping form of Straw Hat, still with a breathing tube down his throat, mask over his face. Law replaced his bandages this morning, visibly surprised at how fast Straw Hat's injuries were healing. He wrote it down, already realizing the exchange would happen sooner or later, and he might as well write down anything that would help the next doctor's job. Law stopped writing, looking up at Polar Tang's metal ceiling. When has he ever done this much for patients? He shook his head, getting back to his memoir for Straw Hat's next doctor. Stupid empathy. Shanks got the call to meet up with the Whitebeards. They called to inform Shanks where all the funerals were going to be. It was a peaceful spring island in the New World, one of Whitebeard's expansive territories. It was an out-of-the-way place, with no one bothering to even try to find the island. This island only had its beautiful scenery to call its own, no specialty to yearn for. The natives lead peaceful lives under Whitebeard's rule, grateful for the man to keep the peace. When Shanks called out the order, his crew gave a somber cheer. The majority of his crew didn't know Luffy, having joined the crew after entering the Grand Line. His crew was small when he visited Dawn, but still powerful. He was a billion-berry bounty when he visited the East Blue for the first time, meeting Luffy in that backwater village. The only people who truly knew and mourned Luffy were the pirates who had been with him the longest. His so-called commanders. Their and Shanks's feelings on the matter transferred to the majority of the crew, creating a domino effect on the mood on the ship. Shanks had the overwhelming feeling of getting drunk, not for fun like normal, but blackout drunk so he could forget his grief for a single moment. He hadn't felt his way since his captain was killed, truly feeling detached from the world. Anchor was one of the most important people in Shanks's life. The blinding light the boys gave off was something Shanks wanted to keep close to his heart. Luffy was a bundle of innocence that Shanks wanted to protect from the world, but knew he wouldn't be able to. He was the son Shanks never had but wanted to protect all the same. Shanks knew that he couldn't do that. Luffy had his own adventure to find, and Shanks held no place in it until he was strong enough to fight Shanks on equal footing. Which was almost impossible to achieve. But Shanks knew Luffy could do it. But now, he couldn't. Shanks clenched his hand, the weight of his left arm more noticeable these past couple of weeks. Shanks could feel the phantom pain where his left arm was, giving him recollections of the time he lost it. His musings were broken when one of his crewmates yelled about sighting a mini-Moby. Shanks moved to the front of the ship, grabbing a telescope to see there was indeed a mini-Moby near. Which was weird because Shanks thought they would meet at the Spring Island. Shanks didn't think much of it, it was probably them crossing paths to get to the island. When they go closer to the ship, Shanks figuring they might as well sail near the other, Shanks noticed a very familiar hockey signature on the mini-Moby. He sensed all the commanders, including Ace, and the hockey of Rayleigh, someone he hadn't seen in years. Shanks's order changed the second he sensed his former vice-captain. The Red Force pulled up next to the mini-Moby, gangway set up to join their 2 ships. Shanks grabbed a sake bottle he bought to meet Whitebeard again, just for old time's sake. He walked briskly to the piece of wood that connected the 2 ships. Shanks walked onto the deck, not using his Conqueror's hockey like he normally would. He noticed all the commanders watching him, along with Ace, who was practically vibrating next to a blonde-haired man with a burned scar on his face. He was pulling Ace back, hand around his forearm. Shanks had no idea who that man was, even though Shanks felt that the blonde was a force to be reckoned with. Whitebeard sat in a chair, not as extravagant as the one on the Moby D dash, but big enough to hold the pure weight the man must weigh. He grinned at Shanks' entrance, which made Shanks raise an eyebrow. "Hey old man. I thought we were going to meet up on the island. And why is Rayleigh here?" Whitebeard laughed and grinned. "Something came up, and we thought it would be best for both of us to meet up without prying eyes. And he is here for the same reason." Shanks sat down, putting the sake bottle by him. His eyebrow twitched, aggravated. "And what may that be?" Whitebeard grinned under his white mustache. "My son can explain. I think you'll like it." Shanks saw out the corner of his eyes the commander's smile secretly. Shanks still couldn't find Rayleigh on the deck, but he could feel him somewhere on the ship. Ace came to Shanks, the blonde following him. Shanks was curious, seeing Ace grin in a way Shanks wasn't expecting to see. He seemed lighter than when he saw the boy the first time, not to mention what Shanks thought he would look like after losing his brother. Come on, stand up. We need to show you something. Ace tugged on Shanks' cloak, trying to get Shanks to move. Shanks was curious but raised an eyebrow at his actions. The blonde nodded in agreement, and Shanks had to ask. And who might you be? The blonde smiled and gestured to Ace, his brother. The name is Sabo. Shanks looked at Ace, who confirmed it with a nod. Ace was still attempting to move Shanks, pushing him to below deck. Shanks allowed it, knowing he could not, but his curiosity was piqued. He needed to break up the stillness the last couple of weeks held. I didn't realize you had another brother. Ace kept pulling Shanks to below deck, him seeing the other pirates watch with amusement. Luffy and I thought he was dead. He wasn't. Can you stop digging that in already? No. Shanks gave a small smile at the conversation, but his smile fell when he realized Luffy thought Sabo was dead. Another thing to feel like shit about. Shanks was pulled to the infirmaries, he could tell by the way disinfectant was drafted from the facilities. Are you going to tell me what's going on? You'll see. With that statement, Ace stopped pulling on Shanks, stopping in front of a door. Shanks could feel Rayleigh on the other side, along with a weak hockey signature, weak enough for even Shanks couldn't know who the person was. He stared at Ace, who only looked at him and turned the door knob. He opened it up and saw something that made his heart skip. Shanks stopped at the door frame, feeling Ace and Sabo pass him and stand by the bed, looking at him with understanding eyes. Shanks was frozen in his spot, staring at the boy sleeping on the medical cot. Shanks recognized the boy, how could he not? The raven black hair and the scar under his left eye when he was stupid enough to think stabbing himself was manly. Luffy's chest rose and fell with the rush of air he could hear from the machines. His heart beat rhythmically, and Shanks put a hand over his mouth, feeling relief seep from his body. He leaned heavily onto the door frame, seeing the boy he cared for alive. Shanks could see Rayleigh in the corner of the room, only chuckling to himself at Shanks's reaction. But Shanks didn't focus on him. Shanks voiced his thoughts, croaky and racked in emotion. Yeah, I think this is a good reason. When Shanks left the room, barely able to get himself to leave, he had tears in his eyes, and his crew panicked. Shanks calmed them down, barely able to get out that Luffy was alive, truly alive. Shanks whipped away his tears, sniffing. The Whitebeards didn't mention it. He sat down on a chair placed on the deck when he was below deck. Rayleigh came up with him, sitting on one of the railings of the mini-mobi with his flask in hand. Ace and Sabo came a minute later, talking in hushed tones. That's a DMN good reason to meet up. Whitebeard drank from the sake Shanks brought. When he finished the cup, he set it down gently, unlike the last time Shanks met him on his ship. I agree. My son brought to my attention that you might want to know, along with his father, who Sabo is still in the process of informing. Sabo spoke up in an agitated spiel. Dragon is normally so good with answering his DMN calls, but now he decided radio silence was needed? It's so annoying. Ace patted Sabo's shoulder sympathetically, Sabo looking like he would have a breakdown. Have you tried any of your coworkers to send the news? Ace asked that, and Sabo glared at him. Of course I have. They're not taking any of my calls either. Dragon had to completely cut me off, and now it's making it harder to talk with him with everything that happened. Sabo deflated, energy sapped from his body. He seemed to be at his wit's end. Shanks wanted to laugh at the sight, but he stopped himself. You know Dragon? Sabo looked at Shanks. Yeah, since I am the chief of staff of his organization. Shanks tilted his head and nodded at the explanation. He dropped the topic and looked at Rayleigh, who only raised an eyebrow at Shanks' attention. I wouldn't have thought to find you here, Rayleigh. Rayleigh put away his flask into his ratty white coat. I thought a small adventure would be good for my old body. Making sure the kid was alright was only a plus. Yeah, that's why. Of course. Ace said that, and his head snapped down with a smack. He rubbed his head and glared at Sabo, who only had gotten back to the right state of mind to berate his brother. They started arguing, but Shanks ignored it. He suddenly beamed. I think a party is in order. Both crews roared in agreement. Marco grimaced but let it happen, to Shanks' glee. Ace drank from his cup, sitting by Sabo, who was also nursing a cup of whiskey. The party had gone on for about 4 hours now, and Ace smiled at the scene of both crews' happiness. That they were alive and one thought lost was found to be alive. Ace found it surprising this was the first party they held since Luffy was found alive. Ace would have partied so hard, but Luffy was more important than a hangover. Ace saw some of the high-ranking red hairs go down to see Luffy, coming back with tears in their eyes. Ace smiled at the joyous expression the hardened pirates had. Ace knew they treasured Luffy by the stories Luffy used to tell Ace about the crew when they were kids. The Red Hairs partied hard, and Ace was impressed. He knew the reputation the crew maintains, essentially a party ship the majority of the time, but he even saw some of his crew look intimidated. Shanks was surrounded by bottles, becoming a sad drunk, but happy somehow. He was the life of the party, and Ace watched on with a smirk. It felt good to see how much Luffy was loved. Ace glanced at Sabo, who had a distant look, but was grinning all the same. It seemed sad. You know, I love my current position, but seeing this, I feel like I missed out on the pirate life. Being free to do what you want and comrades to share it with. Ace looked down at his drink, letting the silence between them linger. Yeah, it's fun. But I genuinely think you belong in the army. You have the atmosphere you would think a revolutionary has. And, don't you get the same things as a rev? Sabo twiddled his hat, something Ace knew as an anxious tick Sabo had since they were kids. I do, but the carefree atmosphere is something I didn't know I missed until now. In the army, it's always the next battle, next war, next country to liberate. I don't mind it, but compared to pirates who live without knowing their next battle, I'm envious. Sabo put his hat back on his head, Ace staying silent. I start to think about how all of us would be pirates, together against the world. Didn't split up and lived our lives like we always wanted. Sabo took a sip of his drink, looking into the whiskey's depths. Ace looked up at the sky, seeing the stars, shining so bright. The shouts and noise of the party flowed over them. Luffy didn't blame you. When you left, Luffy cried for days, like the crybaby he is. He never cried about you leaving for freedom, but that he never would meet you again. But now you're here. I don't care that you're a rev, and would continue to do so, only that you know you would always be welcomed onto this ship. You're my brother, and I know you are living as you want. Sabo tipped down his hat, blocking his eyes. When did you get so philosophical? Ace scoffed. Someone had to pick up the slack, and we all know Luffy is an idiot. Sabo chuckled weakly. Yeah, he would rather eat than think. Ace laughed, a big booming laugh. That's true. The brothers watched the party from their seats, the silence between them comfortable, an air of understanding predominating the area. Ace was woken up by a shout of a marine ship approaching. It was in the middle of the night, and the party was still going strong. Ace blearily looked to the Whitebeard who was running to Pops. Sabo mumbled from Ace's shoulder, him having leaned on Ace when he fell asleep. Sabo blinked awake, hearing the shout from the pirate. He stood up, stumbling. Ace rubbed his eyes, sleep pulling at his eyes. He went to the railing and looked at where the pirate was pointing at. Ace paled. It was a marine ship with a dog head as a figurehead, steadily coming closer to the mini Moby and Red Force. Is that what I think it is? Sabo asked, a tremor in his voice, steadily getting paler the closer the ship got. Ace gulped. Yep. Sheet. Ace backed up, Sabo matching his behavior. They both looked for hiding spots on the deck, getting more frantic when they saw none. Ace bumped Sabo purposefully, gesturing for Sabo to follow him. Sabo nodded, face serious. Sabo hadn't been this serious the entire time he was on the ship. Ace went to Pops, and hid behind his chair. It was the best spot they had, and Pops would definitely stop Gramps from punching them. Hopefully. Ace put his back to the chair, Sabo following his example. They didn't need to look for themselves when all the other pirates were talking about the ship coming closer. Pops and Shanks were talking about why Garp was coming to them. Ace did not contribute to the conversation, too afraid of Gramps to even move from his spot. Ace heard a thump on the deck and the unsheathing of swords. Ace froze in fear. He knew Gramps wouldn't kill him, but Ace had leftover fear from his childhood, remembering all the times Gramps dropped him off a cliff. Is Ace here? I heard an interesting piece of information I need to share with him. Ace heard Pops talk to Gramps. He is, but if you want to tell my son something, you'll tell it to my crew too. I heard Luffy is alive. Bring him out. Ace trembled. Ace shared a look with Sabo, both had wide eyes, shock coursing through their veins. Ace took a deep breath and left his spot, no longer behind Pop's chair and in full view. Ace saw Gramps with swords aimed at him, Shanks watching with eagle eyes, and Rayleigh laughing to himself nearby. Ace met his grandfather's eyes, which softened the smallest amount when they saw Ace. He grew serious, with wrinkles on his face moving along with the expression. How do you know that? Ace was worried about the Marines finding that out, realizing that the only win they got from the war didn't even happen. Gramps' eyes narrowed at Ace's words, then reached behind him to only show a young boy with pink hair, looking nervous but determined at the same time. He straightened up and looked at Ace, who had a feeling about where this might go. Because I know he is alive. He was alive when I gave him to Boa Hancock at Marineford. Ace grinned, finally seeing the small Marine who saved his brother. He was nervous, but who wouldn't be when two entire Emperor's crews stare at him? Ace heard a voice behind him, poking his head out from his hiding spot. "So, you're the one who saved Luffy?" Gramps looked like he blue-screened, and Ace realized he may have forgotten something. "Sabo?" After everything was said and done, Gramps realized Sabo and Luffy were alive. Ace and Sabo got hit with his fist of love, and headaches appeared afterward. Gramps saw Luffy, in his coma still, and then left. The pink-haired Marine, Coby, saw Luffy also and cried happy tears. He said he was friends with Luffy before Zoro joined Luffy's crew back in the East Blue. Luffy was the one who gave Coby the courage to try and achieve his dream, which was to be Fleet Admiral. Ace may not like Marines, but Coby was alright. Gramps left, and Shanks soon after. They held the funerals for their crew, and many tears were shed that day. They partied for those who left them and for the future ahead of them. Ace was sitting in the medical room they set up for Luffy, something he was doing an awful lot these days. Sabo was still trying to get in touch with Dragon, and failing miserably. The doctor and nurses came in and out of the room, checking up on Luffy. From what Ace heard, Luffy was recovering faster than expected, even by their already optimistic estimates. His chest was still covered in bandages, but they took off the bandages from his arms and legs. Ace saw the skin for the first time in weeks. Ace noticed all the scars that were not on Luffy's arms when he looked at Luffy during Marineford. Ace felt like shit after that realization. The silence was regularly broken by the beeps of the heart monitor, the breathing tube no longer down Luffy's throat since his lungs healed enough to breathe on his own. Ace was very happy that day. He still had an oxygen mask on, but that was better than seeing Luffy with a tube shoved down his throat. "Did you see that?" Ace looked to Sabo, who had widened eyes and stared at Luffy's hand. Ace looked at Luffy's hand, seeing it be as still as Ace last saw it. Ace was about to ask if Sabo was seeing things when Ace stopped. Luffy's hand twitched. Ace saw Luffy's hand twitch, lighting racing up his spine. He sat up abruptly, knocking his chair over. Ace stumbled to Luffy's bed, leaning over him. Ace couldn't see him move any other part of his body, but since he moved his fingers, it may be soon. Ace. Ace glanced over his shoulder to Sabo, looking every bit as hopeful as Ace was feeling. Sabo looked at Luffy and moved to the other side of the bed. "We should inform the doctor." "Let's do that." "It's a good sign, Commander. This means that Straw Hat has brain activity, something we worried about with his initial diagnosis. This may be a sign for him to wake up, or it could be a tic some coma patients have. I can't say any more. This is an odd case, but Straw Hat has a good chance to wake up." Ace absent-mindedly nodded at the doctor's explanation. She bowed and exited the room, leaving Ace and Sabo by their lonesome again with Luffy's sleeping body. Ace knew that Luffy waking up right away was a pipe dream, but the doctor kept the brothers in line with their expectations. Luffy was fatally injured, and only determination and a spite-filled doctor, Ace knew how to feel people, and Trafalgar is 100% fueled by spite, saved him. Ace saw Luffy's injury list, making him grow pale at the initial state Trafalgar found Luffy in. The doctor herself muttered about how Luffy survived his injuries and subsequent surgery. Ace would be more surprised if Luffy to wake right up. "Go to sleep, Ace. It's late, and I'll watch for any change when you sleep." Ace was at war with himself. He wanted to stay awake, but Sabo had a point. Ace missed so much sleep these past couple of weeks that his body was slowly getting it back by force. Ace gazed at Luffy but went back to his chair and picked it up. From where it fell. He settled into the cheap chair, letting his body slide down. He glanced at Sabo, who was reading a book. Ace slowly let his eyes fall, trusting Sabo to wake him if anything happened. "Ace. Ace." The shaking woke Ace up, him mumbling sleepy words to the voice in his ear. Ace squinted, seeing Sabo's frantic face. That woke Ace up quickly. Ace gained awareness and looked around, trying to see what Sabo woke him up for. "What the hell, Sabo?" Sabo pointed to Luffy. "He's moving more." "Really?" Sabo nodded, eyes bright. Ace moved from his chair to Luffy's bedside. Ace saw the way Luffy's hand and leg twitched, along with the fluttering of his eyelids. Ace kneeled at his bedside, holding onto Luffy's hand. Ace whispered to his brother, "Come on, Luffy. Wake up. I know you can, please, wake up." Ace and Sabo stayed by Luffy's side for hours, seeing Luffy twitch and move more the longer time went on. Ace's gaze never left his brother's face, so when his eyelids fluttered open for even a moment, Ace saw it. Ace held onto Luffy's hand harder, hope feeling him. Sabo was gripping his forearm hard, on the edge of pain, but Ace didn't tell him off. Ace could feel the nervous hope Sabo radiated. "CE." Ace snapped his head up, not realizing when he lowered it. Ace gritted his teeth with tears in his eyes. Ace saw Luffy open his eyes, glazed and unseeing, but his eyes were clearly trying to look around. Ace stood up, making sure Luffy would be able to see him. "Yeah, Luffy, it's me." Luffy's eyes moved to Ace's face, unblinking, but Ace could finally see his little brother's eyes he wished to see open for weeks. Ace felt the tears go down his face, not even bothering to wipe them away. Luffy took a moment and then smiled. Not the soft smile Ace saw on his face when he was bleeding out, but the bright smile Ace recognized from his childhood. Pure happiness. Luffy raised a shaky hand and patted Ace's arm. His smile grew wider. "I saved you, this time." Ace nodded frantically. "Don't expect that again, but you did good, Luffy." Luffy laughed a small and weak laugh, but a laugh, all the same. Shishishi. Ace saw Luffy try to keep his eyes open, but Ace knew Luffy must be tired. Ace felt the hand on his arm slowly fall to the bed, but he clasped Luffy's hand. "It's fine. You deserve some rest." Luffy gazed at Ace with blurry eyes. He tried to tighten his hands around Ace, but he could only feel a slight pressure on his hand instead of his usual crushing grip. "You'll be there when I wake up, right?" Ace gripped Luffy's hand harder. "Of course, I will. I promise." Luffy smiled again, and Ace saw Luffy fall to sleep once more, but this time Ace knew he would wake again soon. Luffy's breathing turned calm, a bit shaky, but calm. Ace held Luffy's hand, still trying to believe what happened. Ace turned to Sabo, who had a smile, but Ace could see the sadness in his eyes. Ace croaked out, racked with emotions, "I think Luffy will be fine." Sabo took in a deep breath. "I sure hope so." Ace and Sabo were even harder to get out of Luffy's room after Luffy woke up. They both didn't want to be away from their brother when he woke again. Even Marco wasn't able to get them out, the brothers were just too stubborn to leave. They ate and slept in that room, only leaving it to wash up or go to the bathroom. Luffy has yet to wake again, but the brothers knew it was only a matter of time. The doctors were surprised Luffy woke up when he did. They believed it would still be weeks before he was healed enough to come out of the coma. Ace saw the nurses change Luffy's bandages, catching a glance at the vivid healing wound on his chest. It covered the majority of his upper chest, looking like an X when in full view. It would be a huge scar, something Ace would feel guilty about for years, but Ace knew Luffy wouldn't care for it when he woke. If anything, he would only say how cool it would look. Ace took comfort in that and kept doing what he was doing, staying by Luffy's side. Sabo hadn't talked much, seemingly thinking about something hard. He looked conflicted. There were no sounds except Luffy's monitors, Ace keeping by Luffy's side even more than he was doing a day ago. Would Luffy even recognize me? Ace was brought out of his own head when Sabo said that. Ace looked at Sabo, who was flipping his hat nervously. Sabo was more conflicted than earlier. Ace opened his mouth, but Sabo talked before Ace vocalized anything. "Luffy was 7 when I left, and we all were only together for a few months. And with his injuries, it might be possible for Luffy to have other side effects." Ace left Luffy's side and went to Sabo, who looked like he was coming closer to a panic attack. Ace sat on Sabo's handrest, keeping his back to Sabo. Ace knew Sabo worried about talking to Luffy, but he didn't know it was this bad. Sabo was racked with guilt, not unlike Ace, but with the overlaying guilt of leaving them 10 years ago. Ace, personally, didn't blame Sabo one bit, but Sabo doesn't feel that way. Ace snatched Sabo's hat, twirling it in his hands. Sabo let it happen, only a look to show Ace his reaction. Sabo went back to looking down but at his hands this time. "He will." Ace looked at the hat in his hands, an adult hat for an adult man, and not the miniature version Ace saw in his memories. Ace tapped the glasses, hearing the clink of glass. Ace plopped the hat back onto Sabo's head, Sabo moving it back to where it normally sat. He glanced up at Ace, who only wore a small smile. "How do you know?" Ace scoffed and pushed Sabo's head to the side. "He's Luffy. He would never forget a friend, especially not a brother. He may have been 7 when he last saw you, but he never forgot you." Sabo looked up at Ace with unshed tears in his eyes. Ace saw him sniff and look away. Ace leaned back onto Sabo's shoulder, his spine meeting Sabo's bony shoulder. He may have gotten more muscular since Ace last saw him, but Sabo was still bony. Sabo let him, Ace hearing the sniffling from behind him. "Luffy always got a birthday cake for you on your birthday. We would light it and wish you a happy birthday. Those times were the only time I saw Luffy steal from anyone, only caring to get the absolute best for you. It got so bad the bakeries closed for a week during your birthday. He then got new clothes for you, along with candy. We did this at the grave we made for you on that cliff we shared our dreams." Sabo tensed at the story, probably racked with more guilt. Ace looked up at the wood ceiling of the medical room. "Even during the times I didn't want to go to your grave, Luffy always did. He never forgot you and will never forget you. You're an idiot if you think he wouldn't remember you." Sabo stayed silent, Ace still leaning up against him. Ace glanced at Luffy, no longer looking in a coma but in a nap. Luffy was trying to starfish and succeeded, to the nurse's annoyance. He was lightly snoring, something Ace didn't realize he missed until now. "I just worry." Ace perked up half his mouth into a half smile. He lightly chuckled. I know. That is your job, after all. Sabo wetly snickered. I mean, I don't know about that. You seem like you have become quite a warrior yourself. Ace elbowed behind him, hearing the smack of the hit. Sabo grumbled about it, but hit Ace back, to his back. Ace slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow in question. Sabo was smirking, a light shining in his eyes, taking glee out of the situation. You realize your actions have consequences, Sabo. Ace slowly stood up and walked a few steps away from Sabo. Sabo stood up, cracking his neck. He put his fist against his hand, smiling. I should be the one to say that, Ace. Ace grinned ferally. He stretched his arms, bouncing up and down, something he may have gotten from Luffy over the years. Sabo matched his grin, making something warm raise in Ace's chest. Oh. It was on. Ace and Sabo came back to the room after their sudden match. Ace was sporting a bruised rib and Sabo with a bruise to the stomach. It didn't get that far before Marco broke them up, but Ace and Sabo felt better after. It felt like old times, fighting the other with everything they had. Well, not everything. Ace didn't want to burn down the ship, and Sabo didn't want to try to crush his brother's skull. But they were stronger than when they were kids, and Ace felt good about that observation. It was a good stress reliever no matter how many times Marco says they should find better hobbies. Ace slept that day deeper than he had since Thatch was killed. Ace saw Sabo try to contact Dragon for the umpteenth time that day. Ace heard the click every time the call was disconnected and the way Sabo banged his head against the wall every hour. Ace, at this point, could respect Dragon's patience, just for how annoying it would be to get this many calls. Ace never had a possessive ex, but he feels this is what it looked like on the possessive ex's side. You know what? I am just doing this the long way. Sabo held finality in his voice and called another number. Ace was curious about what Sabo was going to do, but didn't care enough to ask. Ace was currently trying not to brain himself against the corner of the desk he was using. Marco put it in the room, knowing that Ace practically lived there, because he hated doing reports. The minute Ace got free time, numerous members of his division came forward with requests. He loved his position, but just, sometimes, he wanted to take a dip in the sea to get away. He went out to sail for adventure, not paperwork. Ace was trying to be the impersonator of a human popsicle, melting down his chair. Ace could feel a headache coming, but not completely there yet. Ace took that as a sign to take a break. He pushed his paperwork away, letting him lay face down on the desk. If I find the person who created paperwork, I'll burn them alive. Sabo laughed from the background, Ace not looking up from his spot. I might just have to join you in that venture. I have some things to say to them as well. What are you talking about? Ace heard a groan when he snapped his head to the bed. Ace saw Luffy with his eyes open, frowning at the light in the room. Ace stumbled to his feet, rushing to Luffy's side. Luffy tried pushing himself up, but his arms failed every time. Luffy was grimacing, and after he figured that he wouldn't be able to get himself up, he put his hand over his chest, face set in pain. Ace looked at this for a second until he made a decision. Ace gathered all the pillows and put a hand under Luffy's back, lifting him up. Sabo helped to put the pillows under Luffy to support him. Ace set him back down gently onto the pillows, Luffy now propped up. Ace then got a cup of water, giving it to Luffy. Luffy looked at it for a second and reached out with a shaky hand. He grabbed it, almost slipped when Sabo caught it, and gave it back to Luffy. Luffy barely looked at Sabo, still blurry-eyed while he got the water. Luffy drank it, Ace seeing some of the water drips down his chin. Once Luffy finished, Ace grabbed the glass and put it on the bedside table. Luffy blinked unpredictably. Ace still sees the effects of disorientation on Luffy's face. Luffy rubbed his eyes, flinching at the movement. Ace's face fell. He hoped that Luffy wouldn't be in pain once he woke, hoping that his wound healed by then. I'm hungry. Ace burst out laughing. Of course, that is what Luffy would say just after he got out of a 3-week coma. After the doctor told Luffy that he should be able to eat solid foods, but was told not to push it, Luffy got his food. It was not the portion Luffy and the brothers were used to, but Ace was with the nurses on this one. Luffy just came out of an almost 3-week coma, he should not be eating that much solid food. Luffy ate it in seconds. Luffy then asked for seconds, which the nurse cautiously gave. Ace was inwardly laughing at the face the nurse had. Luffy abruptly stopped eating the second serving, holding a hand over his mouth. Ace never left his side, so when that happened, Ace looked concerned at Luffy. His throat bobbed, trying to keep his food down. Luffy achieved that, but Luffy looked green after. The nurse looked sympathetically at Luffy. I thought that might happen. Don't eat more than you're able to. Ace nodded in the stead of Luffy, who looked, not shaken, but definitely off his game. Ace doesn't think Luffy ever threw up before. Ace had never even seen Luffy get sick. Ace hasn't gotten sick either, but that was beside the point. Ace patted Luffy's back, watching the nurse bow respectfully while they left the room. Ace knew the nurse was going to get the doctor to check over Luffy, so they didn't have much time until the doctor would come. "You okay, Luffy?" Luffy nodded, still with his hand over his mouth. Luffy swallowed and put his hand to his side. "I didn't like that." Ace rubbed circles into Luffy's back, knowing this was comforting to Luffy, evidenced by the way Luffy melted into his touch. Or that could be Luffy being touch-starved. Ace heard hesitant footsteps stop next. To him, knowing Sabo had finally made his move. "No one likes that, Luffy." Luffy looked to Sabo, squinted at him, and moved his gaze to Ace and then to Sabo. Sabo smiled sadly and sat next to Luffy on the bed, hat on his lap. Luffy looked at him and then the hat, widening his eyes all the while. Ace secretly smiled, happy to see Luffy realize who was sitting next to him. Luffy held out his hand and poked Sabo with his finger, almost disbelievingly with how wide Luffy's eyes were. Luffy touched Sabo more insistently, making sure Sabo was real. Ace hurt watching it, but didn't interrupt. "Sabo?" Sabo smiled widely but held an undercurrent of sadness. Sabo reached out and ruffled Luffy's hair, Luffy beginning to tear up. Sabo got closer to Luffy, pulling the boy into a hug. Ace saw Luffy on Sabo's shoulder, crying and holding on to Sabo desperately, Sabo patting his head the entire time. Ace heard Luffy's sobs, and couldn't stop himself anymore. Ace got up and hugged both of his brothers, tears in his eyes. He never thought this would happen, but by God was he happy it did. Ace could feel Sabo crying, clutching onto Luffy as Luffy was doing to him. "I missed you so much, Luffy." Luffy only cried harder. Once Luffy was done crying, eyes puffy and red, did Sabo let go of Luffy? But he didn't. Luffy latched onto Sabo and would not let go. Sabo realized his fate and continued to sit on Luffy's bed so Luffy had a better hugging room. Ace felt all the worry he had flow away, seeing Luffy awake and happy. Sabo widened his eyes and turned to Ace. "Can you get me that den?" Sabo pointed to the transponder snail on the table. Ace was confused but did so, considering Sabo was indisposed at the moment. Ace handed the snail to Sabo, sitting back on the bed, on the other side of Sabo. Ace saw Sabo hold up the snail for a picture, only able to give a smile for the picture before it flashed. Sabo nodded, happy with the picture, and set it down. Luffy looked at Sabo with curiosity. "What was that for?" Sabo glanced at Luffy, then continued to allow him to hug Sabo. Ace knew it would be so easy for Sabo to escape Luffy's grip, but he didn't. "To show dragon." Luffy tilted his head innocently. "My dad? You know my dad?" Sabo smiled and nodded. "He's my boss. And since he thinks you're dead, I need some good evidence to show him you're not." Luffy pinched his face. "I think Rayleigh told me people thought I was dead." Ace and Sabo shared a look, both agreeing to tell Luffy almost anything. The brother would not tell him their reactions, only because they knew this was going to take a while, and Luffy did not need the guilt. Luffy looked in between them, eyes showing that he had no idea what was going on. "What?" Ace sighed and got to it. "The whole story is." Ace told Luffy the entire tale, how Coby found him and how he came into Boa's hands. Then to Trafalgar's ship, and how close he was to dying. When Rayleigh found him and told Luffy he was still around when Luffy asked if his offer was real. How Ace and Sabo found him and told Luffy what happened when they reunited. How long Luffy was asleep and the condition Luffy was in. Luffy didn't care for the last part. "So my crew knows that I am alive?" Sabo nodded. "Yes, I believe they do. I know for a fact Nico Robin does." Luffy beamed at that. "That's good. Robin is really smart." Luffy seemed so proud of his crew, and that made Ace's heart warm. Ace ruffled Luffy's hair some more, laughing at Luffy's pouting face when he did so. Seeing Luffy's carefree exterior and the calm laugh Sabo was doing, Ace never felt more whole. Ace realized he had never felt this way for years. Ace felt a satisfied smile appear on his face, eyes crinkling. Luffy saw this, and an unreadable emotion came to his eyes. Luffy smiled mysteriously, and Ace raised an eyebrow at that. "I want to meet your crew." That came out of nowhere. Ace stared at Luffy's smiling face, then looked at Sabo, who only shrugged. Ace turned to Luffy. "Didn't you already meet them?" Luffy pointed aggressively at Ace. "That was during a fight. I want to meet them." Ace knew that tone of voice was when Luffy wouldn't back down until he got what he wanted, one way or another. Ace wouldn't put it past Luffy to try and escape his room and attempt to meet all of his crew. Ace might not know all of Luffy's motivations for Luffy wanting to meet his crew so badly, but Luffy thought it was important, so he treated it as important. Ace groaned, rubbing his face. Luffy laughed happily. "I'll call a doctor." Sabo, once again proves why he is the responsible one. Marco was sitting on Pop's chair, overseeing the entire deck. The past week was calm, unlike the weeks before. The Whitebeards reorganized, no longer the war-ravaged crew they were 3 weeks ago. With everything, including Ace and Sabo getting better, the Whitebeards took the much-needed downtime. Marco finally finished his work, relaxing while feeling the sun on his skin. He needed a break. Marco's mind wandered, finally stopping on Ace and Sabo. They haven't really left their brother's medical room, but Marco saw no harm in letting them stay. They were eating and sleeping, washing up when they feel like it. They took care of themselves, so Marco saw no reason to intervene. It was probably good for them to stay near each other, less likely for one of them to go bats hit. Not like Marco thought they would, but the possibility was always there. Go slower, Sabo. I'm going as slow as I can, Ace. Shishishi. Marco looked to the stairs, hearing a laugh he barely recognized. He did recognize Sabo and Ace's voices, though. Marco saw Ace come from below deck, looking back down the stairs. He crossed his arms, Marco seeing Sabo's top hat coming from the stairs. Then Marco saw the bandaged head and the body on Sabo's back, straw hat on his back. Straw Hat Luffy was smiling and laughing at his brother, amusement rolling off his frame. Marco blinked, seeing the boy awake and not in the coma he saw a day ago. Luffy looked around, awe sparkling in his eyes. He met Marco's eyes and smiled wider. Luffy then looked at Pops, who was smiling at the awake rookie. Marco doesn't think Pops had smiled so hard in years. Ace walked to them, Sabo following with Straw Hat on his back. Ace sighed and pointed at Luffy, seemingly annoyed at Luffy, but Marco could see the hidden smile on Ace's face. Luffy wanted to meet you guys. Gurararararara. Pops laughed and then looked at Luffy, who matched his gaze with zero fear. It's good to see you awake, Straw Hat. Your brothers were quite worried about you. Pops. Ace's embarrassed shout was heard, but Luffy only smiled wider. I know. They tried to hide it, but I know. Ace gasped, and Sabo looked defeated. Straw Hat only grinned and held onto Sabo tighter. Marco grinned, happy to see the boy so energetic. Marco may have only seen Straw Hat from his bounty posters and the short time during the war, but he was covered in blood by that point, but Marco knew Luffy was on the road to recovery. Marco saw tiny flinches of pain, but Straw Hat's smile didn't leave his face. Luffy titled his head, visibly considering something. Ace and Sabo glanced at him, confused. Luffy then beamed. I like you guys. You make Ace happy, and that makes me happy. Take care of him for me. Ace then noogied Luffy, face blushing and red. He hissed at his brother, who only tried to get away from the noogie. That's embarrassing. Stop it. Luffy pouted, eyes sparkling with innocence. But it's true. Sabo barked out a laugh, making Ace change targets. Sabo then looked to Luffy over his shoulder, hold on. Luffy grinned ferally and made a point of tightening his grip around Sabo's neck, but not to the point where Sabo would have trouble breathing. Ace narrowed his eyes. Sabo sprinted away from Ace, who chased after him. Luffy was laughing wildly from Sabo's back, glee audible in his voice. Ace chased Sabo all over the deck, Sabo doing elaborate acrobatics to get away from the Logia. Ace followed him, also doing athletic acts that would make most athletes weep. Luffy held onto Sabo for dear life, but the smile on his face showed how much he enjoyed it. Marco grinned, happy to see the brother enjoy themselves. I like that brat. Marco glanced at Pops, who was chuckling, parental love in his eyes. Marco smirked, eyes following the impromptu tag match. Marco saw all the pirates get out of their way with grins. Some of them also had a good amount of respect in their eyes when they gazed at Straw Hat. Marco put a hand on his face, enjoying the show. I think everyone does you ah. Marco relaxed, the tiniest of the worry he felt leaving his body. Marco saw Ace smiling, with more life than Marco had seen in all the years of Ace joining the crew. Ace finally looked like he got rid of the small part that wouldn't allow him to enjoy life. Marco loved to see it. Marco watched the scene with a smile on his face. It finally felt like everything would be okay again. Ace stopped chasing his brothers around when Luffy gained an edge to his laugh. Luffy was still injured, so Ace put aside his annoyance and stopped. Sabo stopped, casting a concerned look back at Luffy, who only melted into Sabo's back, hugging Sabo harder. Ace and Sabo shared a look, and a truce formed between the two. Luffy was always good at hiding his pain tolerance too high for someone his age. That could also be said about Ace, but Luffy's tolerance was higher than his at that age. So when Luffy actually looked like he hurts, it was agonizing pain. It also didn't help that Luffy's metabolism was high enough that most pain meds wouldn't do shit for him. Dinner time. Ace heard the yell, looking to see most of the pirates move fast to the mini Moby's mess hall. Luffy perked up, forgetting about the earlier food experience. Ace and Sabo shared a look. Luffy was eyeing the leaving pirates with hope, and that made Ace fold. Let's go eat. Luffy cheered, drooling at the thought of food. Ace felt a presence near him, looking to see Marco by his side. Ace couldn't read Marco, who only smirked at him. Ace shook his head and followed Sabo to the mess hall. They found an empty table in the middle of the chaotic dinner hall, pirates going to get food. Sabo got Luffy off his back and set him down on the bench. Ace and Sabo discovered that Luffy didn't really have the energy to walk just yet, so they would take turns carrying him around. Luffy didn't mind, happy to be near his brothers. Ace got food, setting down the large plate of food he got from the kitchens. He grabbed some for himself, Sabo taking his portion. Luffy was drooling at the sight of the food, and Ace served him when he saw Luffy start to inch his hand closer to the meal. Ace pushed it to Luffy, who pouted at the small amount of food on his plate. Ace poked Luffy in the forehead. "Eat this first." Luffy did. Food was food. Ace watched him out of the corner of his eye while he ate his meal. He ate the first plate quickly enough, so Sabo got more food for Luffy. He ate that too but was visibly slowing down when he finished. He tried to reach for some more, but Ace cut him off. "Luffy, don't push it." Luffy frowned but did as he was told. Ace didn't want to make Luffy feel worse than he already was, but Ace also didn't want Luffy to throw up needed nutrients. Sabo nodded at Ace's actions. Ace felt someone sit next to him, looking over to see it was Rayleigh. Luffy beamed. "Rayleigh?" Rayleigh smiled at the boy. "It's nice to see you awake, Luffy." Luffy grinned at the man, making all of Ace's reservations about the man go away. If Luffy liked the man, Ace would too. No matter the person Rayleigh used to follow. "I think it's time to talk about the future." Ace raised an eyebrow at that, seeing Rayleigh's eyes glitter. Marco was also looking at Rayleigh consideringly. Sabo leaned on his hand, his entire attention on Rayleigh. Luffy had a blank look that Ace recognized as the one where his brain had nothing firing. "Let's hear it." Dragon was working, even though Iva wanted him to take a break. Dragon poured into his work, anything to take his mind off of Luffy. Ivankov called him daily, using any and all excuses to talk to him. Dragon would have found it annoying, but he could feel the care from Iva with those calls. Other calls he ignored were from Sabo, who had been trying to call him for days at a time. Dragon knew Sabo needed a break, so he didn't answer any of them. Sabo would also be diving into work at the moment, so Dragon wanted him to not do that. Dragon took him as his second command for his work ethic and strength, but even Dragon knew that Sabo wouldn't stop this soon if Sabo really wanted to talk to Dragon. His word stands corrected when one of his subordinates came in with a letter. "Boss. We got this in the mail. It's from the chief." Dragon had an urge to not open it, but if Sabo took it this far, he might as well open it. Dragon gestured to give it to him, which the man did. Dragon stared at the white envelope with Sabo's signature at the top right. Dragon got a letter opener and sliced. "Open the envelope." He pulled out a piece of paper, along with a picture that was face down. He let it set for a moment, reading the letter first. "Answer my calls. If you had, I wouldn't have had to do this. Whatever. Anyway, at the end of my first week with the Whitebeards, we discovered something. Do you know that Luffy's body was never found? Yeah, there was a good reason for that. Look at the picture I sent with this letter. Sabo." Dragon frowned and flipped over the picture. Dragon froze, heart spiking. He saw Fire Fist sitting next to Sabo, looking better than when he last saw him. Sabo was wrapped in a hug from a black-haired boy. The boy was smiling with bandages on his chest, face alight with happiness. Dragon let the picture fall to his desk, putting his head in his hands. He breathed heavily, something unraveling in his chest. Dragon looked closer at the picture, tears threatening to leave his eyes. Sabo looked ecstatic, and Luffy seemed relaxed. Dragon grinned. He needed to call Iva. It took a month for Luffy to get back into shape. It was fast, all things considered, but there were still hurdles. Luffy needed help walking, legs unable to withstand his weight. He couldn't eat as much food, and his stomach was not used to the intake. He sometimes couldn't move how he wanted to. His limbs wouldn't listen to him. He got tired and needed to sleep the majority of the day, only waking to eat and try to walk. It got better after the first week Luffy woke, but it was still a struggle. Ace and Sabo didn't care. They were by Luffy's side the entire time he was healing, making sure Luffy stayed safe. Luffy steadily got better. He started to get back to the state he was in before the war. It made Ace so proud of his little brother. Luffy never gave up, and Ace never felt more thankful that Luffy hated giving up. Luffy healed, the pain becoming a distant memory, even though Ace saw it every time he saw Luffy's chest. His scar was bright pink, raised, and mildly irritated by Luffy's sudden movements. Ace saw the small grimaces of pain disappear, soon becoming a rarity. Luffy was all healed after a month when Ace finally had to say goodbye to his brother. Rayleigh proposed to train Luffy after he was fully healed, something everyone agreed with. Ace knew his brother was strong, but he didn't want this to happen again, Luffy taking a hit he wouldn't be able to walk off. The new world was filled with strong pirates on par with admirals. Luffy needed to train to take them in an equal fight. That didn't mean Ace had to like it. Ace wanted to keep Luffy safe, and in his sight, somewhere Ace could protect him. The last time he took his eyes off Luffy, Ace thought he was dead. He didn't want to go through that again. Sabo was the same, but they didn't mention it. Luffy was excited, so Ace stayed silent. It was Luffy's life, and he could choose how to spend it. Ace saw the island they were sailing to get closer. It was called Ruzakana, an island Boa offered to Rayleigh for Luffy's training. Ace still didn't know what her deal was with Luffy, but he kept a close eye on her, all the same. Rayleigh was preparing a small boat, some of his crew helping with the supplies they gave the two for when they leave. He finished and looked at Luffy, who was hugging his brothers goodbye. Sabo was hugging back tightly, face almost in tears. Luffy let go of Sabo and launched at Ace. Ace hugged back with fervor, emptiness in his chest at the thought of separating from his brother again. But he let go of Luffy, knowing Luffy had his own adventures to find and conquer. Ace patted Luffy's shoulder. Got everything? Luffy smiled and chirped, yep. If not, Rayleigh could get it. I'm not doing that much work, brat. Luffy giggled at Rayleigh's words, waving to the man in response. Rayleigh shook his head and went back to lowering the boat off the side of the mini-mobi. Ace moved his hand to his side, letting go of Luffy's shoulder. Luffy grinned and moved to the railing on the ship. He jumped onto it, standing and looking back to Ace and Sabo, who were trying not to cry. He laughed at them, to their annoyance. I'll see you guys again. In the new world. Ace grinned, Luffy failing off the railing, dropping to the sea. Ace could hear panicking pirates, but then they realized Luffy fell into the two-man ship. Ace and Sabo leaned over, watching the boat row away, Luffy looking back at them. Ace could see him smiling still. And I'll become the king of the pirates. Ace cupped his hands, yelling to his younger brother, you better. Ace heard Luffy's laugh over the waves, causing a smile to form on his face. Ace saw the two anchor on the island, no longer distinguishable. Ace left the railing, turning his back from the sight. Sabo matched his step, a half-smile on his lips. He'll be fine. Ace looked up at the sky, I know. Luffy always bounces back. Sabo chuckled, that's true. Ace went to his pop's side, seeing the crew correct their course. Ace looked to the fading island, a smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see Luffy again, but he knew he would be proud when he did. To the new world, my sons. The crew let out a roar of approval, and Ace beamed. Sabo left soon after, he needed to go back to the army. Once Dragon started to pick up his calls, Sabo told Dragon everything. Ace watched, not saying anything. He still doesn't like Dragon, but he could tolerate his presence. He saved Sabo and cared for Luffy when Sabo told him the news. Ace would still give the man grief, but he wouldn't outwardly insult the man anymore. Maybe. Sabo had a job, and he would go do it, and it had been a month and a half since he was told to take a break from the revs. Sabo was clearly getting antsy the longer he was away from the revolution. Ace hugged the lungs out of Sabo, seeing off his blonde brother. He hated to see him leave, finally getting used to his presence again. Sabo let him, also understanding the need to stay with Ace. But they both knew that wasn't going to be possible. They both had responsibilities to their organizations, and they couldn't leave them for long PRDS. Ace let go, punching Sabo in the shoulder. You better call, you BSTRD. Sabo tipped his hat to Ace, watery eyes meeting his. Of course. Sabo gave him a smile and jumped off the boat, reminiscent of what Luffy did. He turned back and raised his pipe into the air. His blue coat fluttered in the wind, along with his blonde hair. Keep yourself safe, you hear me? Ace gave him the middle finger, which Sabo laughed off. He knew that Ace was a pirate, there was no such thing as safe on these seas. His brothers left, but Ace knew they would always be there when Ace needed them, and Ace to them. Sabo left with the wind, and Ace felt a drop of sadness he shook off. His brothers weren't gone, just separated. He didn't need to feel sad. Let's go, Ace Ua. Ace heard Marco and nodded. He turned his back to Sabo's shadow and walked forward to his family. Ace grinned, loving the way his crew welcomed him back with open arms. His brothers may be doing their own thing, but Ace had his family by his side. 2 years passed. Zoro entered the bar with one eye and the attitude to match. He spotted Rayleigh at the bar, swirling a glass filled with alcohol. Shaki was wiping a glass behind the counter, smiling her unreadable smile. Am I the first one to arrive? Rayleigh smirked while Zoro took a seat next to him. Rayleigh side glanced at Zoro, observing the young pirate. Zoro drank from the bottle Shaki gave him when he sat down. He gulped it down, always happy to get good booze. You are. I got to say that is surprising with what Luffy said about you. Zoro tensed but then relaxed at the name of his friend. Really? Rayleigh nodded, adding more ice to his drink. He said you have a worse sense of direction than him. Zoro scoffed, no I do not. I never get lost. Zoro drank more from the bottle, thinking over his words. Once he was done, he stared at the bar. Is he okay? Rayleigh had an understanding look in his eyes that made Zoro bristle inside. Rayleigh looked up, remembering the past. Not in the beginning, but he's better. Better than ever, actually. He finished my training months ago, not having anything else to teach him. Zoro drank from the bottle, good to know. Zoro had the irritating feeling to scratch his scar, something he tried not to do. Zoro was excited to see Luffy again, everyone, but he didn't know how to face him. Zoro wasn't beside him while he struggled, while Luffy was there for him when Zoro had nothing. Zoro felt shame for that, and he may never get over it. It might help when Zoro was back by his side, but he wasn't sure. When I first joined Roger, I was 20, and he was 17. Zoro looked at Rayleigh, no longer present, thinking of the past. Rayleigh smirked at Zoro, edged in sadness. Zoro drank while Rayleigh talked. This teenager came to my boat and said we would flip the world over and that it was fate for us to meet. I thought he was a load of shit, but he wore me down and got me to join his crew of one. We sailed in my houseboat until we got a ship and started to gather our crew. We went to the Grand Line and made a name for ourselves. Looking back on those days, I realized that those memories are some I treasure the most. I had a great time the entire time I was part of the Roger Pirates, but I miss the days we only sailed island to island, fight to fight, and only worried about how to use a log pose. The days when we didn't realize this world had missing connections. Only caring about the water beneath the ship and the wind that flowed in our sails. Rayleigh smiled at the memories. Zoro stayed silent, knowing that Rayleigh wasn't talking about this for no reason. It was about a year after the pirate crew was formed. It was before the world government thought of us as a big threat to their authority. Roger only had a bounty of 300 million at the time, small compared to what it ended up as. Zoro never thought 300 million would be small, but he realized the world was bigger than he thought it was when he stayed in the East Blue. It struck Zoro that he didn't know Dracula Mihawk's original bounty even with the 2 years he spent with the man. We were doing a regular raid on the mansion of a noble, stealing all the gold and money they had. But what we didn't know was that someone tipped off a squad of Marines to our plan. We were coming out of the mansion, bags full of jewels and gold when I heard a gunshot, and then someone falling. When I looked back, I realized it was Roger the one who got hit. The bullet came out of nowhere, and at that time we didn't know about hockey yet, so Roger had no warning. We got him back to the ship, Roger bleeding like a stoat pig. The doctor we had saved him, barely, but it took Roger out of the game for weeks. The bullet nicked his heart, almost shredding it completely. It was only luck that saved Roger that day. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if he did die that day. Nothing good. Rayleigh grimaced, smile edged. But it caused me to hover over Roger for a good while after. I was his first mate, and he was almost killed on my watch. It felt like a failure of the highest degree. You understand, don't you? Zoro twirled his bottle, not answering, which Rayleigh took as a yes. Roger realized that fact early on and talked to me about it. Do you know what he said? He said that it wasn't my fault for not knowing everything. Life was filled with twists and turns, and no one would be able to predict the future. I wasn't responsible for the world turning, so I shouldn't be guilty of something I had no control over. I disagreed with that, and still do, but I realize where Roger came from. Roger tried to resolve my guilt, but that doesn't go away, not when it was about someone precious to you. Rayleigh stared at Zoro, Zoro meeting his gaze with his only eye. There are going to be times you think you failed, but you have to remind yourselves to never fall. I know how it feels to lose your captain and best friend, but at least I got to say goodbye to him. Rayleigh patted his shoulder. I feared for Luffy's life too, but I know you took it the hardest. That's what first mates do. Zoro frowned but didn't say anything. Rayleigh drank his drink, not talking. Zoro knew Rayleigh wanted Zoro to know it wasn't his fault, but Zoro would decide for himself. Zoro stood up and went to the door. He spoke before he left the bar. I'll be around. Zoro left and didn't look back. Zoro spat out water, sheathing his swords. I got on the wrong ship. Zoro jumped off the sinking galleon, landing on the mangrove's roots of Sabaody. He ignored the screams and shouts behind him, walking away from the scene. They were weak and unprepared for the new world. Zoro thought of it as a mercy to stop their journey here, without the deaths that would surely come if they continued on to the new world. None of those pirates unlocked hockey yet, so Zoro was confident with that impression. Oi! Moss head! Zoro's soul eye twitched, hearing the grating and annoying voice he did not miss. He creaked his head around, seeing the blonde hair of the goddamn perverted cook. His hair covered a different eye, and eyebrow the opposite way than normal. He had more of a scruff of a beard than before, still scruffy but thicker. He was still wearing a suit, which was still very impractical for a fight. He wore a sad expression, making Zoro want to ignore him more. You idiot! Ha! Zoro twirled around, face twisting into an angry one. Sanji poked him hard in the chest, making Zoro attempt to grab the offending hand, which Sanji moved out of the way in time. It looks like nothing has changed these past 2 years, you still get lost. Zoro scowled, says you, number 7. Sanji gritted his teeth. Zoro put a hand on his swords. Sanji raised a foot. They attacked. Looks like nothing has changed. Once they stopped fighting, walking towards the sunny, they insulted each other back and forth, creating more fights along the way. A break in the fighting was when Sanji spoke, not in the set-off tone of before. You don't know anything about Luffy, do you? Zoro glared at Sanji, who only put his hands up in surrender. The cook sat on a rock, lighting a cigarette with a new lighter Zoro doesn't recognize. Zoro took this as a tentative truce. Zoro sat next to him, watching the residents of Sabo pass by, not cowed by their presence. They were used to new pirates passing through to get to the new world. They did get some odd looks, some people getting the message they were stronger than normal pirates coming straight from paradise. Sanji let out a puff of smoke, allowing it to diffuse into the air. Sanji put away his lighter into his jacket and put a hand around his cigarette. I don't know much either. But the ruler of the island I was on, may the sea curse their makeup, was a high-ranking revolutionary. They were one of the people who could talk to Dragon regularly, so I was told Luffy was okay, the army knowing more than they let on. I didn't ask for more, because I knew that ruler wouldn't tell me something that wasn't true. Zoro readjusted his swords on his waist, frowning. Rayleigh told me he was okay too. Sanji looked up at the trees above, puffing out another cloud of smoke. I believe it and don't believe it at the same time. That paper was just too shocking to forget, creating a small amount of doubt in the mind. You know what I am talking about. Zoro gripped his sword hard, remembering the picture of Luffy bleeding out and the news he was dead. Zoro believed it for a week, that week being the worst week in his life. When Rayleigh showed up at Marineford with that message, Zoro couldn't have been more relieved. His captain wasn't dead and ready to go in 2 years. At that point, Zoro would have waited for decades, but 2 years was fine with him. I know Luffy is alive, but I can't fully believe it until I see him myself. Zoro stood up, and walked away. Think what you want. That's the wrong way. Zoro twirled around, I knew that. Zoro with Sanji walking by him, saying shit like he was going the wrong direction even though Zoro knew he was correct. They were making their way to the Sunny, Zoro walking faster the closer they got to the location Sunny was docked. I heard the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates are meeting soon. Zoro swiveled his head, looking in the direction he heard the sentence from. It was a group of pirates drinking in a bar, clearly tipsy and getting drunker with every sip. Sanji frowned, lighting another cigarette. Where did you hear that dumb rumor? Hey, I heard it from my cousin. You saying my cousin is dumb? No, I am just saying why would the Straw Hats get together without their captain? Maybe their first mate took the mantle. What was his name? Pirate Hunter Zoro? Zoro gritted his teeth and turned away from the drunk idiots. He walked away, and the beginning of a good mood disappeared with those words. Sanji fell in step with him, also looking sad. I would never follow your lead. I know, and I don't expect you to. Sanji was pleased by Zoro's words, by the small quirk of his lips. Zoro scoffed at the pirates, them not knowing what they were talking about. Zoro would never take the place of Luffy. Luffy may be an idiot, but he was an idiot that knew what to do in every situation. Whether by instinct or common sense Zoro knew Luffy had, sometimes, Luffy was a great captain. If he wasn't, they would have died years ago. Luffy saved all of them, and all of the crew wouldn't follow anyone else except for Luffy. As he explained to Chopper 2 years ago in Alabasta, they were all stubborn and outcasts, people who hated taking orders. With the amount of personality on the crew, it would have been standard for the crew to implode within weeks. But they were still going strong after 2 years. It was all because of Luffy. If Luffy wasn't their captain, most of them would have never become pirates. Most of them wouldn't be alive. Luffy had the knack for finding people who should have never been able to work together and create strong bonds that would never go away. How did that rumor even start? Zoro shrugged, I don't know, but I heard it around Sabaody since I got here. Sanji hummed, but they continued to walk away. The silence between them was broken with a den mushy ring. Sanji reached into his pocket, pulling out a snail. Sanji glanced at Zoro, who only turned his back to the man. Hello? Sanji. Where are you? Ah. Namiswan. Sanji had hard eyes, visibly going into his pushover state. Zoro glared at the sky and looked at the grove they were in. Grove 30. That you, Zoro? Yeah. Good. Could you two meet us at Grove 40 so we can go back to the Sunny together? Sanji was still unresponsive, so Zoro answered, sure, wait for us. See you guys there? And don't you two dare get into any trouble. Nami had a dangerous edge to her voice, which Zoro ignored. The witch couldn't do anything now. Sanji was professing his love to the sky, something Zoro tuned out. The call ended with a click, snapping the cook out of his monologue. Come on, we have crewmates to meet. Zoro. Sanji. Zoro was jumped by Chopper, who was snuggling up against him. Zoro grinned, hugging Chopper back. He was crying, but they were clearly happy cheers. Sanji was being hugged by Nami, making him have a nosebleed. Zoro watched the cook get paler from the loss of blood. Chopper noticed and started to panic. Sanji. Chopper hooked up and fore into Sanji in a second, him having passed out with a smile on his face. Nami looked at him in obvious disappointment. Usopp was standing over him with worry. Zoro leaned on a building wall, looking over the scene with a slight smile. Nami had longer orange hair, jeans, and a bikini top to match. Chopper had a different hat, looking slightly taller than 2 years ago. Usopp had muscles that screamed training, and he walked with more confidence. Zoro grinned at the change in his friends, happy to see them older and more experienced than before. Nami cleaned off her jeans, muttering something about blood and money. She turned to Zoro. She grinned, and it was now Zoro's turn to get hugged. Zoro hugged back, not dense enough to not. She let go and patted Zoro's arms hard. She chuckled. I didn't think you get any bigger. I was wrong. It's good to see you, Zoro. Zoro shrugged. It's good to see you too, Nami. Nami flipped her hair, a secretive smile on her face. I hoped so. It's been 2 years after all. Usopp came to Nami's side, nose to the sky. Anything to say to me? Usopp puffed out his chest with pride. Zoro smirked, not really. Usopp reacted like a wet cat. Nami swatted Zoro on the head, don't tease him. Nami then came closer to Zoro, Zoro leaning down so she could whisper in his ear. He's delicate. Usopp gasped, the height of offended, I am not. Zoro turned his ear, ignoring Usopp's refusals. Nami laughed at his reaction. Zoro crossed his arms, smirking. Zoro saw Sanji stand up and stumble when looking at Nami again, which only made Chopper's job harder. They eventually got moving again, moving to the sunny. Nami put her hands above her head, holding her head upright. It's just like old times. Zoro saw Chopper nod with more tears in his eyes. I missed you guys so much. He latched onto Zoro's leg, and Zoro allowed him. He felt the tears soak into his pants but ignored them. Chopper probably took it hard, the separation that is. Sanji stumbled, face still pale, but Zoro saw him bounce back. Is that? Zoro heard that glance out the side of his eye, seeing people point at them. Some of them seemed to recognize them, which shouldn't be a surprise considering they were all part of a worse generation's crew. They all had wanted posters out for their arrest, so it was normal for them to be recognized. Nami tensed, scowling at the attention. She wasn't afraid, unlike what she would have done 2 years ago. Zoro smiled inwardly. Nami got more confident too in the past 2 years. Usopp also held himself with more power at the whispers around them. Sanji stopped fawning over Nami, gaining more stability at the talk. Chopper held onto Zoro harder, not nervous but more of a comfort thing than anything. That's Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. Cat burglar Nami. She's really pretty. Is that pet really cotton candy lover Chopper? Blackleg? He doesn't look like the poster. That nose is definitely Sogeking. Usopp got nervous at that last sentence, but Zoro only laughed inwardly. He still thought that was the perfect disguise even though Zoro and everyone, maybe not Luffy, knew he was Sogeking. Once the whispers started, they didn't stop. Everywhere they went, their names sounded around them. Zoro found it annoying, but they weren't doing anything. Anyone who did was glared at by Zoro and the cook, making the wannabe bounty hunter back off in fear. They ignored them, going to their destination with a single-track mind. Everything changed when they were a grove away from the ship. Zoro and Sanji abruptly stopped, making the other 3 stop also. Zoro unsheathed his swords, only 2. Sanji kicked his shoe to the ground, making sure his shoes were fine. What is it? Nami asked, grabbing her staff from her bag. She knew them well by now, realizing they wouldn't stop for no reason. Usopp already had his slingshot in hand, Chopper letting go of Zoro's leg. Well, if it isn't the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro scowled when he saw the face of the Marine in front of them, someone he hasn't seen in years. It was the Marine that had the pacifistas, someone who made their crew suffer. Speaking of pacifistas, they were followed by 3 of them. Zoro unsheathed his last sword and put it in his mouth, knowing he needed the cutting power to cut through the robots. Remnants? The pure venom in everyone's voice made the person pause. Zoro forgot their name, he didn't care to remember it. Zoro was angered by the description more than ever, and it seemed like everyone agreed. Sanji spoke up with a glare aimed at the Marine. Do we look like remnants to you? The Marine was about to speak when Zoro heard the voice he wanted to hear for years. Hey! Zoro! Sanji! Nami! Usopp! Chopper! Zoro beamed. Luffy! The Marine took a double take, looking behind them, widening their eyes. Zoro spotted him, his captain. Luffy was smiling, throwing away a fake mustache, and pulled down his hood. Zoro saw his face brighten at their appearance, waving to them. Zoro also saw the scar on his chest. Straw Hat? You're dead. Luffy stuck a tongue at the Marine. No, I'm not. The Marine was shocked but ordered the Pacifista. Attack, PX-5. The Pacifista did, but Luffy was ready. The steam familiar to Zoro appeared, and Zoro saw it play out. Luffy punched the robot, embedding it into the ground. Zoro grinned. He expected nothing less from his captain. Luffy got past the Marine easily, joining up with them. Luffy stopped and grinned at them. Luffy! Everyone was overjoyed at his appearance, even though Zoro heard the chaos Luffy's entrance caused. Straw Hat Luffy. I thought he died 2 years ago. Me too. Does this mean he was alive all this time? We need to tell the Marines. Luffy looked around them. Let's go to the Sunny. Right. They ran away with smiles, happy to be together again with their captain. Zoro and Sanji defeated the other pacifistas with ease, making Zoro doubt they were the things that made him struggle so much 2 years ago. It made Zoro proud of how far they came. More Marines chased them, the crew ignoring them. Luffy skidded to a stop, looking over his shoulder. Zoro was about to ask why he stopped when he saw the white hair of Rayleigh in the distance. Luffy sked in a deep breath. Rayleigh? Zoro saw Rayleigh smile at his captain. Thank you for everything over all these years. Luffy raised his hands and beamed. I will become the Pirate King. Rayleigh only smiled, and the crew ran off after, knowing his feelings of Rayleigh from that smile. They ran for the sea, to adventure once again. They dodged Marine platoons, and almost every single one of them stopped at some point by a variety of obstacles. Zoro could see the change in groves when the biggest Marine platoon came in front of them, making them stop. Zoro was ready to fight when he saw a blue flame appear around them, creating a wall of flame. It looks like you need some help, Luffy. Zoro saw the back of Ace, the Whitebeard mark in plain view. The Marines got louder. That's Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace. Luffy looked over the moon at Ace's entrance. Ace looked back at them with a smile on his face. He tilted his orange hat up, fire on his finger. He was smirking while Zoro heard Marines screaming in pain from the fire. Go, Luffy. We'll take care of this. Nami said that when a second body appeared next to Ace. A blonde man with a blue top hat and noble clothes. He twirled a pipe and grinned at Luffy. The blondie's coat fluttered in the wind and set his pipe on his shoulder. Listen to Ace. Go. Set sail. Luffy grinned and ran away from the fight. He waved goodbye when he ran, and they followed him. I will, Sabo. Zoro looked back, seeing the two men fight off the Marines with zero hesitation. Luffy, who was that guy? Luffy laughed loudly. Sabo, my big brother. What? Ace smiled at the retreating form of Luffy. They finished fighting the Marines, all dead or unconscious on the ground. Ace was sitting on some bodies, flame flickering around them. Sabo sat next to him, pipe on his shoulder. It was covered in blood, and other organic matter Ace didn't deem important enough to investigate. He's gotten stronger. Ace chuckled. Yeah, and I can't wait to see what he does. Sabo laughed loudly, pride in his voice. Me too. Ace knew Luffy would be okay, and that was what Ace always wanted. Ace stood up and stretched, seeing some more Marines appear. They stopped when they saw them, anxious and afraid. Sabo stood up also and pointed his pipe to the Marines. Defeating the most Marines wins. Ace grinned, cracking his knuckles with blue flames appearing on his fists. The Marines looked ready to retreat in fear. Ace wouldn't have any mercy for the ones who chose to fight, because they wanted to harm his little brother, and Ace would not let that happen. Not again. Prepare to lose, Sabo. Sabo bent his knees, ready to strike. His fingers transformed into his dragon claws, ready to crush skulls. Ace's body transformed into blue flames, ticking up the heat around him, and making the air shimmer. Get ready to eat those words, Ace. Ace attacked, and Sabo followed him, pipe already meeting a poor sap's head. I won't. Ace cackled in glee the entire fight, feeling like everything was alright with the world, with his brother by his side and his little brother living the way he wanted. Ace loved it. Luffy remembered Ace's eyes during Marineford, how they were shrouded in darkness. The eyes that called for death and release, something Luffy hated to see. Luffy remembered the fear during that war, that overwhelming feeling of powerlessness. Those eyes appeared in the nightmares where he saw Ace die in front of his eyes. Luffy could almost feel the blood on his hands afterward but took comfort in the fact Luffy did save Ace, and that would never happen. Now those eyes were replaced by the ones he saw at Sabo. The eyes that only looked at him with care and love, the way Ace smiled fully and without holding anything back. His eyes were clear and knew their value, that Ace was loved. That he deserved to live. Luffy laughed, joyful and happy, not just because of reuniting with his crew but seeing Ace's eyes. Luffy felt warmth rise in his chest, and he laughed. He laughed for the past and laughed for the future, holding a deep hope in his heart. He had hope for his brother's future, one for him to be happy without fear. For his eyes had changed. His eyes held no darkness within them.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.